I'll call to order the Arvada City Council meeting for June 15, 2020, and call upon Councilmember David Jones.
If you would please join me in a moment of silent reflection. And now for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Kristen Rush, if you'll do the roll call.
Mayor Williams.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Miller.
Here.
Councilmember Pfeiffer.
Here.
Councilmember Ford.
Here.
Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Councilmember Marriott.
Here.
Councilmember Simpson.
Here.
Very good. We have the minutes of June 1st, 2020. Any changes or corrections? Seeing none, they will stand approved as presented. We have no presentations tonight. We have no recognitions and communications. We do have a couple of individuals who have signed up for public comment, and they'll be brought in at this time, as I understand. For those who are watching on Zoom or on the internet or on TV, we have not, we've done a lot of great work, I think. Our team here at the city has done a terrific job of allowing all 7 of us to be able to be here tonight for an important city council meeting. And we've got partitions that have been put up so that the council can be socially distanced. We have asked that speakers come in one at a time to be able to make their public comment. I would remind you not to touch the podium if you would not, sir. And so I'll call upon our first speaker for tonight, and this is during our public comment on issues not scheduled on our agenda, and I'll call upon Daniel Mondragon. Mr. Mondragon.
Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Daniel Mondragon. I've lived in Arvada since 1978 when my parents moved us from North Denver just before my senior year at high school at Regis. My wife and I bought our home just south of Fitzmaurice in 1990, raising our 2 children. Since the murder of George Floyd occurred, I have witnessed the outrage across the country, read a good amount, followed changes in law and policy, and have joined with fellow citizens here in front of City Hall to give witness to Black Lives Matter. A group is forming that already has 130 members and will be seeking to engage with city leadership in the coming weeks. For now, I choose to share part of a story from Usama Young, retired NFL player who won the Super Bowl with the Saints after the 2009 season. We need to hear the stories. He wrote, "The first time that the police put me in handcuffs and sat me on the curb for display, I was 12 years old. Just a couple years before, we had moved to PG County, Maryland from D.C. The whole idea of us moving was that my parents wanted us to get away from any distractions in our old neighborhood. We played tag after dark, football in our friends' yards, and rode bikes for miles. This one summer day, me and my older brother were coming back home after a long afternoon of playing basketball. My brother's friend had just turned 16 and gotten a new car, so we caught a ride with him. I never thought that one decision would change my whole outlook on being Black in this society. One minute, my brother and his friend were laughing and joking about how they had been dogging everybody on the court that day. And I was that little brother sitting in the back seat, just listening, happy to be there. Next minute, we heard the siren. We looked back and saw the flashing lights. The police pulled us over and walked up to our car. Immediately, the first officer said, "Y'all got weed in this car?" My brother said, "No, of course not. We don't smoke." It was the truth. But we were told to get out of the car anyway. They sat us down on the curb and handcuffed us behind our backs while they searched the vehicle. My brother was so frustrated that he started yelling at the officers, asking why his 12-year-old brother was in cuffs. The officer cursed at him and told him to shut up. For 10 minutes, we sat there as people drove by rubbernecking at the young Black thugs. It felt like an eternity. And then after all that, the officers just took off the cuffs and told us to be on our way. Being 12 years old, I was just shook, helpless. That's the only word how you feel in that situation, helpless. There are too many stories like this one, and much worse, that our black brothers and sisters experience all the time. If you think those officers were in the wrong, that's a good beginning. To me, Black Lives Matter is about the individuals who have been demeaned and killed, and about the systems that have allowed racist actions and attitudes to persist. In light of the Arvada Community Survey and its call for investment in planning for growth that adds value to the quality of life, seeking community involvement and input, and professionalism of public safety personnel, I wish to offer my service in the creation of a new diversity committee for the city of Arvada, comprised of citizens, city staff, and perhaps some of you, to strive for inclusive policy and changed hearts. I stand ready to serve, to change helplessness into a hope-filled future for all of us. Thank you for your service to our community. Godspeed. I'll be in touch.
Thank you, Mr. Mondragon. And next I'll call upon Amy Travin.
Hello. My name is Amy Travin. I have lived in Arvada for about 8 years. I live just down the road across from the soccer fields. I was a public defender for 3 years, and I actually worked for the Arvada courts for a year as a public defender as well. I was in the Leadership Arvada class and graduated a couple of years ago, or a year ago, I don't even know. And so I am committed to Arvada. I am also committed to be here today to make sure that you all are aware that Black Lives Matter and that we are here to support Black lives. And there is a movement across the country, as I'm sure you are aware, across our state, and even in here in our city. For the past 2 weeks, my husband and I have been out on 58th Street, just in front of this city hall, to protest and to be there in solidarity with Black Lives Matter. And the reason I'm here today is to tell you that it is not just me. It is people out there every day. I have had at least 20 people since last Tuesday. It was 50 people on Monday. I wasn't able to be out there this morning or this afternoon, but I'm sure there's still more out there today. And I'm telling you that it is a growing movement. And I'm telling you that you cannot ignore us, because I'm gonna be back here. And I'm gonna be holding all of you accountable to say that Black Lives Matter. And I don't know the right steps. I actually think that you probably know more than me, and I'm going to be hoping that you are going to be the ones to help us make this change, because this is the right path. And if you are not on this path, then you are going to be on the wrong side of history. And I am here if you need it, but I'm sure that you, as council members, powerful people in this city with the courage to actually stand up and run for elected office, have the courage to do this as well. And so I'm asking you to do that. I can tell you, how much time do I get?
3
1 minute.
minutes.
Okay, 1 minute left. I have 2 things that I do know. One, I did work in the city, in the courts for a year. And I can tell you that they're prosecuting cases that don't make sense. They're prosecuting cases of kids fighting in schools. There is no reason to be doing that. Kids are gonna fight in schools no matter what you do. And if you perpetuate that system of kids getting into our courts because they're having a fight in school, that's not helpful. Okay? There is a different way. And so I'm asking you to look at that. I'm asking you to hold the city prosecutor accountable and say, hey, what's going on here? Are we prosecuting kids? Is it more affecting our kids of color that live in Arvada? How is that making them feel safe? The other thing I'm going to ask you to do that I do know is that when I protested last week, there was a security officer who showed up with a Blue Lives Matter hat. Yes, of course, Blue Lives Matter, but that is not the question right now. The question right now for you is whether Black Lives Matter. And for having your security guard show up with that hat, that is a slight on every single person who stands out there and every single Black person who lives here in Arvada. And for him to come and say something to me, and I ask, hey, how are you doing? And his response is something about coronavirus and dismissing me, that's not good. So I'm gonna hold you and the HR office and the city council accountable for the people who work for you. Do better, hire better, train better, talk to your workers, talk to each other. How can we all do better? Because when we say things like Black Lives Matter, what does that say to you? Are you happy about it? Does it make you feel proud? Or are you neutral? Or are you defensive? And if so, why are you defensive? Just ask yourself. It's okay to be defensive, but then take the next step. Why am I defensive? Because Black Lives Matter is not about you, because we are all white. It is about the people who are Black and who are living here, even in Arvada, and making them feel safe. And I challenge you to also make them feel safe.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Traven. Let me make a brief, we have nobody else signed up during this portion. Let me make a brief comment. We don't normally respond back in terms of during public comment. This is your time to talk to us, not our time to talk to you. The City Council, I think, with the assistance of our team, has come up with a statement that we posted. You know, we were abhorred by the death of George Floyd. And it has been an eye-opener. I serve as the chair of the Metro Mayor's Caucus. We have 38 mayors who are meeting weekly, and this has dominated our conversation since that happened, replacing COVID as the topic of discussion. I will be meeting tomorrow night with police chiefs and city managers from throughout the metropolitan area on the issue of the police response, what's the appropriate response. And here at the City of Art, so we're looking at it as a regional issue, certainly in terms of the systemic problems that are truly there in the criminal justice system. And I'm an attorney as well, and I understand that that's certainly an issue that has to be addressed. This has been an eye-opener, without question. We live in a community that is has been somewhat isolated from these issues, somewhat isolated, as compared to some other cities in the metropolitan area. But this has been an eye-opener for Arvada, for the entire region, and I anticipate that we will indeed be looking, and the city manager has already raised the concept of a diversity council. And so I thank both of you for what you're doing, for your willingness to be involved. We've got your contact information. One of the beautiful things about the city of Arvada is the spirit of volunteerism, and I know that there's going to be a volunteerism on this issue unlike anything we've had in the past. So thank you both for being here, and we know we haven't heard the last from you, and we're glad for that. Thank you both.
Mr. Mayor, can I say 20 seconds?
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I have seen the statement, and I appreciate and I see lots to hang on from the statement, so I thank you for that statement. I do say, though, that words do matter. What we do say, what we do not do, what we don't say as individuals, as representatives of our city, what you don't say is loud. The Arvada Library, in their statement, alluded to the commitment to inclusiveness, to diversity, for honoring Black lives. Did not use any language like that, and I hope that in a subsequent statement, that may be something you consider.
We'll certainly talk about that. Thank you both.
Excuse me, Mayor. We do have 2 people on Zoom for public comment.
Okay, very good. So we have public comment on Zoom. If the first person would identify themselves.
This will be Cabell Hodge, Mr. Hodge.
Good evening, Mr. Hodge. If you'll state your address. Is Mr. Hodge there?
Hello, this is Cabell Hodge. Can you hear me?
We can now, sir. If you could give us your address.
Excellent. My address is 8260 Iris Court, Arvada.
And for public comment, you have 3 minutes, and I'm starting the timer now. Go ahead.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you for letting me have the chance to comment virtually. I appreciate it. Appreciate what you've said in your statement and what the folks before me have said. I was looking into this issue a bit in terms of what actions we could take, and the diversity committee sounds like a good idea. I think an important step would be a police advisory committee or a police oversight committee. Not necessarily because Arvada has any problems in particular, but because there have been incidents involving police officers throughout the country. And I think that if there were a committee that represented the citizens, that gave them a voice, a place to launch complaints, and to mediate any sort of disagreements, I think that would be a step in the right direction. I feel like it would give everyone a voice. We could ensure, or we could work to ensure good policing strategies and policies, and identify any sort of corrective measures. I think it would send important messages that Black Lives Matter and that the city of Arvada cares about its people. And so that's what I wanted to contribute. And you mentioned volunteerism. So if you are creating a list of folks that might want to be involved, I would be happy to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. You are on the list. Okay, we have one other individual on a Zoom call.
Yeah, this will be for Nancy Young. Nancy, can you hear me? Are you there?
Yes, I am here. Shall I begin?
Yes, you may, Ms. Young.
Thank you. Well, good evening. Why is Arvada so intent on the Old Town residences, also known as the $30 land deal? This project was initially denied by City Council in January 2018, then brought back soon after in March when it was approved. The procedure used to justify the second public hearing required a convoluted interpretation of the law, as ruled by the Colorado Appeals Court, who overturned the March 2018 approval. This court decision was issued on May 14th of this year. The project has now bounced back for a third try under a new land development code that was approved on May 18th, just 4 days after the court ruling. Old Town Residences is a 6-story modern building that would loom over the Old Town National Historic District and eliminate the grand view. It would be built on part of 9 acres of land that Urban Renewal plans to sell for a mere $30 to the National Development Company, Trammell Crow. In addition, Trammell Crow will receive tax subsidies from Urban Renewal for years to come. There will be a community meeting about this project on June 25th at 6 p.m. Registration is required and attendance will be limited due to the COVID-19 health crisis. Perhaps it's convenient for the developer that many opponents of this proposal will not be attending to protect their health. Is there something special about Trammell Crow? Why build more luxury housing when there's an urgent need for middle-income housing in Arvada? There are many unanswered questions about this project. I urge this council to temporarily suspend any action on the controversial Old Town Residences until it is safe for all citizens to ask questions about it in person and have a dialogue with the developer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Does that now conclude public comment during this section? Thank you. Next, we have the consent agenda. We just have one item on the consent agenda tonight. It's a resolution authorizing the First Amendment to the lease agreement by and between the City of Arvada and T-Mobile. Do I have a motion? Mr. Marriott?
Thank you, Your Honor. I move that consent agenda item R 20-048 be approved.
Motions for approval. Mr. Jones, I need your vote. I'm sorry. Go ahead, if you'll turn on your mic.
Sorry. Mayor, I did have a question. I just wanted to know what was the reasoning for the length of time in order to get this contract done?
Well, Councilmember Ford, I think that I can respond to that question. They're looking at renegotiating a relatively complex provisions, and they just need the time in order to thoughtfully consider all the options that they have. So that's my information on that issue.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 7-0. Next, we have Resolution 20049, a resolution authorizing a fifth extension to the effective date of the city manager's declaration of emergency relating to the novel coronavirus COVID-19 and the associated public health crisis. Mr. Devitt.
Your Honor, this will be me. As council is aware, the ongoing pandemic caused the city manager to declare an emergency on March 13 of 2020. The city manager's emergency declaration has been extended by city council at various occasions and currently expires on June 30, 2020. Since the last requested extension was approved, local public health authorities have continued to identify additional cases of COVID-19, although the rate at which those additional cases are increasing has actually gone down. The state of Colorado is applying less restrictive measures at this point, given the rate decrease. Since the last time council extended the emergency declaration, the city manager has done a few different things, including approving the closure of certain streets in Old Town. The recommendation to extend the emergency declaration through July 31st is based on the fact that the public health crisis remains fluid, and also on the fact that the extension of the emergency declaration through July 31st will allow continued emergency response efforts and facilitate future applications for emergency grant funding. For those reasons, the Arvada team recommends that the City Council approve R20-049, a resolution authorizing a fifth extension of the effective date of the City Manager's declaration of emergency relating to the novel coronavirus, COVID-19, and the associated public health crisis.
Very good. Open it up for City Council questions or action. Ms. Simpson.
Yes, I'll make the motion.
You may proceed.
All right. I move that R20-049, a resolution authorizing a fifth extension of the effective date of the city manager's declaration of emergency relating to the novel coronavirus, COVID-19, and the associated public health crisis be approved.
Motions for approval. All votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Ms. Rush, there was a question. Did we already approve the minutes?
I believe so.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Very good. Next, we have a resolution authorizing the first budget amendment to the 2020 operating and capital budget to authorize the issuance of a purchase order to Rotary Lift for the purchase of a heavy vehicle lift for the new Parks and Fleet facility. Mr. Devon?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this resolution would approve the purchase of a heavy lift for the new Parks and Fleet building that is being built. This piece of equipment was not originally included in the project budget. We had anticipated either reusing some of the existing equipment or making some other operational changes in order to accomplish what we wanted to accomplish here, which is the maintenance of heavy equipment. But upon further review and introspection and evaluation, we determined that we needed this heavy lift, and we were able to find the resources within our budget to afford the $128,699 to fund this heavy lift. We believe it will save us resources in the long run, as we will be able to more efficiently move equipment about and maintain heavy equipment rather than shuttling it between places. So therefore, we are recommending approval of the resolution as proposed.
Very good. Open it up for council questions or action. Mr. Marriott?
Thank you, Your Honor. I move that Resolution R20-50, a resolution authorizing the first budget amendment of the 2020 operating and capital budget to authorize the issuance of a purchase order to Rotary Lift for the purchase of a heavy vehicle lift for the new Parks and Fleet facility be approved.
Motions for approval. All votes cast. That passes 7-0. Thank you. Next, we have R20051, a resolution authorizing an intergovernmental agreement by and between the City of Arvada and the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Mr. Devon?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this is one of those situations where, as we reevaluate and look at situations, we determine that it would be better if we would formally approve an agreement between the city and the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, to accept Community Development Block Grant entitlement, in this case in the amount of $470,068. Our legal team, under the direction of my colleague Rachel Morris, felt that putting the terms and conditions of the funding that we accept from HUD into an intergovernmental agreement would be in the best interest of all parties. And our team that works on this within our housing office readily agreed. And so together the teams have put together this intergovernmental agreement, and it is this agreement that we're asking you to approve tonight by approving Resolution R20-051.
Very good. Open it up for council question or action. Ms. Ford.
I'll make a motion if there's no other
There are no other
questions.
lights. You may proceed.
I move that R20-051, a resolution authorizing an intergovernmental agreement by and between the City of Arvada and the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, be approved.
Motions for approval. The votes are cast. That passes 7-0. Thank you. Ms. Miller, do you wish to make a motion on first reading?
Absolutely, Your Honor. I move that Council Bill 20-017, an ordinance authorizing an additional appropriation for fiscal year 2020, be approved on first reading and ordered published in full, and public hearing set for July 6, 2020 at 6:15 p.m.
Motions for approval on first reading. All votes are cast. That passes 7-0. We do have one item under other. Mr. Jones, do you have a motion?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. In light of the agenda for the public hearings tonight, I get the sense that we're probably going to run a little bit long, so we have the opportunity to hear from all those who wish to speak on all of the different hearings tonight. And so I'd like to move that pursuant to Council Rule of Procedure 9-B, to suspend the meeting in time requirement under the City Council Rule Procedure 2-B. That will allow us to go past 11:30 this evening if we need to, and not have to deal with it when we get there.
Very good. That is Mr. Jones's motion. Any questions on the motion? If not, please vote. All votes are cast. That passes 7-0. I think we've got a commitment from council that we really, truly want to get a resolution on this issue tonight. So with that, we do stand ready to open the public hearing on Council Bill 011, an ordinance repealing and reenacting Chapter 90, Solid Waste of the Arvada City Code. At the same time, we'll consider R20-052, a resolution authorizing an agreement between the City of Arvada and Allied Waste Transportation, Inc., DBA Republic Services of Denver, for residential solid waste collection services. And at the same time, we'll consider R20-053, a resolution authorizing an agreement by and between the City of Arvada and the Recycling Partnership to accept the award for a grant package from the Recycling Partnership that includes a cash grant of $512,000 to support Arvada's purchase of recycling carts and education and outreach efforts. Mr. Devon.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this has been quite a journey over the last 18 months to bring this matter to your attention tonight. And I am very proud to represent our team as we present this information for your consideration. And we do have a presentation tonight that we are going to bring up on the screen that will facilitate your consideration of these items as you've listed. Okay, so if we could have the next slide, please, Bruce. So all along, we have proceeded with the understanding that there are certain benefits associated with an organized waste hauling system. These benefits were presented to the City Council during a workshop on December the 10th, 2018, And in terms of the information and the benefits that were provided to you that night and that are listed on this screen, these are items that we have noted in pages 4 and 5 of the council report on the ordinance item that is under consideration, wherein we've also listed sources of information that were used as reference. You've seen these benefits before. In fact, we've talked about them with the community in terms of improving our low recycling rates, decreasing truck traffic, decreasing noise and air pollution, providing some additional services that are highly desired by our community, and you can see the other things on the other items on the slide. Next slide. In the spring of 2019, in response to the information that was presented to the City Council in December of 2018, and then also the Council's need and direction to provide more information or get more information from our community, we held an engagement through our Speak Up Arvada platform on reasons to take action and what the community benefits were viewed by our residents. And you can see the results there. There was interest in increasing recycling and composting. There was interest in seeing fewer trucks on the road and some of the other benefits that are listed, as you can see on this slide. This was information that we brought back to you at a workshop that we held in the spring, later on the spring of 2019. And as a result of that workshop, we were directed as a team to continue working and investigating the feasibility of bringing an organized waste hauling system to Arvada. Next slide. So I think it's important to review the progress to date. As again, the December 2018 workshop with the Sustainability Advisory Committee, where the council received the information favorably, and in fact at that time we were directed to put organized waste hauling on the City Council retreat agenda for January of 2019. We did that, and the council requested some additional information. We did provide that information a month later in February of 2019, which resulted in your direction to provide some more engagement through our online engagement platform. From March through May of 2019, we conducted the community outreach and shared the results with you at a workshop in May of 2019. And then in July of 2019, we actually reviewed responses to a request for proposal that we issued following the May 2019 workshop. In that, through the review of that information, you directed us to prepare an advisory ballot measure, which we did and presented to you back at the end of August of 2019. And at that time, the council rejected the proposed ballot measure and directed us to continue the proposal process. At the time, you indicated you felt you didn't have enough information, and we understood that, so we continued the process in order to provide the information that you needed in order to make a decision. As we proceeded through September through February, September 2019 through February 2020, we continued to receive proposals. We continued to evaluate those proposals. The proposal evaluation process resulted in us evaluating 4 proposals from competing vendors. And through that process, we identified that the most responsible and responsive bidder at that time was Republic Services, and so we commenced negotiations with Republic Services, and through the early part of this year, 2020, we kept you updated on that negotiation process, and by March of this year, March of 2020, we were prepared to present the first reading of an ordinance at the March 16th City Council meeting. As you well know, we had to suspend actions on this matter as we shut down city facilities in response to the COVID-19 public health crisis, and then provided you with a revised schedule, which resulted in the introduction of the first reading on May 4th. We had a workshop on May the 11th and continued online engagement and in-person community meetings through just basically last week. So that's where we stand now as we are presenting this to you for your action tonight. Next slide. So I want to talk a little bit about the competitive selection process. This has come up in some of the discussions that we've had with the community in terms of the town hall meeting that we had in May and the in-person meetings that we had last week. We actually sent letters to 9 haulers to inform them of the process to look at an organized waste hauling system in Arvada, and that occurred in the spring of last year. Of the 9 haulers that we sent to, we actually met with 4. We issued a request for proposal requesting price and service options, and we received 4 submissions from 4 different haulers. We convened a group of 5 Arvada team members to review and evaluate the submissions. This included our purchasing manager, our director of finance, and at that time, Jessica Prosser, who was our project manager at that particular point. Our team members finalized, council and team members finalized service details of the programs that was most likely to benefit the residents. As you may recall, we had discussions with the council through workshops that we held in the spring and summer of 2019, which helped to inform the conversations that we had with the waste haulers. And as a result of that, we issued a best and final proposal for the 4 companies who had submitted their responses to the RFP. It was at that point that we competitively determined and evaluated the proposals and determined that Republic responded with the lowest pricing and the best program details that met the discussions and the requirements and the issues that the City Council had identified for us up to that point during the workshops that we held in the spring and summer of 2019. And then we commenced final negotiations with Republic, which produced the agreement that's under consideration tonight. So I think it's important to emphasize that this was a very competitive process and a very deliberate process, an intentional process to determine what was the best proposal and how we could develop that proposal into an agreement. Next slide. So a little bit about Republic Service. They have been servicing the Denver metro area for over 30 continuous years. They have 41% fewer safety incidents than the industry standard. They're included on Barron's 100 Most Sustainable Companies list in 2018 and 2019. More, I think, to the point, they operate the Foothills landfill that is outside of Arvada in Jefferson County as part of the Jefferson County Solid Waste Disposal Site Fund, and they also have 4 municipal contracts in the Denver area that's similar to Arvada's program. Next slide. So the ordinance before you tonight would provide the city with the authority to bill residents for waste hauling services under the proposed contract, and it also updates our existing waste hauling regulations to increase the license fee for regional standards, requires all haulers to provide recycling, and provides an annual report. It's important for you to note and for the community to note that the approval of this ordinance is what would enable the consideration of the agreement with Republic Services and then ultimately the acceptance of the grant that's before you tonight for the purchase of the carts. So the ordinance is the first thing that needs to be approved if we're going to move forward with the actions that are proposed tonight. The other items can then be considered after that. Next slide. So who would receive the waste hauling services? We have approximately 32,000 households in non-HOA neighborhoods that would be able to receive these new waste hauling services. And this includes residences with 7 or fewer units. So for multifamily units of 8 or more, this would not apply to them. And then HOAs with current waste contracts are excluded but can choose to join the program later. So we kind of treat HOAs a little differently in this situation, understanding that many of them already have agreements that they're in the process of working through. Next slide. So the services to be provided under this proposed contract includes weekly volume-based pricing for waste. And you can see the different cart options there, which are 32-gallon, 64-gallon, and 96-gallon. Recycling that would be collected on a biweekly basis, and then bulky items, which includes 2 drop-off events and at no charge, and then on-demand curbside pickup for $15 an item, and then yard debris drop-off events, which would be held in the spring event, and then 3 fall leaf weekend collections. We also provide door-to-curb services that would be part of this option as well. Next slide. The rates here are showed for the monthly household rates for non-HOA homes. You can see them on the slide, and the recycling is automatically included in each pricing point. We believe, based on the information that we know, that this will save most Arvada households funds, money each month. Households currently pay between $20 to $29 a month for similar services. And then when you add in the value of the bulky item pickups and the events and the availability of recycling, we believe this provides a lot of value for Arvada residents and also starts to accomplish the other community benefits that we listed earlier in this presentation. Next slide. This shows the additional options that are available. Again, the 32-gallon, 64-gallon, 96-gallon containers. If you need an additional cart, you can see that you can get that for an additional $2.95 to $3.09, depending on the size, for recycling. And then for an additional trash bin, you can see that you can receive an additional trash bin for a charge per month ranging from $4.20 to $4.34. And then you can also put out an additional trash bag at a cost of $3.50. So this is part of the menu of services that were identified as we moved forward in discussions with the City Council and the community on how we can best develop a program that would meet the variety of needs.
Mr. Marriott's got a question.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Devon, sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to clarify one thing on this slide that you have in front of it. I believe the pricing form says that to qualify for an additional trash cart, you must already subscribe to the largest size trash cart. Is that true?
So, yes, it's true. You want to go ahead and answer that?
Yes, you have to subscribe to the 96-gallon before getting an additional cart.
Right. So just to be clear, if you have a 32-gallon trash cart and that proves to not be enough, you don't have an option of getting a second 32-gallon cart, but you can move up to the 64-gallon size. And that once you get to the 96-gallon size, then if that's not enough, then you may get a second trash cart.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Thank
those
you.
prices really can correspond to the sizes of those carts if you already have the larger cart. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Next slide, Bruce. The minimum service fee, something that's been discussed quite robustly during the many of the community meetings and some of our workshops that we've had. This encourages residents to participate in the city program, but also have the right to hire their own waste hauling company. We anticipate somewhere between 1% to 3% of the households that are expected to choose their own company. If households do choose their own company, then for the $5.13 per month rate of the minimum service fee, they would be subject or eligible for the bulky item collection benefit, which is valued at somewhere between $60 to $125 per year. And that's a lower minimum rate than in other regional cities. In fact, in most cities, the minimum rate, minimum service fee is equal to the smallest trash container that is provided, which based on the pricing that we have tonight, that would be the $11 and $11.70, I think it is, 32-gallon rate. This minimum service fee is far below that, and we think represents a very good value for our Arvada residents that would be receiving these services. Next slide. Getting back to HOAs, HOAs can join the program and have bulk services. However, we've excluded them from the contract because many already have organized contracts with standard pricing in their own communities, and they're already realizing, by having an organized program, already realizing the benefits that we're seeking to achieve in this particular program, such as reduced truck traffic and recycling. And for the fee that would apply to them would be 88 cents per month for the bulky item and yard debris events that we would provide on an annual basis. We can certainly encourage them to join the program at some point in time in the future, should they choose to do so. And we believe that many of them will see the benefits of this program and over time join the program. Next slide. So this slide shows the breakdown of the fees to cover services. And as you can see, for the different service classifications, we have identified the rate that would be for the different waste containers, and as you can see, for example, for the 32-gallon container, Republic Services is charging $8.26 a month, and then we add a fee of $3.24 to cover the city cost for administering the program, which includes billing and the other parts of the customer service that we would be providing. We are also utilizing this collection to stand up an enterprise fund and return the investment for the purchase of the carts, both the recycling and trash waste container carts, to start this program, and then actually develop a reserve fund to pay for the replacement of those carts over about approximate 10-year time frame. So by charging both these fees combined, provide the ability for the city to operate this fund as an enterprise fund and pay for all of its costs without having an expense to the general fund. Next slide. Other key contract points. If this agreement is, and these actions tonight are approved, we would project a July 2021 start date. The prices are fixed for the first 2 years. So from 2021 to July of 2023, the prices are fixed. And then at that point, the contract allows for a consumer price index increase of up to 3.5% per year based on the water sewer trash index. So we set a maximum and we also set a minimum. The minimum is 2.5% per year as well, again, based on the water sewer trash index. The agreement is proposed as a 5-year term with 2 optional additional years. The agreement does not have to be renewed after the 5 years, but it could be if both parties are satisfied with the service. The city will purchase and own the trash and recycling carts, and we would receive, again, if the actions are approved tonight, a $500,000 grant towards the cart purchase for the recycling carts. The hauler will maintain and deploy the carts. So while we would purchase them under the proposed agreement and the proposed ordinance, the hauler would be responsible for the deployment and the maintenance of the carts. And the city will provide billing as part of the bi-monthly utility bill. Next slide. One of the things that the City Council has been insistent on in contracts such as these is making sure that we have very good customer service performance measures that we can hold haulers, or in this case haulers, accountable for. So Republic is required per the agreement to handle all customer service requests. They will maintain a dedicated customer service representative and local call center in the Metro Denver area. And as part of the agreement, we've negotiated a 99.9% service guarantee with penalties for poor service and non-compliance. So as you would look at the agreement, and specifically there's a attachment to the agreement that spells this out. There are a series of penalties that can be applied in the case of poor service being provided. And as part of that contract, we would require customer service data reports on the customer service metrics and making sure that issues were resolved in a timely manner and to our customer satisfaction. Next slide. So we've listed here the different forms of community engagement that we have implemented over the last several weeks. I talked about the May 11th workshop with the City Council that kind of restarted, re-engaged the discussion within the community. On May 28th, we had a community forum, went for nearly 2 hours. I think it was an hour and 45 minutes total. I think we engaged somewhere around 70 people that were part of that discussion, and we had somewhere around 45 or 50 questions, I think, that we responded to over the course of that time. We had all of our team members that were part of the call, and many of those team members, I think nearly all those team members are here tonight and available to answer any questions from the City Council. We've also had 2 phases of engagement on Speak Up Arvada. We've had numerous updates through our website, arvada.org. We've answered questions through Ask Arvada. We've had posts in the Arvada report, and we've also had posts in the Arvada News e-newsletter. So we have done our best to get the word out. I think we showed in our council report that we had a lot of metrics around the engagement, and we believe we have been able to respond to and answer the questions that have been posed to us to this point. So, next slide, please. The next steps and the timeline. So the next steps, if approved, would be that in the summer of 2020, we will finalize and execute the contract and finalize the implementation plan. The implementation plan would start in late 2020 through early 2021, with residents being asked to choose cart sizes. And then the July 2021 start date. As you can imagine, if this agreement is approved tonight, we would have a company that would need to hire a number of new employees and develop the, purchase the capital needs, the trash trucks and the recycling trucks and all the other equipment necessary to service an additional 32,000 households. And that's the reason for the time frame. Beginning with late 2020 through the July 2021 start date. Next slide. So I think it would be an understatement for us to indicate that this has been a very important issue, generate a lot of community conversation, and I think a certain degree of divisiveness within the community regarding the idea of organized waste hauling with being implemented in Arvada after many years of not having such a service. And we recognize that the actions before you tonight present difficult decisions. The core issue, as we see it, is community benefits such as what was enumerated in December of 2018 by the Sustainability Advisory Committee versus the limitation of choice, which many people have brought to our attention as we've had the community forums and conversations and exchange of emails and things along those lines. So tonight, we have presented you with 3 alternatives that are listed in the council reports for the ordinance and for the agreement with Republic Service. The first is to approve the ordinance and agreement. That's what we are recommending because as we have traveled with the City Council over these 18 months, that has been the course of action that has been directed by a majority of you. But again, we understand that there's many options and other options that should be considered. So the other option obviously would be to not approve the ordinance and agreement. And then the third option that we listed is for you to direct the city manager to develop an advisory ballot measure. That ballot measure would be something that we would bring back to you at a future date, but it would be something that would be conceivably, if we get that direction tonight, we could develop it for the November 2020 ballot. So those are the 3 options that we have included for you to look at tonight, and certainly we will assist you in the discussion that you have to make this final decision. Next slide. So we have a large number of people who have been working on this initiative. It's a very complex initiative. And over the 18 months, as we've looked at all the different issues that we have to address, from the solicitation process to the process of billing and to this process of supporting the technology and other platforms that we need to provide in order to stand this up. And we proceeded with the understanding that we had to solve as many of these problems before the agreement was actually approved. And the reason for that is that we needed to understand what we were getting into. So we assembled a very robust team of outstanding professionals. You can see their names on the slide. Very proud to have worked with all of these individuals, and most, if not all of them, are available tonight to answer any questions that you may have. And so with that, we're certainly open to questions from the City Council based on your review of what we've presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Devon, for that presentation. We're now going to open it up for public comment on this, and I want to make a few comments about that. First of all, we're going to take in the order of presentation for public comment those individuals who are here in City Hall. I understand we've got over 40 individuals who have signed up to speak. There is a three-minute limit. We will be watching that pretty closely so that everybody can have a fair opportunity to speak. You certainly don't have to speak for the full 3 minutes. If you've been in the audience and you've been hearing, as I understand, you're able to observe. If you want to just chime in with I'm for or against, or I agree with so-and-so, whatever, I would like to have this be a thorough discussion, but certainly would like and intend to, we intend to complete this discussion here tonight. I would ask that you all act with civility, as I know that you will. These are tough issues for us. We've been receiving many emails. I want to make a distinction in this kind of hearing versus what we've been dealing with quasi-judicial land use types of decisions. This is legislative. So it was appropriate for citizens to reach out to us directly, and certainly appropriate for individual council members to indicate their position on this, because it's a policy legislative type of issue. So there's totally appropriate action by both citizens and council members in terms of reacting to that. I also want to begin the discussion tonight by making it abundantly clear that no one sitting at this dais, no one on our city team has received any kind of kickback, concession, anything of value for taking a position for or against on this item. This is truly a council that cares, that listens. There may be a diversity of opinion, but we respect each other, and we respect hearing from our citizens on this, and we're going to respect the discussion that we're going to have after we conclude the public testimony. After we hear from the people who are here in the City Hall, we have several people who have signed up to speak via Zoom or phone. We will take those next. And then we have over 100 emails that we have received that have been asked to be read into the record. We've received close to 400 total emails that all of council has received, and we have reviewed. But for the ones that specifically ask that they be read into the record, they will be read into the record. This has been an unusual proceeding. This will be an unusual proceeding for us because of COVID. And people may question the timing of why we're taking this issue up at this time. It's because of the timelines that Mr. Devon has talked about, that if indeed this passes, there are efficiencies that need to be met to be able to get this program in operation under the timelines that have been contemplated under the contract. Council thought it was very important that we all 7 be here in council chambers for this. Again, I thank the city team for installing the dividers so that we could all be here. And I want to specifically point out Lauren Simpson. She's got surgery coming up here in the next few days and chose to be here in spite of that, because she thought it was important to be here, to be live and in person for this discussion. And I want to thank her, and I thank the rest of council as well, because all of us, I'm getting to the borderline of the age where you're supposed to be more and more concerned. but we all think this is important. I think our team has done a great job to set this up in a way that we could do this, that we can have public testimony here in chambers, by Zoom, and by email, so that we can hear from as many people as possible on this important issue. So with that, we'll begin the public testimony. If the first individual will come down, I will remind you, and I'm sure you're being reminded already, please do not touch the podium. If you'll stand where you're supposed, where indicated there, you can take off your face mask for your comments, make your 3 minutes comments, and then if you'll exit out to the door to the east. Thank you very much. If you'll give us your name and address.
Sure. My name is Clarine Shelley. I live at 8477 Everett Way, Unit D in Timber Cove 2. First of all, I've been listening to the comments earlier. I have to say to you that as a law enforcement officer for 35 years in the city of Lakewood, and having had the opportunity to work with this police department over a number of years in many different ways, you have an excellent police department. It's accredited, has been for a long time. There are over 400 standards to be met. I can appreciate the comments that were made earlier. George Floyd was murdered. There's no doubt about that. But I encourage you, as the representatives of this city, to be cautious, thoughtful, and factual as you take a look at your own police department and what they've been like over the years. Thank you for that. Let me first of all begin by saying that you're all here because of a democratic, voter representative process that we've known for hundreds of years. I'm not here to talk about the trash, but I am here to talk about the concerns I have about the process through which this has been handled. First of all, let me say to everybody that's been involved in it, having been in local government for so long and having been here a number of times, there's a lot of work that's gone into this. There's no question about it. However, I would honestly say to you that as I look through the materials that were made available online, I think about the representation that has been presented to you in terms of the pros and cons, the fors and against, however you want to put it. So I really, really am hoping that you take a look at, when I look at the current engagement metrics on page 3 of your proposal, or of the document that was public. If you take a look at those numbers, first of all, they're almost all via computer, through internet, through Facebook, through Twitter. And I know for a fact that there are a number of my own friends who do not have access to those particular forms in order to engage or obtain information. As I look at the numbers that are presented here, assuming that they're all one-time contacts and not repeated over and over again, I call it stacking the deck, then there's still only about 30% of the population of the city of Arvada that's represented in the numbers in this metrics. So I would ask you to consider that. What would happen if you waited until November of this year, when there is something on the ballot having to do with this? Your representation numbers would go up exponentially, especially given the election for this year. So I strongly encourage you to wait for that. As I look at the fact that there has been an option presented to you to wait to put this on the ballot, and I'm looking at page 6 now of this document. It indicates that the option has been presented to you, is an alternative to you, and that Republic, and I understand they're a business.
And ma'am, I'm going to need to cut you off. Your 3 minutes is up.
Oh, it's gone.
But thank you very much.
Alternative number 3.
Got
please.
it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh. I volunteer for any board you have in reference to your police department.
Very good. Thank you. Sir, if you'll state your name and address.
Sure. Keegan Conley, 6655 Teller Street, Arvada. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, on behalf of the Arvada Sustainability Advisory Committee, I want to start by offering congratulations on the organized waste and recycling system. ASAC started this process over 4 years ago by reviewing the community surveys and talking with Arvada residents. ASAC tabled at kite festivals, harvest festivals, the Taste of Arvada, Apex Triathlons, the Winterfest. We also met with neighborhood associations, the clubs of the Kiwanis, Arvada Gardeners, Optimists, and the Boy Scouts. The community surveys were our starting point, but we went out and asked the community personally what they wanted in a waste and recycling system. After 2 years of conversations, ASAC presented One Street, One Truck, which is this committee's official recommendation. The proposal was guided by our outreach with the community and educated by our experience and knowledge. Your body received that presentation warmly and kicked off the city's efforts in December 2018. For the past 2 years, you have been guiding city staff through the RFP process, negotiating services, designing ordinance language, and creating an organized waste and recycling system. City staff worked hard to receive a $500,000 grant to help pay for a portion of this portion of the carts. Thank you, city staff, for your hard work on this. Thank you, city council, for guiding this. Thank you, members of the Sustainability Committee, for kicking this off. And thank you for the public for your input throughout this entire process. ASEC continues to believe that this program is a step in the right direction for Arvada because it offers more affordability, efficiency, and more services for Arvada residents. We believe adopting this program would be choosing a better quality of life for Arvada. Based on what we have heard over the past 4 years, multiple trucks from as many as 9 companies travel on Arvada Street. The residential hauling study conducted for the city estimated a trash truck reduction of 82% when switching from an open market to a single hauler system. If we can reduce trash truck trips, then the city might be able to manage the condition of the streets within the allocated budget. Over the past 4 years, ASAC has heard that residents not in an HOA wanted services at a comparable cost as residents that live in an HOA. Our research indicates that residents not in an HOA are paying double what those in an HOA pay for the exact same services. This program makes costs more equitable across the city, with residents paying close to the same price for the same service, whether or not you live in an HOA. Another topic we heard from residents was that they wanted more recycling options. Residents are disappointed about a 13% recycling rate. They know Arvada can and should do better. This program is a step in the right direction because it gives everyone a recycling cart, making it easy and convenient for everyone to recycle. Finally, ASAC believes that an organized waste and recycling system is the most efficient, affordable, and environmentally friendly way of transporting our waste to the landfill while offering more recycling options to more Arvada residents. The collective knowledge gained from over 4 years of conversations between ASAC and the community proves that widespread support exists for this initiative. The City Council should pass this ordinance knowing that the public interest is being served in ways that will have multiple sustained benefits for years to come. I and ASAC encourage you to vote yes and implement the Organized Waste and Recycling Program.
Thank you very much. You timed that well.
Thank you,
evening.
Mayor Williams, City Council members, for having this hearing tonight. It's good to see everybody. I'm here to speak in support of the Organized Waste Hauling Ordinance.
And if you'll state your name and
Okay.
address for the record.
I'm sorry. Mindy Moore, 7030 Sims Street, Unit 203.
Thank you.
This proposal first is good for our local economy. There will be lower costs from reduced illegal dumping. Many cities that have instituted services like this see a decline in illegal dumping at commercial properties, and that will help our businesses not having to clean up. It'll also reduce costs to the city itself by not having to remove illegally dumped material from public or city-owned properties. Secondly, the new program would support economic growth in our area. Organized waste hauling will increase our recycling, as Keegan mentioned, by providing residents with curbside recycling options, and it will help area recycling businesses by providing the raw materials that they need. One example is glass. Both Momentum Glass Recycling in Broomfield and Rocky Mountain Bottle Company in Wheat Ridge need more recycled glass. By improving our recycling program, they will get more raw materials, which will reduce their operational costs and allow them to hire more local workers. It's been documented that recycling material creates 10 times more jobs per ton of material than does landfilling it. Finally, and interestingly enough, the town of Arvada had an ordinance, this number 169, an ordinance adopted in 1948, that allowed the town to contract out for garbage collection, garbage from homes and businesses, in the interest of public health and safety. In a 1953 council meeting, in the minutes is mention of a 5-year contract which was awarded to the Hansons. It was approved by the mayor and city council. They made the decision to provide for a more efficient system of waste removal, and I think that there's another 5-year contract awarded after that. I urge you, our current elected officials who are voted in to represent your citizens, to also approve a more efficient system of waste removal. Please vote yes for the Organized Waste Hauling Ordinance and Contract. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You can take your mask off if you would like.
I prefer to keep it on.
That's
but
fine.
Thank you.
Yes, if you'll give us your name and address.
Alicia Hasselbrook Tatone, 6232 Kilmer Loop, unit number 203. and I'm attempting to be the shortest speaker here. So I'm just asking you to please vote in favor of this proposal. And I think I have many reasons why, but I think the reason that could possibly appeal to both sides of the argument is the fact that our city will save considerable amounts of money by not having all those trucks on our roads. And also, thank you for your service.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Rebecca Hernandez, and my address is 5420 Water Tower Promenade, Unit 111. Good evening, members of Arvada City Council. My name is Rebecca Hernandez, and I would like to voice my strong support for an organized waste and recycling system. I am a community organizer here in Arvada, as well as a resident. I've spent a lot of time chatting with residents and have particularly worked with low-income families as well as families of color. Without bringing up the current ordinance, these residents have expressed many issues with the current free market system. Families on limited incomes have been forced to tighten their budgets even more due to the high costs of their waste bills. Mothers have come to me conveying their fear for their children playing in the neighborhood due to the high number of trash trucks driving up and down their streets each day. This organized waste and recycling ordinance isn't an attack on personal freedoms. It's not a way for our local government to force residents to recycle. Rather, this ordinance is an opportunity for residents on the margin to have access to affordable, efficient waste and recycling. I would particularly like to speak to the point that a minimum service fee is not necessary for this program to be successful. As I'm sure you all know, the minimum service fee is a standard aspect of waste and recycling contracts throughout the country. This is due in part to the fact that the city contract comes with a fixed set of costs. In Arvada's case, Republic will be servicing approximately 32,000 households. Whether or not each of these households decides to participate in the program, the cost to service a home is still generated, and a minimum service fee is necessary to make the program affordable for the majority of residents. Additionally, if people can opt out for no fee, then it's not a citywide program. It is instead the same subscription service that we have now, with too many trucks on our streets, inequitable pricing, and no citywide recycling. It is not equitable that low-income Arvadans pay more for the same service than the wealthier parts of our community. But that is the system that we have in Arvada today. The 32,000 non-HOA homes pay more for trash and recycling services than the other 24,000 in HOAs. This price difference can be as much as $22 per month. It also isn't fair that some neighbors generate 1 bag of trash while others generate 10. We shouldn't be subsidizing wastefulness. The proposed organized waste hauling system provides a more equitable and fair system. I encourage each of you to support this ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Hi. Tara Kent, 9743 West 67th Place, District 3. First, thank you, Council and Mayor, for hearing us out, the ASAC Committee, the citizens, and the haulers, as we have worked on the organized trash hauling for the past few years. It has been very obvious in the last few weeks of a small portion of residents voicing their concerns against this ordinance and waste hauling initiative. The fact is that none of these persons have showed up at an ASAC meeting to work with us, to voice their concern, and to be involved as a local citizen. And instead, the opposing views have done nothing but start arguments on social media and spread misinformation. And now, instead of bringing their concerns to the table to discuss with Council and ASAC, 2 citizens have decided to propose a recall election for 4 of you. Our council persons that were elected fairly on these issues that they were transparent about during their campaign, and this is very unfortunate. So a few things. Several citizen surveys have shown that most residents are in favor of an organized trash hauling system and more recycling options. 60% of Arvadans do not have access to recycling at their homes. In the last Sustain Arvada plan in 2012, under the waste category, the city aims to, quote, reduce the amount of waste residents send to the landfill by encouraging recycling and composting in residences and businesses and by promoting awareness about product stewardship and consumption, unquote. Here we are in the year 2020 with no real waste diversion change. We are behind with most comparable cities nationwide, and we have local companies that need more materials like Momentum Glass. The inequity of the current situation compared to the proposed program will greatly impact lower income households, and many of them are the voices that we are not hearing. And why is that? Likely because they are single parents who work several jobs to pay the bills, or English is not their first language. These are families who do not get to choose to add to recycling to their services for an extra fee. They don't have that choice because $10 is a meal on their table. So in conclusion, I'm not going to rant and rave about how many trash and recycling trucks are on my dead-end street every week, 9, because you've been hearing about that for years. But I would like to lighten the meeting by introducing to you the world's best recyclers, which I don't have the prop because I wasn't allowed to bring in the red wiggler, the composting worm. And they're considered the best recyclers because they eat nearly their entire weight in organic matter every day. So 1 pound of worms will convert 1 pound of kitchen scraps into compost or bioavailable nutrients. And they reproduce at an exponential rate. So 2 hermaphroditic worms will produce 7 to 10 babies in 30 days. And teenage red wigglers eat more than adult red wigglers. And worms are the quietest pets and virtually odor-free. So will the city be able to help its citizens become better recyclers like these red wigglers? I sure hope so. So please vote yes on the organized waste hauling ordinance.
Thank you very
for your
much.
time.
Good evening, Mayor Williams, members of City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. My name is Mark Petrovich, and I am with Republic Services. Nice to see all of you again in person. I want to thank you, first of all, for the opportunity to work with your community as it considers transitioning to a single haul or solid waste system. It has been a long process, and Republic has greatly appreciated the professionalism and due diligence your city has exhibited on behalf of the residents of Arvada. I can remember when Arvada first started conversations regarding sustainable waste and recycle and collection processes. It was shortly after a 2009 citizen survey that found 91% of Arvada residents supported more recycling options. To address this recurring issue, the City of Arvada undertook a residential waste hauling study in 2010. The study was intended to evaluate clear opportunities for greater diversion and reduced environmental impacts. The study included 7 tasks, including existing system evaluation, collection system benchmarking, council presentations, public outreach, hauler outreach, and then ultimately an evaluation of the options. A lot of time and effort went into that process with a tremendous amount of public outreach. But unfortunately, it just wasn't the right time for change. The Arvada Sustainability Committee was not discouraged and held steadfast in their belief that Arvada could do better. Arvada can do better. This committee continued to engage in public outreach, public education, neighborhood meetings, as well as coordinating the recycling facility tour for the members of council. All of this hard work paid off in December of 2018 with a staff presentation that resulted in a renewed interest from council to explore further the waste collection systems. If my memory serves me correctly, Mayor Williams made a comment that evening stating, "We have kicked that can down the road too long." I agree, Mayor. It is time to pick that can up and put it into the recycle container. The city published an RFP for organized trash hauling in May of 2019. This decision was not a fast-tracked initiative by a small group of people, rather a culmination over 10 years of data gathering, public education, community outreach, environmental impacts, citizen surveys, and industry expert interviews. Attempting to summarize the benefits of a single hauler system to a ballot initiative oversimplifies what has taken many years to accomplish. We are excited about this opportunity to partner with the city and would greatly appreciate your affirmative vote this evening. It is time to stop kicking that can down the road and showcase Arvada as a leader in environmental stewardship. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council Member. My name is Jim Hutchinson. I, too, am here with Republic Services, and on behalf of Republic Services, wanted to express our appreciation for your willingness to handle this type of subject during this weighty time. It was mentioned earlier, it's very unusual, and it's very unusual for all. I'd love to say you are all in a very unique situation. Regrettably, literally this evening, we have 3 contracts throughout the Northwest area that are going through similar debates and similar exercises where they're making sure that they can hear from the citizens. Thank you for your due diligence. I know this is tough on you, and we want to express our appreciation to that. Also want to make sure that you are aware, I believe it was mentioned earlier, that we are here. We'll be set up actually in the annex parking lot there, where we'll be set up on the Zoom to make sure that we're available. Myself, I'm the Director of Municipal Services, working with Mark Petrovich and his colleagues throughout the Northwest area. We'll also have our General Manager from our operations group and our General Manager from the landfill all available for you this evening to make sure that we answer any of the questions you may have. So thank you again for the opportunity. Look forward to any of the questions that may be. And please bear with us if we have a little pause as we move our mute buttons off. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Williams and members of Arvada City Council. It's great to see you here tonight in person. I know it's been a while. My name is Randy Mormon, and it's been a long journey. Since 2011, actually, when City Council considered changing our waste hauling system. And since then, unfortunately, nothing has changed. We continue to have one of the lowest recycling rates in the Front Range. And we have more trucks on the road causing damage, air pollution, noise, and threatening neighborhood safety. We need to take a step forward. And today, you have a difficult decision to make. I know that. Change is hard, and you can't make everyone happy. But tonight, you can create a more fair waste and recycling system for our community. I like to put this in a historical context. What you're considering tonight is a revamp of our trash system so it functions more like a utility, like water and sewer. And I've been wondering lately what it was like after the founding of the city of Arvada when city leaders like yourselves decided to move forward with the citywide sewer system. Before the citywide sewer system, homes had outhouses. Some sewage was thrown out into the streets. The wastewater leaked into the ground, contaminating drinking water, and much of it ended up in our rivers, like Ralston Creek. Early sewers were designed, built, and maintained by private individuals, but city leaders decided to make a change, a big one, in the best interest of the community as a whole, and invest in a city-run sewage system. I'm sure there were opponents at the time that wanted the freedom to choose their own sewer system and saw a city-run system as an overreach of government. But looking back, we are all glad that the city made and acted on that in the interest of the community as a whole and made the change. Such a change cleaned up our streets and our rivers and reduced the spread of disease. Your decision today isn't really a whole lot different. It will create a more efficient system. It will create a more fair system where everyone is getting similar services for similar prices. It will clean up our air and our streets with just one truck and one day of trash. We will all be paying for the amount we use instead of subsidizing others who produce more trash. Just like the sewage system that was built and serves the entire community, we will all be contributing to a new system that will provide benefits to the whole community. Finally, future generations will look back and thank us for the cleaner air and better roads and the contribution we did to reduce our greenhouse gases by recycling more. Please vote today and pass the Organized Waste Hauling Ordinance and Contract. Just like when your predecessors decided to change to a citywide sewage system, today you'll be making a bold and right decision that will have positive impacts now and into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. I'm Joe Rossi. I reside at 5615 Estes Street. We've been there for 60 years. That's longer than a lot of you people on the council. And I am disgusted. I don't like my right of choice to be taken away from me. I've made some brilliant choices, and I don't want anybody telling me how and with whom I spend my money with. And I am totally against this, this $5.13 that you're going to charge people that do not use the service. I think you're going to play hell getting it from me, because you can put it on the water bill, but the water bill will be paid. But the service I do not use, I am not paying for. And I'm just tired of people telling me what to do. First thing you're going to tell me is who I'm going to have to mow my lawn and what day. Now, we got 18-wheelers running down 57th Avenue, Grandview, FedEx, UPS running up and down our street 3 and 4 times a day, same trucks. Now, there's no difference. And I am not going to change my service. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
My name is Mark Horowitz. I reside at 11069 West 59th Place in Arvada. So, I got to start by saying I'm here to speak in support of the policy. And 3 minutes is hardly enough time to go into all the reasons it's a smart system. I just heard the gentleman before me talk about how no one would force him to pay from a company despite Excel and the various utility monopolies. So again, there's just too many reasons to get into why it's a good idea and all the things against it. It's not perfect, but I'm in favor. That's not what brought me out here tonight. What brought me out here tonight was 3 days ago I read in the Arvada Press a recall for 4 of you sitting in front of me, and it's that outrage that has brought me here. I teach middle school to a public school system. I teach at a Title I school locally, not in Jeffco, but not far. I try to teach my kids respect for the democratic process. And man, I listened to, I think, Mark Devin go over all this beautiful democracy. You all were voted, and all of you have won the election. If I recall, one of you even beat one of the people bringing about this recall. So we have all this information. You've surveyed the community. You've got their input. In August of last year, you had a chance to bring it to a vote. My representative, Marriott, at that time, you were one of the unanimous 7-0 who voted not to bring it to the ballot. We elected you to lead. It's a tough decision. It's change, but that's what you've been chosen to do. So I urge you to vote tonight and, as I said, vote in support. I also heard Mayor Williams talk today about the character you all have and how none of you took kickbacks, and I kind of find it a bit shameful that he's the only one who spoke out in the Arvada Press against this recall. And at Marriott, again, as my rep, I disagree with your stance on this, but you're not going to get recalled over a policy disagreement. Tax dollars don't need to be spent on a special election to recall you because you and I disagree about the benefits of this. That's a stupid waste of money, and it's an abuse of the system. So I'd like to hear all of you speak up and say that Bob Pfeiffer, Nancy Ford, Dot Miller, and Lauren Simpson should have nothing to fear about voting their conscience, voting the way the majority of Arvadans feel, and I feel confident saying that based on the thorough work the ASAC committee did, based on everything Mr. Devin read about the entire process. So again, I'm just deeply ashamed that all of you have to face this recall. I teach my kids, middle schoolers, that democracy is better than that. The last recall, and I appreciate, I think it was Mindy Moore and Randy Moorman who brought up history. I appreciate people bringing up history. The last recall wasn't that long ago. It was brought about in Lakewood. It was an embarrassment for the GOP. They wound up not going through with it. And again, the fact that our tax dollars are being potentially used for this outrages me as a citizen. And I just wish you all vote your confidence, vote your conscience. Don't listen to a bunch of haters and pathetic scrubs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll just indicate that none of us are going to make comments about testimony until we're complete with the full testimony. Thank you. Next individual.
Hi, my name is Tina DeLisa Bose. I'm at 6744 Coors Street in Arvada, and I have been in Arvada for 12 years. I'm fourth generation North Denver. My sister has also moved from North Denver to Arvada about the same time, 12, 13 years ago. We're both teachers in Jeffco. I am currently not. My sister is in her 21st year. She is in an HOA area, and I am not, and so we've got both of those things going to look at. The last 4 years, she's been teaching PE, and in these times, it's a little difficult to do PE on Zoom with the kids, as you've seen. But in a lot of the areas where they have a cul-de-sac, there are a lot of kids that are getting together and doing social distancing, ball games, things that have come up that they can do safely. However, my sister took her kids over to one, and they were doing a ball game. And there are 8 houses in that cul-de-sac. And during the amount of time, and you know, kids, that attention span's not extremely long. During the amount of time they were playing that ball game, 4 trash trucks came down a cul-de-sac with 8 houses. And granted, it's a recycling week, but that's ridiculous. There's no way it should be like that. And she's heard me talk about it, but she lives in an HOA, and she was like, oh, it's not like that. She called me when she got home. Oh my goodness, I could not believe 4 trucks in a block that has 8 houses. That's just ridiculous. So HOAs have a good idea of the reasons they don't have that. They choose a company that's going to come in. So there is just the 2 trucks every other week, 1 truck each week. So that's not as much damage on the roads. It doesn't cost the city as much to maintain those roads. And a waste truck is 25 tons when full. So our vehicles are 12 to 13 tons. Those delivery trucks and things are close to 15, 16 tons, but a waste truck is 25 tons. We don't need, and the block that I live on, there's 9 that come through every single week and every other for the others. So it's just too much damage on our streets. I am seeing potholes all over that have been emptied out from what they just got filled with within 4 months. They do the repairs. You guys are paying for those repairs with our taxpayer money. And in 4 months, that repair's gone. And it needs to happen again.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Wells. I live at 12458 West 70th Place in Arvada. And I would like to encourage the City Council to go ahead and pass the ordinance for a single hauler, trash hauler in Arvada. I would not like to wait for a referendum vote from the citizens, because this would only delay the process, which has already been very thoroughly researched and planned out. I live in a non-HOA neighborhood, and the neighbors I know, my neighbors, are all in favor of an organized trash service, and because we're very tired of all the trucks coming down the road every day, some very early in the morning. I've read the issues on a Nextdoor website. I'm sure you all have too. And that can be quite a controversial platform for people to vent on. There are some of my neighbors I haven't met, but they're on there, who are outspokenly opposed to the whole concept of a single hauler trash system. They give reasons ranging from, I want to choose our own hauler, to the city will do a terrible job and the cost will go up, to this is socialism and we don't want socialism. So in my mind, none of these reasons they're giving are very well researched. Many other neighborhoods, including my home in Houston where I lived before I came here in 2003, had an organized trash service. The service was fine. Any problems that came up were quickly resolved, and the system was seamless with other city services like sewer and water. I'd like to see this in Arvada. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Bruce Strawn. I live on 10291 West 77th Place. This is socialism, definitely is, and I don't want it. So I'm strongly opposed to the measure. However, if you'll put it on a ballot measure like you should, and it passes, then I will accept it. A lot of reasons I don't like it. One is the cost. I'm presently paying close to what you're presently quoting. However, I'm allowed to have trash cans of any size and up to 8 if I want, okay? Or 2 cans and 6 bags if I want, okay? So in order under your plan, I would have to pay extra for all those bags. So on a day in the fall where I might have a bunch of leaves, okay, it would cost a lot more, okay? So if you're really doing an apples to apples comparison, it's not going to be cheaper. It's going to be a lot more for some people. I don't like the idea of not being able to choose my own trash day. I've got one day of the week that works for my schedule. It has to be Wednesday. So I like not being able to pick my own trash day. Bothers me a lot. I understand there's going to be an opt-out provision. You're estimating like 1% to 3% may opt out. You have no way of knowing that. It could be way more than that. You could have a lot more unhappy people than you think you do. Might not be happy about having their money taken away and given to a private company, okay? That's good grounds for a lawsuit, okay? And even if you only have 1,000 households opt out, 1,000 households can afford a good lawyer. I don't buy the argument that there's not enough recycling going on in our city. I remember a couple of years ago they had a free recycling event for electronics. Okay, the warehouse got overwhelmed in about 2 days. So the people here, they do want to recycle. They do want to do the right thing. I certainly recycle. So I plead with you, do the right thing. There's a tremendous amount of interest in this issue, okay, for something this big. If this many people are showing up, okay, the right thing to do, just put it to the ballot. Just put it to the ballot. Under our present system, when things go wrong, it's not your fault. It's the trash company's fault. If it goes to a ballot measure and passes and things go wrong, it's still not your fault. But if you ram it through the city council with, we don't have a chance to vote on it, then you own it. Then it's your fault. But thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Steve Nixon. I live at 10517 West 69th Place. Organized waste hauling in Arvada. Now is the time to finally make this a reality. There are so many good reasons to go forward with Arvada's organized waste hauling proposal, including less noise and air pollution, safer streets, reduced road deterioration and future maintenance costs, improved recycling, a more efficient market, and fairer pricing. You will hear more about most of these advantages from others, so I will concentrate on a couple of more personal items. This is not only a service that I want my city to provide, it's a service that I have always expected my city to provide. I have lived in several cities along the Front Range, and when I moved to Arvada 10 years ago, I was annoyed that I had to set up my own trash hauling service. I'm not really interested in negotiating with waste haulers. Every few years, when I get fed up with the poor service from the large corporation who bought out my small local waste hauler. This has happened twice now to me in 10 years. I expect the city to provide this service just like other utility services: water, electricity, telecom, natural gas. This type of service is why I live in a city and not in an unincorporated area. If others don't want this type of service, maybe they should not be living in a city. I also have friends and relatives who don't live in Arvada who are appalled when they learn about how many haulers and trash trucks we have here. The current arrangement is not good advertising for the city, and it is the time for a change. Some people opposed to this proposal say they want to maintain their choice of haulers. Well, I would like to have a choice of trash volume and to only pay for the amount of trash that I put out. That is not an option with any of the haulers that are currently providing service to Arvada. With a smaller volume of trash that I put out, I have been effectively subsidizing my large volume trash neighbors, like the last fellow, for many years. Some of them are complaining that their trash prices will go up. I say that it is about time that they pay for the service that they use and that I don't have to pay more to support their excessively wasteful practices. This proposal is so much fairer in so many ways. It should be approved just on the grounds of fairness to the vast majority of Arvada citizens. I would be happy to see this go to a vote of the people if that vote could be limited to those who live in non-HOAs and in complexes of less than 8 units. But since that is not how a vote would work, this needs to be decided by our elected representatives, you. This needs to be a city council decision, and I strongly urge you to vote to approve the proposed ordinance change and to approve the proposed contract.
Thank you, sir.
City Council, Mayor. My name is Matt Mazzotti. I'm a member, owner of Crush Disposal, a local company in Arvada, and I'd like to thank Arvada for allowing us over the last 4 years to continue to service it. There's a few things that clarified real quick. There's not 9 companies in Arvada anymore. It's down to 4.5, 5. One company only goes halfway in Arvada. The other 4 is myself and 3 national companies. So we're the only local company technically and one other company in Arvada. So, okay. I'm now the 3rd generation of my family in this industry. Respectfully, we run the cans up at the garage and only have a respectable limit on the amount of trash recycle you may put out. Furthermore, customers are welcome to use whatever containers they would like. This is what works and what people appreciate about Crush Disposal Service. Many parts of Arvada are older neighborhoods with mature trees, large lots, and many auxiliary structures where people indulge their hobbies and projects. The kind of community procedures produces far amount of extra waste that will soon be subject to a fee. Can you imagine the number of fees that would be charged for extra waste items after the windstorms the past few weeks? There are so many other natural and life events that can often lead to needing to put out more than what fits in their can, or that even will fit in a can generally. So basically where I'm getting at is, you guys have a $3 bag. I mean, 5 bags are at $15. If you would have seen between what COVID-19 did in the last 2 months alone, our trash has doubled, if not tripled, and companies, the bigger guys can vouch for that as well. That's not us, that's everywhere. What are you going to do if there's another pandemic next year or whatever? Who's paying for this? Who's going to continue to do this? And like I said, I mean, you know, Tiger Woods was once asked, are you nervous? And he said, well, if I wasn't nervous, I wouldn't care. And yeah, I'm nervous. And I do care. And all I'm saying is, you guys got to look at the big picture here. This isn't about go green or recycle and all this other stuff. There's small pieces, and if you take that away, you take that little one away. It's just trash. Let the people who know trash take care of trash. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir,
City Council.
Please don't touch the podium. Sorry.
I apologize. Hey there.
My name is Eric Durgan. I am a resident here in Arvada on Dudley, and I am for the single hauler system. I think it is disproportionately for the betterment. So the amount of residents right now that have recycling in Arvada is about 40%. After this would be passed, about 100% of residents would have recycling cans. So what this has done in other counties, we're at 13% for our recycling rate right now. In other neighboring counties, this increased their recycling rate to about 30%. That's what hopefully this can do. Now, I understand that free enterprise is one of the concerns here. My argument to that is the amount of jobs that can also be created from the implementation of the system could also improve free enterprise. When it comes to all of a sudden us increasing the recycling rate from 13% to 30%, all of a sudden we have a lot more materials to do stuff with. And that could mean additional businesses. That could mean new innovations. And that could be additional enterprise. So, in general, I think that it's disproportionately good. It's going to be increasing the recycling rate. It's not perfect. However, this is a basic utility. And if we take other utilities, for example, water, it's taken care of for us. We didn't have to make that decision ourselves. When we moved here, it was easy. And the more convenience we could have here with the system, with moving to Arvada, I think the better for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a very brief break here to wipe down the podium, and council might need a little stretch in place or a quick break. Yeah.
Also, I have a list of businesses.
Thank you for that break, and I would remind speakers if you would stand on the X down here when you're addressing council and not to touch the podium. Okay, ma'am, you're... Good evening.
Katie Johnson, and I've lived at 6215 Ammons Drive for 37 years. Family members of mine live in Denver and in North Glen, where their city-provided trash services are efficient, predictable, and cost-effective. By contrast, in my Arvada neighborhood, well, you've heard people tell you about that already. Multiple trash trucks, the noise, the air pollution, the disruption to the neighborhood, damage on our streets, safety issues for my young grandchildren. But I think one thing people haven't said anything about yet is the disruption or negative effect on the beauty of our neighborhoods by trash sitting curbside every day of the week in a variety of boxes, bags, and trash containers that are often unsightly and smelly. When I take my daily walk in my neighborhood, I often have to navigate off the sidewalks to get around trash sitting curbside every day. I am committed to recycling, but due to the costs charged by my current trash service, I've been taking my recycling to sustainability, even though it's convenient. However, sustainability changed from single-stream recycling and now requires materials pre-sorted into 8 different categories, with separate cardboard recycling fees in addition to their drop-off fee. It would be much less complicated and more convenient to put all of my recycling out in one bin every other week. The proposed system is the fastest and easiest action our city can take to reduce greenhouse gases that contribute to climate change and help protect the future for my grandchildren and the grandchildren and children of all of us as citizens. Arvada should be a leader in responsible recycling, not making it harder for citizens to figure out how to do it on our own. Some people say they want to maintain their right of choice of trash service provider. However, all the choices we have now is what's created the hodgepodge, ineffective system we have today. Some people are upset there's no senior discount. With my senior discount now, I pay $21.33 a month without recycling. The new system would reduce my costs by $5.63 a month and include recycling. The cost reduction of almost $68 a year makes my current senior discount pretty meaningless or insignificant. Some people say they should have the right to vote on this issue. I would remind them you do vote when you vote for you, our city council members. That's why it's called a representative system of government. It would be a waste of taxpayer dollars to put this issue out to a citizen vote process when multiple opportunities and venues have already been provided for input and questions, and a majority of citizens have already shown their support for this type of service in at least 3 community surveys. I also personally respect the hard work done by the Sustainability Advisory Committee to already address possible concerns and trust their expertise, and I don't believe most citizens, including myself, would have the breadth and scope of knowledge to be an informed voter to vote on this topic. Rather, they would be voting simply on their guts. For all these reasons, I am asking City Council members to please vote yes tonight for a single hauler waste and recycling system for Arvada, as many other metropolitan areas have in place successfully now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If you'll come on down to the X down there, state your name and address.
Sarah Holmes, 6040 Johnson Way. I am thrilled with my current waste hauler, and not only does your proposal cost me more, it also does not get me back to the service level I currently enjoy. As an extra service, my company takes the waste receptacles from the street back up my driveway, which means they are not sitting on the sidewalk blocking access all day. There are already load limits for vehicles, including garbage trucks, and by far the most damage is done to roads if trucks decelerate too rapidly rather than as they drive along the road. It's good to see the whole picture when evaluating something, and I feel like big parts of this picture are being left out. You say that I can pay the fee for non-compliance and then continue to use my preferred company. I'm against being punished with a fee. That's not my only problem with it, though. We just had our monthly mortgage payment go up by almost $100 a month, and I needed to fit that into my budget. Plus, with the massive shutdowns, my husband's company has put a freeze on raises and has already had to lay off some employees. I'm not looking for another bill to add to my budget right now, and I believe that there are residents who will have an even more hard time with this increase. So many jobs are already in danger, and this ordinance puts small companies like the waste hauler that I use in a position to suffer, even though they haven't done anything wrong. I don't know how many of their customers will be able to pay the monthly fee. If not enough do it to be cost effective for my company to continue to service this area, you've effectively taken away that choice from me. Further, if residents are not able or willing to pay the extra bag tag fees, they may well turn to burning at least some of their trash in an effort to stay under the limit. That will cause much more noxious fumes and be very dangerous, and there may be more fires that get out of control. I had a neighbor do this before, and I believe it's something that needs to be considered if this ordinance is passed. I noticed a lot in the proposed ordinance about other companies renewing their license, and I fear that going forward, in order to compel compliance, you will not allow a company to renew their license or to obtain a new one for any number of reasons, including the excuse that needs are being met by another company. I'm late to this party because I remember saying no to this idea before, and I was shocked when I found out late Friday that the plan to vote on it was today. I've learned that there are different types of roads and that some are better able to handle heavy vehicles. Have we looked into those options before jumping to the conclusion that my choice in waste hauler should be revoked? In a previous meeting that I watched, the city manager said that no quantifiable measure on the damage these trucks do or on the savings of passing this ordinance. Why put good, hardworking people out of a job without quantifiable measurements of substantial extensions in pavement life? Further, there's been a huge traffic increase to the number of deliveries from things like Amazon. I think it's wrong to cut them out, even though they're not as heavy as garbage trucks, to not look at them in the equation as well, whether you're talking about air pollution or noise or safety concerns. I chose to live in Arvada and not to live in an HOA. What you view as a benefit to living in an HOA, I view as a restriction and punishment. I believe the best chance I have to access fair representation is for this to go to public vote in November.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, Mayor, City Council.
Sir, if you would stand back from the podium and on the X there, thanks.
I'm a 60-year-old male, lived in Arvada on and off since 1970. I moved into Allendale area in 2014 from an HOA neighborhood.
Sir, could you give us your name and address?
Andy Todd, 10753 West 62nd Place.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. One thing I don't like about my non-HOA neighborhood is the seemingly every day a motley group of trash cans and bags and trucks going up and down our road. How nice it would be to have the truck commotion, noise, and trash on our street be limited to a single day. Though my current $20 a month rate for trash hauling is as low as any I'm aware of, it's gone up more than 50% in the last 5 years. The competition between many haulers has not worked, from what I can see. I believe the city's negotiated price escalation limits in this plan and the power of the city to enforce them is the best chance of keeping rates low and service high over time. I know many Arvadans don't necessarily aspire to be as green as Boulder or tidy as Greenwood Village, two cities that are doing similar system, but I hope we would aspire to be better than dumpy Edgewater or Commerce City. When I look them up, turns out they're doing the same thing. I don't care whether the ordinance or the plan is voted on by residents or elected officials. What I do fear is that delaying the decision may scuttle the current contract and cause council, if not the staff, to pause in continuing to seek an improved system. Comes a time to poop or get off the pot. I believe now is the best time to try a new system, given the very substantial work that's been put into it and what appears to be a pretty decent and fair solution to most people's major gripes and issues. I'm for it. I ask you for your leadership and pass this ordinance now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, if you'll go out the door that way. Right back. Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Jonah Hearn. That's 12559 West 77th Place. So there's a tradition in Arvada to place major issues on the ballot for the voters to decide. During my 20 years in Arvada, I've seen tax increases, bond issues, internet service changes, etc. on the ballot. City Council has typically managed the business of the city and served to prioritize the overall budget. I ask on behalf of many citizens in Arvada that anything that will significantly impact the relationship we have with our city government to go to the ballot. The ballot that is only survey that is truly representative of the tens of thousands of people who participate in a typical voting year versus a few hundred that have participated in your surveys. I urge the council to put this issue on the ballot. When there's a major policy issue voted on by City Council that a potential majority of voters are against, we have two options. Form an issue committee, fundraise tens of thousands of dollars, if not hundreds, hire signature gatherers to gather the 10% of total registered voters in Arvada by a 30-day timeline. It's a very difficult challenge and a highly divisive issue such as single hauler trash. I know this is a signer of the urban renewal reform we tried to get on the ballot after the $30 land deal. Recall, this is option 2, recall a majority of city council and allow the remaining council to rebuild a council with representatives that will truly represent the citizens versus pushing their own bias and agenda. This can be done easily, as we only need 25% of the votes cast in the election that put them into office. This is a much lower hurdle. Nobody's higher than 10,000 signatures. Given the number of people who have reached out to me before and after I filed the notice of intent to recall, I believe this can be accomplished easily in the 60-day timeline given the city charter. Given all the options available, there's only one rational choice to influence policy in this city. As I asked the City Council to work on an amendment to City Charter that would provide better access to the ballot to address issues like this. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tim Stott. I am not a Arvada resident. I am here on behalf of Crush Disposal. And I just wanted to let you guys know about the services we offer to people. We offer a very personalized service where when we sign up a new customer, we ask you where you want your cans to be at the end of the day and how we can make your trash experience easier and life easier. And it is especially effective with the elderly. And those are the kind of things you won't get with Republic Services. They're a fine company. I worked for them. But if you think that they care about the environment in this proposal, you're wrong. They care about a multi-million-dollar contract. And you'd be amazed at how many people have already told us that they're going to opt out and sign up. And if so many people opt out of this proposal, it defeats the whole purpose in the first place. Now, if the ultimate goal is recycling and taking care of the environment, we're for that. I have a daughter. I want to take care of the planet just like the rest of these people. But I feel like maybe we should educate the public and inform them the benefits of recycling and not force them. If you're going to vote this today and the vote's going to be no, I'm with that. But if you lean in towards yes, I just ask that you put it on the ballot and let the people vote. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Evening, Council. My name is Jeff Stewart. I'm not a resident of Arvada. I'm here to represent Waste Connections of Colorado. We have been providing waste and recycling services in the city of Arvada to thousands of customers for nearly 20 years. We are of the utmost safety. We are the safest hauler in North America, as well as in the Denver area. We provide great service and a great value to your residents. It came to light tonight that something very disconcerting to myself and to my cohorts is we were told that the 4 companies that bid were all given a chance to be vetted out, and we were never interviewed by the city of Arvada to elaborate on what we could offer as a proposal. So we never felt, for example, our pricing for what we believe, based on our experiences with the city, is going to be the most popular type of service. We're considerably less expensive than what Republic is right now. We just feel that things weren't done in the manner that they said they were, and we certainly would love to have that opportunity to show the city of Arvada what we have done and what we will continue to do, being a provider for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Megan DeLauro. I live at 7076 Dudley Drive. And I wanted to come tonight to speak in defense of small business and families, because small business and families go together. And that's how we thrive as a community. And that's how Arvada has thrived up till now. I also want to defend my business, Crush, who was here earlier. We are so happy. And we have switched many times because we want and need what we want and need. And we know what we can afford, and we know how to get it. And we would like to continue to have that freedom to do that. I'm a mom of 6, and I can tell you that there's not going to be any greater impact than that you as a city council can do to us is other than financially, which you say, you know, that we have these certain rates that sound great, but we know economics, and we know that monopolies cause prices to go up. And so today you may say this sounds sustainable, but down the road, I really question that will be the case. And if you continue to have a certain rate and say, oh, well, it only can, rise by a certain percentage, but then we'll make up for it in another way if it's not financially sustainable. I wanted to also mention a few more things. Just don't infringe. Let's stay, in our lane, Arvada. You govern, and we'll take care of our households. I know what I need. There was a survey that went out, and I really wanted to respond to it, but it was worded in such a way that you really couldn't express dissatisfaction or a lack of interest in the program. It was not a fair survey. I also wanted to mention that we're in a global recycling crisis right now. And right now, the prices for recycling are at the same or greater than disposal. And I don't see how we can sustain forcing this on the entire city in that kind of a climate. I also wanted to mention that tonight, I believe that this process has been infiltrated by special interest groups. I know that many people receive texts to come out in support of these groups, and I just want to say that the citizens of Arvada haven't had an equal airtime tonight because of that. And I said, why not just put it on the ballot so that the citizens of Arvada can really speak on this issue? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening,
Good
everyone.
evening.
I'm Joyce Richardson. I live at 6521 West 69th Way in Arvada, and I want to thank you, Mayor and council members, for this opportunity to speak in favor of organized trash hauling for Arvada. Obviously, this is a contentious issue which is couched in terms of individual freedom. I would argue, however, that we don't have the right to do what we want when the earth is in peril from our man-made behaviors. Taking steps to reduce fossil fuels in the air is our duty to the future generations. Reducing the number of trucks picking up our trash is such an easy step to make this happen. Plus, we get the bonus of quieter streets and less street repair. It obviously is uncomfortable to some to be told what to do, but we all must begin to make hard decisions for the good of all. I have heard and read comments like, Now is not the time. This is a decision for everyone. I should be able to hire who I want. My question is, if not now, when? This has been in the planning for 2 years with ample time to make suggestions and get involved in planning. I firmly believe we elect our officials to make hard, complex decisions. I do not agree that everyone should vote on everything. That's what representative government is for. I personally have not liked some decisions made by this council, and I've voiced my opinion, and I moved on. I urge you to vote yes on organized trash hauling for Arvada. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh no. Hi, my name is Julia Morrison and I live at 7825 Barbara Ann Drive. Long time no see. In full disclosure, I live in a complex just across Memorial Park, and I have an HOA, so I already have organized waste hauling. I only have to deal with one truck coming into my complex. So at first glance, it looks like I have no stake in this. That doesn't affect me. But it does, because when I go walking in my parents' neighborhood or up to the train, I have to breathe in the exhaust of these trucks. When I drive to the store, I have to drive on these damaged roads. When I pay taxes, they are paying to fix these damaged roads. And when my junky car's axle snaps in half because of these roads, I'm the one that has to pay to get it replaced. As you all are aware, very much, my passion is affordable housing. And affordable housing is more complex than merely Section 8 funding. Part of the solution is the acknowledgement that to be poor is very expensive. Rebecca Hernandez said it best, so I want to recall you back to her words. Those who are most impacted by this decision are voiceless. They're going to be negatively impacted if you vote it down, and they're going to be positively impacted when if you vote for it. These people are the essential workers. They're putting their health on the line to sell you groceries, and they don't have the luxury to be here for an indefinite amount of time to just wait to say their piece. I heard someone say earlier that we need to let people who know trash do trash. My rebuttal is that you need to listen to those of us who know equity. You are in a position of power, and you have the power to advance equity. You have a power to give equity to the voiceless. Please vote in favor of organized waste haul. As a side note, if the recall gets enough signatures, I will personally walk for every single one of you, and Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Keith Schultz, 5283 Parfait Street. First, thanks. Let me start with this premise. I have Republic Services. I pay much less now with my own negotiated agreement than I would under your plan. So let's start with that premise. Thanks to Mayor Williams and Council Member John Marriott for responding to my emails and letting me know exactly how they stand on this issue. I appreciate Council Member Pfeiffer and Council Member Simpson also replying, though it seems from your reply that you dodged whether you're for or if it. I feel that is probably you're for it, right? The cost of private versus public, I just mentioned, I don't understand the negotiations behind how I'm able to get 4 cans at a much lower rate to recycle, to trash. I pay for recycle, it's a choice. If this is about regulating recycling, then regulate recycling, not my trash. Don't get into my relationship that I have a great relationship with this company that you're going to use and make me pay more for it. I mean, civil extortion comes to mind, really. If this is about safety, we have, again, the Amazon. I'm guilty. I order from Amazon. I use FedEx and UPS daily. We have tons of these trucks, even more every day. We have construction in every crack of Arvada, bringing heavy equipment in every day. We build in every crack that we have, right? Which is a public safety concern in and of itself when we talk about traffic flows and the amount of people and the amount of density we're going to have in Arvada. This isn't a utility. A utility is something you can't manage yourself, right? Electric, gas, you don't want people playing with those. This is trash. I can take my stuff to the dump. I can get it to Republic Services. I can get it to Waste Management. I can do this. We can do this. The citizens can do this. The formation of an HOA shouldn't be used to avoid this tax, but it's going to be. I promise it's going to be. People are going to form HOAs just despite this. Should this council not take this to public vote, it will be viewed as a case of detrimental reliance, as many citizens, including myself, will face unwilling cost increases due to government overreach. As representatives of the people of Arvada, please take this to public vote. This is a slippery slope. Again, I currently have an agreement with Republic, paper recycling in addition to trash. If you're using this to regulate that recycling, don't regulate recycling. If you're using this to tax, to benefit the roads, tax the roads, right? Let people vote for this. Let us take this to free market. At the end of the day, this is a very basic right of voting. Please, we did elect you, but this is an issue that is not a civil issue that you need to get into. This is not a utility. This is a trash service. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Doug Razik, 17176 West 74th. Couple of points. A lot of people are talking about the fact that there's not a single trash day on their street. They don't like the number of days that trash service is being done. Why not draw up a map and designate this neighborhood is Monday, this neighborhood is Tuesday, this neighborhood is Wednesday, and make that a condition of the permit? Then you eliminate the multiple days for trash service and you keep it private. It seems a logical solution to me. Second thing, the opt-out, it's simply not real. It's disingenuous. If you have to pay money to opt out, it's not real. People are not going to pay an opt-out and then go buy some other trash service. So you're going to hamper the small providers. And carrying on with the small providers, this system with 32,000 homes, you've set up a system where only large companies are going to bid in the future. This is called a moat that companies, large companies, build around themselves. They do it all through society, They do it all through society to keep small competitors out. And so you are creating, you're enabling this system further to allow large companies to keep the little competitors out. These little competitors can't come in and bid on a 32,000 unit contract. So we're going to be having these large behemoths being our service providers forevermore. And that leads me to the last thing. The mayor mentioned that you all are not taking kickbacks, and I absolutely trust your word. But going forward in future years, there are new council members coming. You are concentrating power in these chairs. You are concentrating temptation in these chairs. That's not how our society should be run. All business contracted that I do, and I'm actually with Republic like the previous guy, and I have two 96-gallon cans, and I pay less than what you'll be charging me because I've negotiated with them. So there's no abuse there. I mean, they give me a kickback, I'm happy. But when the future people of you are sitting there making decisions, the temptation is there. You're concentrating power. That's not a good thing. So please vote no on this proposal. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Council. Your Honor, my name is Donald Gilman. I live at 7528 Queen Circle in Arvada. I've watched every bit of the comment offered this evening, and I'm not going to reduplicate or extend beyond there. I think everybody has touched on certainly the issues I have, and they fall into basically four categories, one of them being choice, the other one being the cost to participate, the third one being the opt-out provision, and the last one being the cost to recover the investment. And particularly pertinent to my concern about choice was the comment made by your very first presenter. She urged you to consider a vote, not because it removed choice, but because of the pandemic, the constraints that we live in our present society. There are people that have not had the opportunity to participate in the surveys, to be here tonight. Give them the option of expressing their view. Don't jam this down their throat. Cost. One of the arguments for this proposal is it's going to reduce costs. We've been in Arvada for 40 years, and somehow we have miraculously been able to arrange for solid waste collection and disposal. Haven't had to have a company. We were customers of Republic for about 6 months, and they operate on the concept of something called a lift. you buy lifts from Republic Services. We bought one lift and found out it wasn't going to be enough. The proposal, based upon the information that you guys are putting out on the City Council website, is going to cost me a 66% increase. What does that mean? Right now, I pay Crush $54 a quarter, 16 bucks. I'm going to go up close to 90. In light of my my 3-minute limit, I have the right to choose whoever I want. I can opt out. I'm just going to close on that point by saying to you, the provision that you've drafted for Republic asks me to pay roughly $60 a year for nothing. I find that to be outrageous. Lastly, what's the recovery time on this investment? I've heard costs ranging from $3 million for the cans to $5 million for the cans. What's the payback period of time? Mr. Devon, I would challenge you with that. I would also challenge you with the cost information you are proposing that says $20 to $29 a month. Baloney. We use Crush, and I was glad to see them here.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
You bet. You have a good evening.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Jenny Martinez. I live at 6343 Gray Street. And I am here to ask you to vote no. This proposal, although it sounds good to many people, it really punishes low-income families. I am currently in a low-income family, and we pay less than what this program would charge us. And like someone said before, anytime there's some reason why we need to have more trash, we're the ones that get punished. Someone who has a higher wage or enough money to care, or they have the disposable income to say, oh, we'll pay for the extra. We don't have that extra, and we're the ones that suffer when there's extra branches that have to get cleaned up, or some kind of home project happens. We have to pay that extra. And even if we're trying to save money and we choose the smallest one, and then we have to go through that process to get the more, trying to figure out your monthly trash needs like that, it just punishes us as a low-income family. And I would really encourage you to think about that, and please vote no. Also, I would like to say that I was talking to my neighbors before I came, and many of them didn't know about this, and they didn't know this was happening tonight. I think there's been a lot of talk about surveys and that the community is behind it, but I think there's a lot of people that don't know about it. A lot of people have been suffering from the pandemic, not been able to be engaged, trying to figure out things and just trying to do their daily lives. And I think it's unfair to say that the whole Arvada community has been informed. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Barry Hicks, 13823 West 78th Place. I'm against this proposal as it's written, and I'll tell you why. I understand that there is a lot of work that went into this study, and my feeling is if it is really truly good on its own merit, it will attract customers. People will voluntarily go sign up for this. But to have an opt-out fee of $5 and some cents, you're asking me to give you money, you give me nothing for it. I get nothing for my $5 that I give you, and it was not made particularly clear that these $5 don't go to the city, the bulk goes to Republic, right? Isn't that right? That's where the bulk of this money goes. So I'm paying Republic, and it's like extortion. I have to pay you to live in Arvada that I don't want your service. So I think that's wrong. I think that's absolutely wrong. This will cost me more than my current contract with Crush. It will cost me significantly more because I live in an area, we've got brush and trees, and I usually have more trash than my container, my 96-gallon container. Crush takes it, no problem, everything's good. So I think if you pass this the way it's written right now, you're stealing from people that want to opt out. So I say rewrite it, get rid of the opt-out fee, and send it to the ballot. If you pass it tonight with an opt-out fee, you're stealing from your citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jeff Anderson, 8342 West 70th Place. Let me begin by saying I am against this, and let me continue with, I think it should go to a vote. Now, I've listened to a number of people come up here who are in favor but oppose the idea of a vote. I've also heard the statements made that this has broad, overwhelming support. I pose this to you. If this is supported as widely as many people have said it is, why not take it to a vote? Those people that are in favor will win. And the people that are against, such as myself, a number of whom have said, I'm in favor of a vote. Their concerns, while not fully addressed, may be satisfied because they have had a say. It's unfortunate our friend from Republic has left the room, because I'd like to say allowing it to go to a vote might smooth some of the feelings certain folks have towards Republic for their recent comments with regard to, if it goes to a vote, we're out. That's all I have for you. Thank you for your time and your consideration. Have a good evening.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Julie Callahan. I live at 7070 Tabor Court, Arvada. Thank you for letting me come speak. It's the first time I've come to a city council meeting. I want to say, I think it's like almost a no-brainer when you look at all the positives this has. You guys have been elected to take care of the city. I'm in favor. I live on a cul-de-sac. We easily have 3 trucks a week. It's ripping up the streets. I think it's been determined. I think you guys have done a lot of background, gotten citizen input. As far as free choice, my trash contract has been sold twice in the last 3 years, so I've had to make phone calls, been on long hold times. Yeah, there's free choice, but it takes a lot of effort to get there. My trash bill might go up, but that's going to encourage us to reduce and recycle. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Bruce Morrison, 6521 West 69th Way in Arvada. I'm here to speak in favor of passing the ordinance. I'd like to thank the City Council for moving this forward and allowing it to happen. I'd like to thank the city staff for putting together what looks like a very good proposal. I know there's a lot of people been speaking about why this is a good deal, and I agree with all of what has been said. But I just want to add that picking up trash to me isn't the same as deciding, what color to paint your house or what TV to buy or computer. It's not really a consumer decision. It's more like who's going to fix the potholes? How are you going to maintain the roads, which is very much within the purview of the council and the council decision. So I'd like to really strongly speak against putting it on the vote, because although I'm sure that it would pass, it would go backwards, and the staff would have to redo work that they've already done, and we'd have to spend tax money on that. So I would want to really strongly speak against putting it on the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, come on down.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
I'm Lee Carroll. I live over at 6135 Brentwood, and I'm so happy and pleased to hear that this proposal has come before you as the City Council. I'm strongly in favor. I feel like the community has been listened to. The fact that this proposal has come back on the table and is back in consideration, I think will greatly improve the quality of life in Arvada. I think that for two main reasons. First of all, the lower cost for almost everyone, and this certainly will have a greater service for the low cost than we would have under this current system. And I think, secondly, safety is a very important consideration. Now, up and down my street every day, trucks zoom past at top speeds, sometimes well over the speed limit, creating pollution and noise. But I have to wonder, if we continue to have the system that we have now, in which there are trucks roaming all over our neighborhoods by the dozen when we could only have one or two a day, or one or two a week, wouldn't that increase our public safety? And what about the possibility that some child could get injured? If the City Council doesn't act soon, it continues the possibility that injury could happen because of one of the trucks that are currently crisscrossing the city. So for safety reasons, I think that the City Council should move by itself instead of putting it to a vote of the people. And I guess the last thing I'd like to say is, if it does have to move to a vote of the people, we'll definitely win that vote as well. But we might as well win it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Apparently, we are done with in-person public comment. I want to thank everyone who did participate that and being very appropriate, I think, in terms of their comments, with perhaps one exception. With that, we'll move on to the Zoom calls. So we'll proceed with those.
Yes, Mayor, I'm bringing across to talk to you Tristan Havlicek. Tristan?
Hi, you guys hear me?
We can.
All right. Yeah, my name is Tristan Havlicek. I live at 7815 Robinson Way. And, I've been a homeowner here in Arvada for the last 9 years. I just wanted to speak in support of this single hauler initiative we're talking about tonight. So a few aspects of this that are pretty appealing to me. One, the less noise and wear and tear on our roads is great. I live on a small block, and I would say there's probably 5 or 6 trucks that drive by through the week, usually early in the morning, kind of waking me up, and that's not cool. And also, one thing you don't necessarily think about is, they come down the road one direction, and then often the same truck comes back down the road in the other direction. So it's almost like I've got double the amount of people, of trucks coming down. One thing I'd like about this that I haven't heard mentioned is there's cheaper on-demand curbside bulky item pickup. Right now, I looked, and last time I did that, I was paying like $30 or $40 to get that done. And, $15 an item seems pretty appealing to me. Let's see, I've heard some concerns in the community on how this will affect disabled people. I'm a disabled person. I use a wheelchair to get around. And, I think that for me, this will be a net positive. The lower cost for those bulky items is good. I think a couple people mentioned the trash cans that people leave on or have to leave on the sidewalk sometimes. And, it's great that some of the waste haulers will carry those up to the door, But if all of them don't do it, it doesn't really do any good. You know? If there's one waste hauler that doesn't do that out there, there's still trash cans out on my street like every day of the week. So that's not helpful, and I have to walk in the street and risk an accident with these same trucks that we're talking about. So that's not fun. Somebody brought up that with the centralized free bulk waste hauling offering, that disabled people might not be able to get stuff to those locations without help. And yeah, that's maybe true in a lot of cases. But this is a benefit that we don't get today. So I don't get that now either. So overall, I just want to speak in support of this. And thanks for your vote.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next we have Heather Lundy. Heather, you can address the council.
Heather, are you there?
Yeah, if you'll unmute Heather, you can talk.
How about that?
Now we can hear you.
All right. I've been doing Zoom for 4 years and I still can't unmute myself properly.
Join the club.
Again, as you said, my name is Heather Lundy. I live at 7815 Robinson Way as well, in Ward 3. Mr. Marriott, I am a new transplant to Arvada. I had a very close relationship with my city council member in Greeley and look forward to talking with you further. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts with you about this proposed single trash collection decision. I've actually had the opportunity to live both in cities where trash collection was and was not provided as a city utility. In my experience, where trash was up to individuals, my access to recycling was limited as a renter in a 7-unit residence where recycling was not provided via my trash collection. Because I didn't own the house where myself and my neighbors resided, I could not sign up for recycling purposes. Basically, the landlord didn't want to pay for it and then bill me for it. The city did not offer any recycling stations, and the only recycling station available to me was 5 miles away. I didn't have a car at the time. The city's plan would provide for those like myself who find themselves wanting to recycle, but do not have a landlord who wishes to expand their services, or do not have a car to bring their items to a local recycling center. I've also lived in 2 cities where trash was provided alongside recycling. In both cities, in both situations, the cost for trash removal was at or below what I normally had paid around that time for trash removal. There was an added benefit not only of free recycling, but also an added benefit in the trash collector and city's agreement about service interruption. And I received positive customer service the 2 times that trash pickup was omitted. Also, I've noticed that one of the companies that is one of the current choices for service here in Arvada, recently, this past January, that company completed its last purchase on the remaining major waste removal services up there, making themselves the only main choice for waste removal. They, of course, promptly raised rates about 1.5 times what was being charged, and also managed to take out internet service on my neighborhood for 3 days when they drove a truck recklessly up my alley. I would also wish to make the point that just because there are choices now does not ensure that they will always be so. The monthly fee for choosing your own service is negligible, and by establishing a contract with a single provider, the City of Arvada has protected consumer interests by creating a contract which is beneficial in so many ways, much better than finding out 4 to 7 years down the road with only one choice in an unmitigated manner. I am asking the council tonight to use the authority that we have given you as elected representatives and to vote yes on this measure. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Lundy.
Okay, next we have Rachel Smallwood. Rachel, you can unmute and address council.
Hello, Mayor and Council. It's nice to see you all, even if it's just virtually. As you are all aware, I am in favor of organized waste and recycling for all of the environmental and affordability reasons mentioned tonight. I know that there are many people who are asking you to refer this proposal to the voters in November, and I strongly believe that you should make a decision about this proposal tonight. I recently watched rewatched the city council meeting that took place in August of 2019, and I said then what I will say again now. Please take your responsibility as elected officials to make this decision because it's your responsibility. We live in a representative democracy, and we elect people to make legislative decisions on behalf of the greater community. There simply is not time to have citizens research, advocate, and vote for every issue that faces a community. That is why we elect you, to consider issues from all sides, consider how it impacts the community as a whole, and make a strong decision. The city has worked long and hard and negotiated a very good deal for the majority of Arvada residents. At the August 2019 meeting, each member of council agreed that there was not enough information to ask voters for their opinion. Because Republic has said they will not remain in the contract if this goes on the ballot, we have not only kicked the can down the road, we have kicked the can backwards to August of 2019. Voters will still not have the information to make a decision. The staff will have to start over with the RFP process. The vote won't happen until November, then they will have to put out a new RFP, wait for responses, negotiate with the best offer, develop a contract, and re-educate the people about the details of the contract. We're looking at delaying this program until 2023, throwing the hard work of the city team down the train and making them start all over again. Frankly, I think that is very disrespectful to the city team. There were also multiple indicators that an ordinance would be the likely way forward. Leading up to the August 2019 council meeting, it was repeatedly explained to me that contract details would never end up on the ballot. And during that August 2019 council meeting, Mark Devon outlined the process of continuing negotiations and included drafting an ordinance and first and second reading as part of that process. Given these two facts, we always knew that an ordinance was a likely possibility over a ballot measure. Another reason why this particular decision should be made by council is that we have seen the impact of fear-mongering on this issue. There is an individual who consistently mudslings, fear-mongers, and name calls. He has convinced people that if they don't pay their trash bill, that their water will be turned off, and that it will make hauling your mom's couch illegal. Both of these claims are ridiculous and have been deemed false by city staff, but it still works to instill fear and misinformation. And this is happening when clear information is available. Can you imagine what fear-mongering will happen when there isn't solid information about a contract to discuss? It will be through the roof, and you have the chance tonight to prevent that from getting out of control. I don't know why we would kick the can backwards up the road, start negotiations over again, and risk increased prices. Why would we do that? To soothe the desires of an ideological philosophy? To satisfy the fear-mongering?
Ms. Smallwood, I'm going to need to have you wrap it up here.
To satisfy the intimidation tactics that are taking place with the recall? That doesn't make sense. The work has been done, the deal is here, let's take it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smallwood.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, next we have Shelby Graham. Shelby, go ahead and unmute and address council.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Great. So I am Shelby Graham. I'm at 6655 Teller. I'm commenting tonight in support of the proposed recycling and trash program. This program is a positive step forward for Arvada. I've looked at the details and the benefits are straightforward and very impactful. They're what we've heard a lot of tonight already. Increased recycling rates, reducing truck traffic, which I would love to see. The wear and tear on our roads is so bad. Plus, this will cut my household trash bill at least in half, probably even more. This program makes sense for the community. 70% of the country already operates on this model, and for good reason. Economies of scale and efficiency will benefit the community overall. On the topic of choice, which I know has been brought up several times, this model gives more options to choose from, and the options are fair and equitable. For every other standard service, such as water, electricity, and natural gas, we pay based on the amount we consume, and only that. Why should trash be any different? It's not a dress, it's not a car. We should not be charged more money for generating less waste. This program allows us to pay according on how much waste we generate. This seems very fair and equitable to me. This will do good for the majority of the community. City Council has made several tough decisions on very controversial topics that deeply impact the community and have done so without putting it on the ballot. Let's not waste further resources, including money, time, rework, rebidding, and starting the process all over again by continuing down this path on the ballot. City council members were voted in to represent their districts and vote in the best interests of the people of Arvada. There's been data collected showing that residents support the program. I've attended, well, pre-COVID, and listened to several city council meetings in which residents have voiced their support for this program. City council can and should pass this ordinance. Let's recall and ground ourselves in the values embedded within the city's vision, mission, and values. The city's values are innovation, passion, and opportunity. Under innovation, it's noted that the city values creativity, flexibility, and the use of best practices. This organized hauling program is meant to leverage best practices to better service the community. The opportunity to change for the better is here and now. Let's move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Graham.
Next, we have Harriet Hall. Harriet, go ahead and unmute.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Harriet Hall. I live at 6703 Grandview Avenue in Stockley, Walter. I'm sorry that I'm not there to testify in person tonight, but I am still social distancing as well as recovering from back surgery. I do want to commend you on the flexibility that you have shown in allowing a variety of ways for citizen input on this important issue, and I hope that will continue on other issues as well. As you've heard from many people of all of the benefits of organized waste hauling, I'm not going to go through all of them. I wholeheartedly agree with them, and this is a very, very sensible choice for Arvada. In fact, if we care about the future for our children and our grandchildren and the future of our planet, we must do this. As a member of the Arvada Sustainability Committee, I know that this is one of many steps we must take as a city to ensure the health and the vibrancy of our city, of our air, our water, our environment, as we move into the future. I do want to address, however, another related issue in my testimony. Attempting to recall 4 members of council, including the mayor pro tem, based on their potential votes in this issue is wrong. Intimidation should not be how we do business in Arvada. I urge these council members to stay strong in their beliefs. But in addition, I would suggest that council seriously consider amending our current petition process so that citizens who disagree with a council decision can address it legitimately and directly through petition rather than personally by going after council members they may disagree with on a single issue. Thank you all for listening, and I hope you stay safe and take care of yourselves during this very challenging time.
And the same to you, Dr. Hall.
Thank you.
And our very last Zoom commenter is Keith Emery. Keith, go ahead and unmute and address council.
Hello, my name's Keith Emery, and I've lived at 10228 West 72nd Place for the last 39 years with my wife and our now 2 adult kids while working as a scientist at NREL. And I am now retired, and I've been a member of ASAC for the last year. I'd like to thank you, Mayor Williams, and the City Council, and the City Waste Hauling Team for all the work that they've done to provide the option for a single hauler and trash for Arvada. It's really an important thing you've done. It's the right thing to do for our environment and the future. It will reduce traffic on our roads, thereby reducing air pollution, noise pollution, and road wear. The program promotes a sustainable, environmentally concerned Arvada. It addresses the climate change problem by addressing Arvada's by increasing Arvada's recycling rate and reducing energy consumption. That's really an important thing for the long-term sustainability of our society. Recycling option is critical. Arvada currently has a very low recycling rate on the Front Range, around 13%. This program will increase the city's recycling rate by making it easy for everyone. Recycling will save money and fund the popular yard waste and bulky item removal events. Recycling saves energy and therefore reduces greenhouse gas reduction. Recycled aluminum saves 90% of the energy needed to make aluminum products from raw materials. It prevents these valuable items from being buried in the landfill and saves resources in the manufacture of metals, paper products, and plastic. Recycling is one of the fastest and easiest actions our community can do now to address climate change. The other point I wanted to make is that our current system is unfair. This proposal will bring more equity to the community. Residents who live in older neighborhoods pay more than residents living in newer neighborhoods for the same prices. Prices even vary widely from block to block in the city and among haulers for similar services. It's very difficult to find the best service. And I really appreciate having the city do that vetting for me. Prices vary widely from homes that produce less trash pay the same rate as those who produce more trash. That's wrong. It's less wasteful homes subsidize the wastefulness of others. Other services in Arvada and elsewhere are charged based upon the consumption or the amount you use, like water, natural gas, electricity. For even basic things like food and consumer goods, the more people use, the more you pay. Trash shouldn't be any different. I encourage you to vote in favor of it tonight and not put it on the ballot. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Emery. I believe that concludes the Zoom calls. Okay, now we're going to be hearing from citizens who have submitted email to us. And I'm going to tell council, if you'd like to stand during part of this, feel free to stretch, but please pay attention. And we've got some excellent readers here tonight.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. My name is Ben Irwin. I'm the Chief Communications Manager for the city. I'm joined tonight by my colleague, Noelle Oberg, who's the Organizational Development Manager for the city, so that we can take turns and hopefully spare your ears a little bit from just my voice. But we'll get right into it. To the council, I should say this comes from Thomas Hubner. To the council members and my fellow citizens, I'm opposed to the proposal and want the ability to choose what is best for my household left in place. The strongest position a citizen has in securing a deal is to change vendors when they're unhappy with the cost or level of service they are currently getting. I cannot condone government takeover of the free market because some or even most residents in Arvada are unwilling to cost compare the free market choices they are blessed with. It is fascinating that monopolies are viewed as detrimental to consumers, yet when monopolies are promoted, authorized, and sanctioned by government, they somehow become magically benevolent institutions. Currently, if I have an issue with the quality or cost of garbage removal from my hausehold, I can easily rectify the situation myself with a few phone calls. I recently and successfully did just that. If the government is the arbiter for waste hauling, I have to come to the city council or some local government bureaucrat functionary, dare I say apparatchik, with my hat in hand for redress of grievances. Why is that better? It remains best that every situation is unique to each resident than to force the entire citizenry into a collectivist one-size-fits-all solution. The cost of a recycling ban built in represents government coercion at its best. So much for those who do not want to pay for recycling. This is an example of one segment of society, those who believe recycling should be mandatory, using the bludgeon of government to force their will onto their fellow citizens who do not agree with them. The implication of this statement is that citizens who do not want to pay for recycling in the first place are persona non grata. My freedom to choose means more to me than a lousy couple of bucks extra I may or may not have to spend on the garbage collection every month. Just once, I would like to see the tide of collectivism turned back in this country, especially in my own backyard. We are supposed to be the land of the free and the home of the brave. Now it is proposed that I am too simple-minded to contract my own garbage collection and will no longer have the freedom to choose even that. Government continues to degrade and control the people it is supposed to serve. Government best serves via freedom of opportunity for citizens, not by guaranteeing a fixed result to the yellow pencils. Thank you for your time and service. The next message comes from Marissa Major. The proposed organized waste hauling ordinance does not do enough to meaningfully support recycling among Arvada residents and to grow a recycling economy in Colorado. A $1 difference between adding an additional trash cart and adding an additional recycling cart addition is an apathetic response to Colorado's notoriously abysmal recycling rate, which EcoCycle's 2019 The State of Recycling in Colorado report cites as merely half of the national average at 17% in 2018. Without question, additional recycling carts need to be free to Arvada residents if we want to increase our city's diversion rates, extend the life of Colorado landfills, and contribute to the Colorado state goal of 28% diversion. Additionally, trash and recycling reports need to be made available to the public monthly rather than annually. There is no way to measure our success without adequate data, and once annual reports cannot adequately reflect the story of our material waste. This message is from...
Okay, before you go on, can we make sure, is somebody timing for the 3 minutes just so that we're complying with that? I know you can't while you're reading it, so...
Mayor, I should have mentioned that Noelle Oberg is timing me,
Okay.
and that I will time her when she takes over. In
Very
a
good.
few.
Okay.
Thank you for checking on that. This message comes from Iris Horowitz. Thank you, City Council and City staff, for all your hard work on organized hauling and for providing so many safe ways to give a public comment this evening. I am a staunch supporter of organized trash and recycling services. My household will save $22 a month if we move forward with this plan. Right now, I pay as much as my neighbor, $32 a month, even though he puts out 4 cans of trash a week and I put out 1. This isn't fair. With the new plan, I'd only be paying for the trash I actually produce. A 32-gallon cart for only $11.50. With the current system, I'm essentially subsidizing my neighbors who waste more than I do by paying a flat monthly waste fee to my hauler. Yes, there is a minimum service fee in place that encourages participation and ensures the efficiency of a guaranteed number of households, which allows for lower pricing and more services. Without this small fee, which does not apply to the 97% of households expected to participate, the program does not work. Period. End of story. I will echo City Manager Mark Devin's thoughts at a recent meeting that this proposal is a darn fine deal. Even the opt-out fee was negotiated down and is actually half the cost of what other local cities are paying. Let's not eliminate a great proposal that would help tens of thousands of Arvada families in a time of need because a small vocal minority disagrees with its merits or prefers personal choice over a vast number of community benefits. Recently, in response to my repeated attempts to correct misinformation about this proposal online, I was asked what dog I had in this fight. To use the terrible phrase, my dog is simply this: a healthier, less polluted, more livable future for my young children. Beyond the noisy streets and busted roads mentioned here tonight, there is a greater threat to public health looming on the horizon: catastrophic climate destabilization. Providing affordable and accessible recycling to thousands of residents through a more efficient waste hauling system seems, frankly, like the least my city can do to begin tackling greenhouse gas emissions caused by waste. Transportation and energy are often blamed for warming the planet, but the truth is that 42% of all our greenhouse gas emissions come from how we produce and dispose of our stuff. Let's do our part to provide a healthy, livable future on this planet for generations to come by implementing this well-established, common-sense approach to curbside waste pickup. The next message is from Jessica Bouters. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. We have been residents of the Alta Vista neighborhood for 4 years. In that time, we have seen our roads torn up and endured seemingly endless noise as trucks from multiple companies roll up and down the streets all day long. It is especially a problem now as we, like so many people, are working from home in face of COVID-19 pandemic. As homeowners forced to take what we can get in a seller's market of local waste haulers, we also have to endure high prices and often poor service. Our costs go up routinely with no explanation, and as much as once a month, our trash and recycling doesn't show up, again with no explanation or accountability. Further, and most importantly, as our climate continues to become increasingly inhospitable, any small measure we can take as a community to combat pollution and restore greater air quality for future generations can and must be taken. We would like to see the City Council take a stand against the kind of anti-consumer, unsustainable business activity and approve organized waste and recycling for all Arvadans tonight as our body of leaders and representatives of our best interests. Putting this to a popular vote shirks the council's responsibility to act as leaders who have been voted into their positions so that they may build a better Arvada. The next message comes from Yasmina Petrovich. My name is Yasmina Petrovich, and I am writing to express my full support for this initiative. I have closely followed the discussion from the proposed organized waste hauling system and am saddened to see that it resembles yet another issue that's taking political sides and is perceived as contentious. With 2 MA degrees in social sciences, one of them in economics, I couldn't disagree more that the debate on this issue is a philosophical one, as we heard at one of the previous council meetings, where it is rather the question of economics and overall community well-being. The proposed system will offer a much better service at a lower price for most of our neighbors. More than 90% of the residents want more recycling options, while 60% of residents don't even have a recycling bin. The proposed system will provide a recycling bin and curbside recycling for every resident at no charge and will ultimately enable Arvadans to choose smaller and cheaper trash bins. The new system will offer the non-HOA resident the benefits of group pricing, bringing the cost down almost by half for trash and recycling. The single hauler system will reduce the number of heavy trucks on our neighborhood streets. Currently, there's 7 or more trucks hitting our neighborhood roads every single week. Each truck equivalent to 1,000 to 1,400 vehicles in terms of road damage. The new system offers 1 trash truck weekly and 1 recycling truck bi-weekly. Fewer trucks mean less road damage and less burden to the city's budget for road repair, less noise and air pollution to all of us, and safer streets for pedestrians, our children, pets, vehicles. Currently, there is no transparency in pricing of different haulers. The same company can charge some households more than others, while customers are unaware of that. Companies can basically operate under radar, dodging the accountability towards the customers. The new system will enable the city to have control over the pricing, address poor customer service, and end the contract if the hauler is not meeting the city or residents' needs. Furthermore, our physically impaired neighbors will finally have the door-to-curb service available to them. The organized waste and recycling system will enable Arvadans to carefully use and preserve resources and save money. With recycling service available to all residents, we can significantly reduce the waste that goes to our overflowing landfills and increase the amount of materials that go back into the economy, which is especially important as we are facing the economic fallout of the current pandemic. Our landfills are filling up, turning into mountains of garbage that pollute our air, land, waterways, and groundwater. We can do much better job of cutting our waste, conserving resources, protecting the public health and welfare, all of which increase the quality of life for the city's residents and visitors. A number of Front Range communities already have an organized waste hauling collection system, and I see no reason why Arvada wouldn't be among them. The council should pass this ordinance rather than putting it to a vote, which could result in losing a well-crafted contract with the selected hauler. I'm confident that council will support the organized waste and recycling initiative, which is economically sound and contributes to the well-being of our neighborhoods. The next message is from Vladan Stevanovic. My name is Vladan Stevanovic, and I am writing to kindly ask you to support the proposed organized waste hauling system in our neighborhood. I'm addressing you on behalf of myself and my family that chose Arvada for our home several years ago. I'm a scientist and a professor at Colorado School of Mines, and although my profession has accustomed me to teaching others and giving long talks and lessons, I hope there is no need to teach you today about the importance of this proposed system. My family has been living in an HOA community with a well-functioning trash hauling and recycling service. We have one trash truck that operates weekly and 1 recycling truck bi-weekly. So I was surprised and frankly disappointed to learn that some communities have multiple trash trucks run daily and weekly through their streets. It really doesn't require a scientist to understand that these trucks are typically the heaviest vehicles regularly operating on residential streets and are a major contributor to wear and tear on those streets. A collection of studies that I came across shows the residential trash and recycling trucks can be equivalent to 274 and over 1,000 passenger cars. The most significant step the city can take to minimize trash truck road maintenance impacts is to reduce the number of these trucks by moving to a citywide contract for services. Estimated potential street maintenance savings with such a system are around $170,000 annually. It goes without saying that having fewer trucks on the streets improves the air quality, contributes to noise reduction, and increased safety on the streets. In addition, while my own community has a fully transparent and stable pricing system for our trash and recycling services, it is hard to imagine that some residents in non-HOA neighborhoods are charged differently by the same trash company, about which I have learned from several people. With the proposed system, the residents will be protected from such unfair and unethical practices. And although we are happy with our existing trash hauling and recycling service provided through the HOA, I am excited about this new system that will allow HOA residents to benefit from large item collection and yard waste cleanups. I will be happy to contribute the 88 cents per month to have these services available. As Arvada is attracting more and more well-educated and productive individuals and families, many of them with larger disposable income who appreciate clean environment and quiet neighborhoods, this is a great opportunity for the city to show that it can offer these benefits. Yet despite the fact that non-HOA neighborhoods are attractive to many people for their particular charm, many of these communities unfortunately cannot compete with the HOAs when it comes to organized trash hauling. With this proposed system, non-HOA residents will finally be privy to the benefits long enjoyed by HOA residents, including the group pricing. I am confident that the City Council will make a smart choice supporting this great initiative. And with that, I think I'll turn it over to Noel for a while.
Okay, this next comment is from Brandon Roach. I do not support the move to a single hauler trash service in Arvada. Not only will my family see a significant increase in the cost of service, but I am very disappointed that the city would consider giving a significant majority of the opt-out fee to the providee. This fee is ultimately an additional tax on citizens, and taxes should always be used to support the community. Taxes should not be given to the private companies for service not provided. Forcing this onto the community would be a disgrace. This note's from Shirley Stevens. I am asking the City Council to vote to allow organized waste hauling. Fewer trucks on the street will reduce the amount spent on the road repair and is better for our environment. Organized hauling will also cost less for most residents and encourage recycling. Please vote yes. Thank you. This comment is from Nancy Murray. Good evening, City Council members. I fully support the waste hauling proposal before you. I live in an HOA community and have weekly trash and bi-weekly recycling pickup. I can't imagine not having recycling pickup, nor can I imagine having trash cans out somewhere on the street 5 or 6 days a week and 1 or 2 trucks trundling down the street on a daily basis. This idea has been discussed for some time, and I appreciate all the time, research, and outreach effort that has gone into the plan. It's cost effective, energy, and resource efficient, and just makes sense. It even includes an opt-out option for those who want to go their own way. So please pass this proposal tonight and let the citizens of Arvada start saving money on our streets and in our air. Beverly Gersten. Do you really think that now is the time for another possible change for citizens amidst all the chaos currently happening in Arvada and in the nation? Next comment is from Nick Peterson. I just want to voice my support for the organized trash and recycling initiative. I have been aware of the initiative for some time, but never thought to make a comment because it seems like such a good idea. I didn't imagine many would be opposed to it. While I support the rights of individuals to choose service providers, there are just far too many benefits of organized trash collection for this program not to be passed. We live in Alta Vista neighborhood, and there are trash trucks going up and down the streets of our neighborhood almost every day. And our household costs have more than doubled in the last 5 years. I hope that this program gets passed for the benefit of our community and environment, as well as our wallets. This comment is from Ryan Hubbard. City Council and Mayor, first off, thank you for the opportunity for my comments to be heard as part of this process. I'd like to voice my support for the organized trash and recycling effort with Arvada. This is a program that would provide an easy opportunity for the city to increase its recycling efforts and provide more efficient waste management within the city. Cities and HOAs all over the country and the world, for that matter, have prioritized recycling to ensure natural resources are not wasted. I urge you to support the organized trash and recycling effort for current and future residents. Thank you. This comment is from Ratna Gupta. I support the new ordinance and contract to create efficiency for Arvada residents in collecting trash and recycling. We have lived in Arvada for 15 years, and this effort would vastly improve our community and the environment. Currently, some residents do not even recycle because it is cumbersome or they do not understand or believe in it. This can be a solution that is a win-win for all. I'm also on the HOA for our community and will assist to get an opt-in because these trash trucks are currently not allowed in part of our community because of the alleys cannot support the weight of trucks. The entire community and HOA will benefit because currently our costs go up every year and have to pass that on to homeowners. This option will keep costs lower, less trucks, so less damage and repair to our alley home streets, which cost the HOA almost $8,000 a year. We have to raise monthly dues to cover trash, recycling, and the repair from damage the trucks cause. However, most notably, this new initiative will provide a choice in service levels to all of us, and recycling will be included. This is a great benefit for our environment and wallets. Finally, what most people do not know that is current, our trash service will not pick up bulky items nor offer it. The only way for our community to offer this is to rent our own dumpster for over $5,000 to park somewhere, got a very limited period of time. The option to have hauling services when we need it for residents at a reasonable price is a very important consideration. I support this initiative and I hope others will too. This comment is from Victoria Hurlbert. I'm in favor of the new waste hauling system. If you need more information, please respond to this email or contact me. This comment is from Eric Brunner. I am an Arvada resident and want to voice my support for the organized waste hauling and recycling hauling proposal. I currently pay a significant cost for trash service as well as an additional cost for recycling services. Recycling is something I have the luxury to afford, which is possibly not the case for other residents. I feel as though access to recycling services should be provided to all residents at a fair and competitive price that allows for increased adoption of recycling to positively affect the impacts of climate change. I am understanding that this proposal will reduce total costs to all residents for both trash and recycling services. I also support this proposal as a means of decreasing traffic of trash trucks in my neighborhood. Many of the various trash companies have different pickup days, and it seems that I am always seeing a different trash service every day. By streamlining this service, traffic will be reduced, including the noise pollution, as well as the environmental impact resulting from less trash trucks on the road. Lastly, my understanding of this proposal is that it will provide greater access at lower cost and more choices for bulky item pickup and leaf collection, to which I prefer over the costly pickup rates by other bulk item providers. I have spoken with many of my neighbors who also support this measure, whether they have chosen to speak before the council or not. I encourage the council to support this proposal. This comment is from Emily Martin. I am in full support of organized trash hauling and recycling system for many different reasons. In the beginning, I was interested in how much money my family would save. Our current provider is Waste Management, and while they have provided excellent service, we have had a consistent price increase of $20 every quarter for the past year. It seems to have stabilized at $120, but I look forward to having a lower price with the city. My second reason is how wonderful it would be not hear trash trucks hauling down the street every day. We are off of a fairly busy road, and the beeping of trash trucks has always been a part of our background noise. The final reason came up the other day. I was visiting with a neighbor when I noticed a crushed disposal truck driving in reverse incredibly fast up the street. My neighbor, who used to work on a trash truck, explained that they have so many houses scheduled to hit in a day. The faster they get through their route, the quicker they can be done. Now, I understand the reasoning, but the way they drove down our street was reckless and irresponsible. I have a young daughter and many other children who live on our block. While we work really hard to make sure she knows to look both ways when crossing the street, I'd like to work to ensure that our neighborhood is as safe as possible to avoid accidents. It seems fairly logical that with a single hauler, the trucks can move through each house on a block efficiently without the need to hastily speed through their day. Thank you so much for your time. With that, I will pass it back to Ben.
Thank you, Noel. Next message comes from Jenna Doherty. I'm in favor of organized waste hauling for Arvada. Each weekday, multiple trash trucks roll down my street, increasing pollution and damage to our city streets. Organized waste hauling will result in a quieter and cleaner neighborhood. On top of that, my monthly trash bill will go down significantly. Even though I rarely fill my trash can, I am paying near $90 a quarter. Under the proposed contract, my bill will be a lot lower, and I will only have to pay for the amount of trash I actually produce. Please vote in favor of organized waste hauling. Greg Holmes provided the next comment. I'm a full-time resident of Arvada. My home is on a cul-de-sac by Van Arsdale Elementary School, which during the school year gets dozens of school-related vehicle and pedestrian traffic daily, in addition to being served by at least 5 trash hauling companies weekly. I strongly support the proposed ordinance to allow an organized waste hauling system in Arvada without further costly delay. Such a system would be beneficial by reducing traffic and potential traffic issues with our young citizens and their parents, reducing environmental impact by reducing vehicle exhaust, providing additional recycling and reducing the frequent wind-blown trash, financial benefit me individually by reducing my waste hauling bill, and benefit us collectively by reducing wear and tear on our streets from heavy trucks. I understand some loudly oppose this ordinance. I have seen factually inaccurate letters published. Some are apparently trying to intimidate council members with recalls. However, the City Council represents all of us, not just the loud, intimidating, or misinforming. I urge the City Council to proceed with the proposed ordinance on behalf of us all. Catherine Wallace writes, Dear members of City Council, I grew up in Arvada and bought my house here over 20 years ago. I am strongly in favor of the current proposal for a single hauler trash provider in Arvada. This proposal will bring lower prices and recycling options to people throughout Arvada. While some people in Arvada have lots of options at reasonable prices, many do not, and are not recycling or paying too much. All the people of Arvada deserve to benefit from a deal such as this. I have also been troubled for a long time by the number of trash trucks on our streets. This is noisy and inefficient, and the stress it puts on our streets is unacceptable. Too many of my tax dollars are going to repair streets simply because of all of these trash trucks. The city staff have put a great deal of effort into making sure this is the best deal for all of Arvada. This time has come. The time is now. Please vote yes. Marilyn Beth Larson writes, Dear Arvada City Council members, I wish I could attend in person. Here's my brief comment to be read aloud. Please, please, please pass the ordinance for organized waste and recycling. Please bring Arvada into the 21st century. Bring us up to par with cities like Golden, where everyone can recycle. Everyone in Arvada will receive a recycling bin at no extra cost. Currently in Arvada, only lucky HOA residents like me get to recycle, and we are a minority. With this new contract, costs will go down for most Arvadans. The current average costs range from $20 to $30. Costs will range from $11.50 to $19.90 under this contract. Trash trucks wreck our roads, and heaven knows our roads and streets are a mess. This ordinance will reduce wear and tear on our streets, and it will reduce vehicle emissions. Finally, please pass this now instead of putting it to a vote, because the Republic contract will be lost. Thank you for taking action for the next generation and for the pocketbooks of all Arvadans in this tough economic time. The next message is from Laura Linds. I want to encourage the City Council and the Mayor to move forward with the proposal for organized trash hauling in Arvada. I have upwards of 10 trash trucks on my street every weekday and at all hours. Waste management is on my street every weekday. The constant noise drops the quality of life, and we want to enjoy our neighborhoods. The proposal for picking up large items is more than fair. You may recall the city provided this as a service once a year in the past, but has had to stop that service. Since then, it makes it quite difficult for an average resident to get rid of larger items. Being able to remove such items prevents them from being left in yards and being an eyesore. Additionally, the cost is a significant savings for myself and other residents. Please move forward with this contract and proposal, as it is the right thing for the people of Arvada. Tim Brungart writes, based on the price estimates, I cannot currently support it. From what I understand, you only get a single 96-gallon bin, who is paying for the bin, for $20 a month. My family often has 2 or 3 96-gallon bins a week, which at an additional $5 a bin does not make this financially viable for my family, given our current financial hardships. If the price was significantly lower, I would consider it. We are in the middle of a worldwide pandemic, and it seems not the best time to force us to raise our trash rates. I can categorically say the proposed solution are definitely not cheaper than what I am paying today. Further, I really like my current provider, Crush. We've had Republic in the past, and they were so rude to us, we switched services. Please do not make us go back to worse customer service and make us pay more for it. This message is from Carmen Artman. To the Arvada City Council and Mayor Williams, taken from the arvada.org website. Arvada residents have consistently indicated that an efficient waste hauling system is extremely important to them, 85% in the 2015 and prior community surveys. And in the 2017 and 2019 surveys, 2/3 of residents supported the idea of an organized trash hauling and recycling system. your website goes on to say, this project would identify options that would be safer, cleaner, and less expensive for the community by creating fewer trucks on the roads and less often for increased safety, reduced road damage, decreased noise and air pollution, reduced cost to residents, increasing recycling options, increasing quality of customer service. From the Arvada Press, based on the city's 2015 citizen survey, more than 90% of Arvadans support more recycling options. Yet the city recycles only an estimated 13%, far below the national average of 35%. In Colorado, Loveland ranks number 1 in recycling at 61%. In cities surrounding Arvada, Golden clocks in at 34% recycling, Denver at 20%. As one who has not written these facts, only copied them, I am in agreement with what has been presented above and thankful for what the Arvada Sustainability Advisory Committee has done. We need more recycling and less trash hauling trucks on the road. Therefore, I ask the Arvada City Council to pass and approve by vote an ordinance for organized waste hauling and recycling. This is from Dana McGarry. I want to voice my support for an organized waste hauling system in the city of Arvada. I have lived in this city for about 10 years and have spent the past 6 working from home. Just about every day of the week, I listen to huge, loud, smelly trucks roar up and down our streets through the neighborhood. On most days, there's more than one giant truck roaring around the streets. This also means that 4 to 5 days a week, there's garbage on the sidewalks and curbs. It seems unnecessary to have so many trash and recycling trucks causing additional harm to the roads, adding to pollution, increasing risk to humans and animals in the neighborhood. I fully support a single system to reduce noise, pollution, and street damage. I fully support a single system that will allow for predictable pickup for the neighborhood. That will mean that there is garbage out on the street only 1 day a week. I also fully support adding recycling to the service. Currently, my family drives our recycling to sites in Westminster. It seems like the community here in Arvada should be the one to take responsibility for recycling. Ali Beatty writes, please support the proposed waste management changes. We benefit with lower costs, increasing recycling, and reduced damage to roads and our lungs with reduced emissions. This is a win all around and should be supported 100%. This is from Peggy Woodward. I am an Arvada resident. I am in favor of the single hauler trash proposal. I would be happy to see fewer trucks on our residential streets as they often block traffic and they are noisy. Also, I feel recycling is very important, and I understand that with this proposal, recycling will be available for every resident. Please support this proposal. Scott Gossett writes, Dear Mayor Williams and Arvada City Council, I support organized waste hauling for the city of Arvada. I have lived here since 2011, and I am amazed at how inefficient our current system is. Even our hometown of Hopkinsville, Kentucky, has organized waste hauling. It doesn't make sense to have 9 or 10 trucks going up and down our neighborhood streets, and the result is we pay more for trash and recycling than other communities in the Front Range. We need to be recycling more. It is good for our local economy. It's good for our local economy and jobs and good for the environment. Organized waste hauling will increase our recycling by providing everyone with curbside recycling cart. Do the right thing and approve the organized waste hauling ordinance and contract. Thank you. Noelle, to you.
Great, thanks, Ben. This comment is from Brianna Titone. I stand in strong support for a unified trash hauling provider for the city. I believe that this will be beneficial for all citizens on one way or another. Most will save money on trash collection, while all will enjoy less noise, traffic, pollution, and roads that will last longer from less wear and tear. I would urge the council to vote yes on this initiative. This comment is from Carolyn Zimmerlin. I'm submitting this statement to the City Council in support of the plan to move forward with a single waste hauler collection in the city of Arvada. On more than one occasion, I've emailed council members to share my support and the reasons why. I have enjoyed the response that some members provided. I'm restating my support in this forum in order to emphasize how right it is for the city to make a change that is fiscally, environmentally, and socially responsible. The current system of trash collection in Arvada is inefficient, wasteful, harmful, and privileges those with means. I'm in favor of fiscal responsibility and a government that takes seriously how tax dollars are allocated. In the case of trash collection in Arvada, the burden of managing trash pickup, negotiating rates, and advocating for responsible customer service falls to the individual citizen. This is a chore at best. At worst, it is set up that de-empowers individuals and creates an environment where those with means and resources get the best services while others struggle to participate. I submit that HOAs currently enjoy the benefits of a group negotiated rate. Those citizens already know that a single hauler system is better at meeting the most people's needs with the most included services at the best rate. Not to mention the pleasure of living in a community where fewer trucks are on the street each week. It blows my mind that anyone would deny the rest of our Arvadans who don't have an HOA this opportunity and then couch it as a free choice to live in an HOA or not. To me, that stance represents privilege and selfishness. Council, it is rightly moving in the right direction of a contract to ensure the most people get the most services and the best rates. Currently, multiple companies operating in neighborhoods means increased traffic, increased wear and tear on the roads, and increased number of days in a week that trash cans are out and can be tipped by the wind to spill their contents all over the place. More noise and air pollution, more road repair, and more random bits of trash ending up in gutters and our green spaces really damages our community. I'll also mention the shamefully low recycling rate of Arvada that is directly connected to the recycling costs imposed by haulers. We really want recycling to be limited to only those who can afford the extra cost. Our taxpayer resources should be allocated to preventing environmental damage rather than on the back end trying to fix it. I recognize that change can be daunting and anxiety provoking for people, especially if the way things are seems to work for them. This is human nature, and that is also why there is a vocal minority pushing back against this proposal. They're afraid that they will lose what works for them. Unfortunately, this leaves out the majority of Arvadans for whom the current system is too expensive and infuriating, challenging to navigate when there are service issues. I offer this opinion in support of a single hauler option.
That's 3 minutes.
This comment is from Jill and Jeremiah Huggessy. I am a longtime Arvada resident along 80th Avenue, which has high traffic every day. Besides seeing multiple trash trucks up and down our street every single weekday, we also pay an insane and unfair amount to have our trash picked up because of its location. We pay $225 every 3 months, which is $75 a month, and it goes up every year, if not more frequently. We absolutely support organized trash service for the cost savings, less traffic and pollution, and hope that more residents around us decide to recycle with this program. Help my family by lowering our trash rate by over 70% a month and allowing us to support other local businesses with the additional $660 a year we save with this great program. This comment is from Deanna Cullenbach. Forgive me if I mispronounced your last name. My name is Deanna Cullenbach, and my husband Bill and I have thought for many years that Arvada should catch up with the times and go to a single trash and recycled pickup service. It is aesthetically unpleasant and destructive to our streets to have multiple trash and recycling hauling trucks travel up and down our streets 5 days out of every week. We have visited numerous other cities and noticed that there will be only 1 day a week where garbage cans and recyclable receptacles are visible in the street, which makes for a much more pleasant surrounding, less noise and pollution, and equitable prices for removal of unneeded items. We urge the City Council to pass and move forward with a proposal for an organized waste hauling system. This comment is from Greg Futch. Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Greg and I live on Allison Way in Arvada. My wife and I moved from Austin, Texas to be near our son's family and the 2 grandkids. My interest in the single hauler proposal comes from our experience in Austin. The City of Austin makes it easy to recycle. The city itself is primarily a recycler for residents and commercial properties. So the recycling rate for Austin is high, and one of the many benefits is a low rate of diversion of garbage and trash to landfills. This produces great savings there. For a more sustainable economy, I ask for you to support the single hauler proposal and help us move towards less waste and a greater savings. Thank you.
I've got a request for a brief recess. I think we may have a mass told folks they can take off their jackets if they would like to. It's the heat is getting a little warm up here. But.
Let me know when you're ready.
We're ready. Go ahead.
Great. Okay, this comment is from Nathan Marshall. I intend to keep using crush disposal. I, among other Arvada residents, went through hell and with the American disposal and total disposal sold out to them. American used to miss a pickup at my house at every 6 services. It was unacceptable, so I canceled service with American. I have had Crush for well over a year now and have not called them once in that time. In fact, they called me a couple of times to let me know that the recycling week had changed. Yes, I have recycling through Crush. If you want to have a single hauler for Arvada, then this is fine. But when you want to charge me what is essentially a penalty to continue using Crush, that is where the line gets crossed. I strongly oppose this kind of mandate. This is not okay. Republic has 1.5 stars on Yelp. Crush has 3.5 stars. Why would I want to give up a higher rated service that I have had nothing but positive experience with and be told to go with a lower rated service so I can go through those same problems again? I wouldn't and I won't. There is something in your email that really bothers me, and it is this statement. Ms. Simpson has been hearing a lot from the opposition and needs to know the majority of Arvadans support this proposed program. If you have to beg for letters of support, then you obviously don't have it. That should mean something to you. It means a lot to me. I appreciate the effort that this has taken, but I support free market trade, which should at least be able to vote on this issue. Although I would still not support the penalty fee part. That would be the democratic way to deal with this. Mandating that all of your residents use this service and or pay a penalty is not democracy. This is the thing about the Affordable Care Act that so many people got upset with. Get health insurance or pay a penalty. This is exactly the same thing and is not cool. If you want Republic to be the official hauler, great, good for you. But paying to not use them is wrong. And for the record, this is not about money, but about the principle of the issue. And yes, I am aware that government mandates a lot of things, but this isn't a public health or safety issue like the majority of those things are. Therefore, this is different and unacceptable. Thank you for your time and thank you for reconsidering the penalty fee. That's the part I have the biggest issue with. This comment is from Georgia Duncan. I urge the City Council to vote in favor of the ordinance for organized waste hauling and recycling for the following reasons. All trash trucks send unwanted emissions into the air and cause damage to the streets. So we need to have as few of them on the streets as possible. With this plan, as outlined in the proposed ordinance, residents will have more recycling options and more cost reduction options. Each household will get a recycling bin at no extra cost. This means residents will put fewer items into their trash bin, letting them choose a smaller, cheaper trash bin. Non-HOA residents will finally get the same pricing that HOA residents currently have. Costs will go down for most households. Current costs range from $20 to $30. The costs with this contract will range from $11.50 to $19.90. Finally, I want City Council to pass this ordinance rather than putting the issue to a vote in general election. Arvada will lose the proposed contract with Republic Company if the measure goes to a vote. This comment is from Robin Kubernick. Dear City Council, thank you for listening to my comments in support of the single hauler trash proposal you will vote on tonight. I fully support this initiative and want to thank all of you who have worked for months to finalize this. I also want to thank the Arvada Sustainability Committee for their hard work in researching this proposal. Many people have worked for a long time to bring this to our city, and I'm excited to see it pass tonight. For me, the biggest reason to do a single hauler here is to promote recycling. Our recycling rate is all but 13%. We can do better, and the single most effective way to increase this number is to provide a single hauler who will collect recycling from all residents. Recycling is one of the most effective weapons to fight climate change, which is the looming threat we are all facing. Another reason I support this proposal is because of the way it has been brought forth. In her letter to the Arvada Press, Dot Miller gave the background on how we've come to where we are. This proposal is a result of grassroots advocacy, followed by the extensive research by our expert sustainability committee. The council then took up the recommendation of the committee, requested proposals from vendors, and selected the best proposal. This is the natural next step, and it represents the will of a significant majority of the city. Let's not delay one more day. It's time to do the right thing and vote yes on single hauler trash proposal for Arvada. This comment is from Molson Coors Beverage Company. The Molson Coors Beverage Company wishes to express to you and the members of our Arvada City Council our support of the proposed ordinance repealing and enacting Chapter 90 solid waste of the Arvada City Code. We commend and applaud the report presented by the Arvada Sustainability and Advisory Committee, which outlines the many community benefits of an organized waste hauling program. In particular, the approval of the proposed ordinance will help to boost efforts to improve recycling for Arvada residents. It would also amplify throughout the Denver metro area and state of Colorado the city's commitment to sustainability, especially when it comes to promoting and engaging in recycling. As a large recycler ourselves, we can attest to the benefits attributed to recycling. Our Rocky Mountain bottle plant, located just next door in Ridge, is one of the few glass plants in the country that still processes recycled glass on site. We produce 1.2 billion recyclable bottles annually using 81,000 tons of recycled glass per year. Locally, glass bottles are made at our glass plant, filled at our Golden Brewery, sold, consumed, and then recycled along with other reclaimed glass, some of which will come from Arvada, and then made into new bottles. This process is repeated over and over, week in and week out. The result, less demand for energy, reductions in CO2 emissions and greenhouse gases, saving and conserving our natural resources, the promotion of jobs, and a circular economy within this community. While the benefits of recycling glass containers is significant, we can always do more as Coloradans across all material types. Given that Colorado's recycling rate is well below the national average of 35%, an affirmative vote today on the proposed new revised ordinance would be an important advancement for recycling for Arvada and the state of Colorado. Respectfully submitted by Bob Hunt, Director, Regional Government Affairs, Molson Coors Beverage Company. And I will turn it back over to you, Ben.
Thank you. Next message comes from Roy Cerati. I am so thrilled that Arvada is taking the single hauler issue to heart. I have lived in cities that used this system, and it was so much better than multiple hauler systems. It was cheaper, more efficient, and the reduced truck traffic was awesome. One city that had a single hauler system had a single point of contact for the provider, who was employed by the city. It was so nice to be able to call someone when the trash did not get picked up, who actually had a vested interest in solving the issue. When I used to see Waste Management here in Arvada, their customer service was so bad that I felt they paid a person solely to gaslight the customer. Please vote to go with a single hauler, please. Next comment is from Alonit Katzman. Dear Arvada City Council, my name is Alonit Katzman, and I am both a resident of Arvada and an attorney in our local community. You've heard from me before at the last council meeting on the same topic, where I shared a short list of why you should support the initiative, including that single trash and recycling hauling was 1, better for our streets. We have at least 10 waste hauler trucks every week on my neighborhood street alone. 2, improves the recycling rate. 3, more affordable for Arvada residents. And 4, still allows an option for individuals who want to hire a private company to haul their waste. So I wasn't going to share my thoughts yet again supporting the trash and recycling hauling initiative, but I learned today about some potential recalls, and I felt I had to add my voice. I'm asking you not to be intimidated by a loud few, aggressive and bullying voices. The citizens of Arvada voted for you to represent us, and by supporting this initiative, this is exactly what you are doing. As you know, Arvada has put out multiple surveys on this issue, and the citizens of Arvada support a citywide trash hauling initiative in the range of somewhere between the amount of 66% to 85% of its citizens. It's my understanding that there have been concerns because one of these surveys only surveyed 500 people. Actually, from a statistical perspective, for a city of 120,000 people, a survey that would be 95% accurate with only a 5% margin of error would only need to survey 383 residents. And for our surveys, our surveys had a substantial higher number of participants, making our surveys even more accurate. Our citizens want a single hauler system. It brings down our individual bills, saves our roads, and as an added benefit, helps the environment. Additionally, it's my understanding that all of our disabled and elderly community members will be able to have their trash and recycling collected from right outside their homes. I have so many Arvada clients that are disabled and on fixed incomes, and I'm grateful for this service, for this added benefit to them. I'm actually in shock that we are still having this discussion when it will only cost $20 per household a month. And I am now additionally angry that a few loud voices would dare to try and co-opt the will of the people with threats of a recall. Council members, you took an oath to represent your citizens. I live, work, and play in Arvada. My family and law firm pay taxes in Arvada. I don't want my taxes to be spent fixing roads yet again when those taxes saved under this measure could easily be reallocated. This is about a bottom line. The bottom line for the city requires that this initiative be passed, and the bottom line for my family requires that this initiative be passed. My family currently pays $87 every 3 months for trash and recycling, which is substantially more than the price you've negotiated for us. I campaigned for you, voted for you, and will continue to stand up for you. But you also respectfully need to stand up for the majority on this one, regardless of bullying. Stand up for your citizens, and we'll continue to stand up for you. Catherine Blake writes, I urge Arvada City Council to pass this immediately rather than put this to a vote. Your approval will not only be doing something good for individuals, but also something for the greater good of all residents in Arvada. Personally, lower trash hauling rates will lower my home utility costs. There is no time like the present to save money. Collectively, there are 3 separate trash trucks that rumble down my street today. These waste haulers cause more air pollution, noise pollution, and wrecks our residential streets. I recycle, but many of my neighbors don't. Approving single hauler trash pickup today is a win-win situation for everyone. Kathleen Mandel writes, Dear City Council, I support single trash hauling organized by the city for several reasons. One trash hauler per neighborhood will reduce truck traffic on our streets, keeping streets safer and in good repair for longer than multiple trucks every day. 2, prices will be reduced for residents. 3, recycling will be easier and more affordable. Arvada has one of the worst recycling rates in the country. I hope this practice will eventually become standard for all neighborhoods in Arvada, including HOAs. Every city I have lived in prior to Arvada has had citywide trash pickup, and it was wonderful and makes sense. Thank you for considering my comments. Cindy Kreutzer writes, Dear Mayor and Council members, I have reviewed the service and fee details of the draft contract with Republic and can see no benefit to me personally, but to choose to opt out and stay with my current vendor. My monthly cost would increase nearly 20%. $4.50 of that increase would be paid directly to Republic for the purpose of not providing me with any services. My current vendor already takes my yard waste anytime we put it out, and we have other methods of removing large items on the rare occasions it becomes necessary. But in my case, by the time this does or does not take effect, I will no longer be living here in my hometown. Republic's refusal to allow their draft contract details to be included in a ballot question causes me concern about their business character. That refusal also makes any ballot question irrelevant because without details of pricing and service, the voters would have no idea what they were voting for or against. However, attempting to recall 4 members of council based on their position on this single issue is not an acceptable course of action. Perhaps council should consider amending the current petition process to make it comparable to the other municipalities in the metro area. Citizens would then have a fighting chance to address issues through petition rather than attempting to recall more than half of city council. I recognize that what should be a fairly simple issue is probably giving all of council heartburn. I appreciate your efforts on both sides of the question. Lindsay Bruner writes, I work from home with an office window that overlooks the street. I see no less than 5 different waste management companies driving their trucks up and down our street each week, most sending 2 different trucks for trash and recycling, although some neighbors have not elected to purchase recycling service. Garbage trucks are noisy and can often be heard in the background of my work calls, which can be a nuisance. Across from me is a household with 6 children under 15 and another home with a 6-year-old little boy. They often play basketball and games in our street, which sees very little vehicle traffic except for waste services. Each time one of the many garbage or recycling trucks pass, sometimes several passing by in the span of a few hours, they need to stop playing. As a homeowner, I'm concerned about the wear and tear being done to our streets, as the cost of the inevitable repairs will fall on the community, and I would welcome the cost savings that would be realized in my own household through organized waste service. I also believe in doing our part to reduce vehicle emissions and air pollution, as well as promoting widespread recycling, which would all be possible through this initiative. I, like many of my neighbors, see an organized waste management system to be an effective way to save money, reduce pollution, and create a safer community for our children. This next message is from June Lacrone. I have lived in 8 different cities in 3 states, and this is the only place where we didn't have waste collection as a city service. I live on a short street, and there are trash trucks on my street every day of the week. It creates noise, air pollution, street wear, and a waste of fuel. This makes no more sense than everyone contracting for water services and having separate water lines. Our elected officials need to address this using common sense. This doesn't need to be on the ballot. The reason we have representative government is so that thoughtful, informed elected officials can make smart decisions. The City Council should vote on this and give good reason for the decision. I support an organized system of waste management for Arvada. The city's job is to provide for the common needs of citizens. Our city councilors should act on this issue. Kathy Jackson writes, I am really excited to finally have the possibility of having one truck on our busy street. I have lived in Arvada for 48 years and my husband for 69 years. We currently have at least 3 different companies come down our street every Monday through Friday back and forth. Our street is already in horrible shape due to all the traffic we have. I don't see any plans for fixing all the streets in Arvada, especially with the cutbacks they are having to make due to the virus. It would certainly seem like having less trucks would help. I'm excited to have more recycling bins for everyone. I can't believe Arvada only recycles 13% currently. Hopefully that will improve the free recycling bins. Will improve with free recycle bins. Less trucks, recycling, less pollution, but my most favorite part of the proposal will be the large item pickup twice a year. I always liked the spring cleanup we used to have every year, but due to how expensive that was, I guess that is why it was discontinued. Maybe the council members that are against this proposal will consider the expense that this used to be for our city. Now it will be included. I realize some people think it's expensive, which it will not be. Actually, it will be cheaper for my family, but people that couldn't afford recycling, it will be included. People that can't afford to go to the dump with their large items, so they let it sit outside their house and it causes an eyesore, can now have it picked up twice a year. It sounds like a win-win for everyone. I want this passed. Michelle Delaria writes, my name is Michelle Delaria. My husband and I have lived in Arvada for over 20 years. I appreciate the efforts to have organized waste hauling for Arvada. I support organized waste hauling as a reasonable city service. There are no more than 15 houses on my street with at least 3 service providers for trash and recycling. There is no reason for at least 6 trucks to rumble down my street every week. The streets are an infrastructure commons that we all support. A single hauler would reduce the impact to our streets and the unnecessary noise and air pollution in our neighborhoods. I also support the fee for bulk drop-off. I attached a picture of Ridge Road in my neighborhood between Carr and Garrison. This is an unwanted couch someone has dumped on the shoulder and on the city budget. Last month, truck tires were dumped here. I've also seen construction and landscaping debris along with this short section of road. Residents who pay to dispose of bulk waste properly are also paying for the people who illegally dump waste. It would be good to have a fee for all households to cover the cost to manage bulk waste properly. I know the reason for the city to purchase trash containers is to consider that part of the city's waste management infrastructure. Please consider providing large stickers that can be placed on current trash containers of houses participating in the single hauler program. Most houses already appear to have the required trash can style and sizes, and I see a lot of newer looking containers. My trash container is new, and a large City of Arvada sticker would be used to label it as part of the single hauler program. Please vote yes for the organized trash hauling proposal. It is a good proposal, will improve waste management across the city, and is long overdue. The next one is from Karen Tonso. I live in Councilmember Ford's District 1. I write for two reasons: recalls and waste hauling, which are unfortunately interconnected. First, I am appalled that any Arvadan would decide that the way to win an issue where they have to date been unable to prevail is to start recalls for 4 city councilors. These city council members have done nothing but listen to their constituents and make hard decisions that council members believe are in constituents' best interests. Frivolous recalls subvert the will of the people and come across as amateurish. Second, I am very much in favor of the change from trash trucks everywhere all the time, as currently practiced in Arvada, to one centered in a more ecologically sound set of practices. I live in an HOA and already benefit from a reduced price, shared service trash contract. We already bulk recycle, but I walk and bike extensively in surrounding neighborhoods. Every day is trash day for someone. Barrels are always on the street and often blocking the sidewalks. This can make walking and biking an interesting proposition. Truck noise alone is objectionable, but when damage to streets, increased truck emissions, and lack of recycling are added to concerns, then going to a single hauler, organizing trash trucks, and encouraging recycling is much preferred. In trash hauling discussions, I believe Councilmember Ford always works in good faith and in my best interest, as have other members and advisory groups. Arvada does not need to waste money on a ballot initiative, since everything done to date has always been transparent and thoughtful, and Arvadans have had extensive opportunities for input into the process. I urge a yes vote in this initiative. And I'll turn it over to you, Noel. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. This remark is from Thomas Kelly. My name is Thomas Kelly, and I am an Arvada resident, District 1. I would like to thank Nancy Ford for representing us so well on the council. I write in favor of the Arvada City Council's motion to institute a single hauler trash disposal system for residents of Arvada who are not members of HOAs. The City Council has spent over 2 years in this endeavor to ensure that the resulting agreement will benefit all residents of Arvada at a reasonable cost. Other benefits of this negotiated arrangement with a single hauler include increased opportunities for recycling, decreased trash truck traffic resulting in decreased noise and air pollution, as well as decreased wear and tear on city roads. This in turn will result in savings in our road maintenance costs and healthcare expenses. The council was also fiscally prudent in requiring the initial rate to hold for at least 2 years and to limit the size of rate increases for 3 years beyond that. They made it clear that the company which won the contract would need to fulfill the terms of the contract in order to keep it. It's encouraging to see the City Council work for the benefit and well-being of Arvada residents as they have done in this instance. They should vote now to implement this plan and continue to work in the best interest of Arvada residents. This is written in by Taylor Jarnigan, possibly Jarnigan. I apologize if I pronounced it incorrect. We are full-time City of Arvada residents who live in Alta Vista neighborhood. We are contacting the Arvada City Council to support the proposed ordinance to allow an organized waste hauling system in Arvada. Number one, in the Alta Vista neighborhood, currently there are numerous trash haulers and recyclers. Most weekdays, there are multiple trucks up and down the streets. We have counted at least 4 different companies providing service in our neighborhood. This means that there are 4 to 8 different trucks coming up and down our road each week. If there was an organized waste hauling system in Arvada, there would be 1 or more trucks, depending on if it was a recycling week. This would reduce noise, air pollution, and road wear and maintenance. This benefits all Arvada residents, both environmentally and financially. Number 2, the proposed organized waste hauling system in Arvada would result in reduced costs for us and would offer increased opportunities for recycling for those who have a difficult time affording those services now. Number 3, it is our understanding that if the council fails to pass this ordinance now, either by rejecting the ordinance or sending it to a vote in November, this results in the negotiated contract with Public Services being canceled. This would require yet another period of negotiation and wrangling, which will be unlikely to result in any agreement that will be in any way more acceptable to the vocal minority who vigorously oppose this ordinance or any similar ordinance. We live in a civil society governed by elected representatives. Our representatives are elected to represent all of us in order to form a more perfect union. Our representatives represent all of us, not just the people who vote for them, all of us. Not just those who agree with them on a particular issue, all of us. Not just the loudest voices, all of us. Not just those who are most passionate on a particular issue or set of beliefs, all of us. Please represent all of us and pass this ordinance now so we all can benefit, all of us. Thank you for your consideration of our request. This was written in by Bonnie O'Connell. To the City Council, when my husband and I moved our family back to Arvada from Longmont in the early 1980s, we were disappointed to find that trash collection was not a city service as it had been in Longmont. We currently pay over $80 a month to Waste Management for weekly trash collection and bi-weekly recycling. This is much more expensive than the agreement negotiated as part of this proposal. Undoubtedly, this is why the rate of recycling is so low in this area. Additionally, the number of trash trucks traveling our neighborhood streets on a daily basis is unacceptable from the standpoint of noise, emissions levels, and street wear, and is truly a quality of life issue. I believe this issue has been politicized due to the toxic partisan atmosphere currently existing in this country. Please approve this proposal based on its merits and benefits the community as a whole. Thank you for your consideration. This is written in by Matt Malone. I'm fortunate to live in an HOA where we already have a single hauler. Every Thursday, the trash collector comes onto the streets of our development, and every other week, a second vehicle comes to collect from our recycle bins. Residents expressed their priorities, and our board negotiated a fair monthly cost that includes additional pickups because we all have extensive yard debris at certain times of the year. What I appreciate most is the quiet. Where I lived previously in Arvada was not an HOA where every neighbor had their preferred trash hauler. So every single day, multiple gigantic trucks would hit the street throughout the day. Lots of noise, lots of pollution, lots of weight on the street, lots of traffic held up behind the trucks if it wasn't safe to go around them. Why would anyone prefer this? While I care about my personal freedoms, I just don't consider it a high priority that I get to choose my own favorite garbage hauler. I encourage council to make the decision to contract a single hauler service for us, just as the board of directors makes the decision within an HOA development. It goes with the job. Clearly, we residents of Arvada have had ample opportunity to express our opinions, which you can consider in making your decision. It doesn't need to go out for a vote, particularly because not every nuance of the proposed contract would be known. Voting without full information means voting in a vacuum. An objective decision needs to be made by the council. I strongly urge you to make that decision. Thank you. This is written in by Melissa France. My family and I are in support of the single hauler system for Arvada. Streamlining waste collection reduces truck traffic, provides ability to provide recycling to all residents, and allows city to respond to and influence quality of service for everyone. This is written in by Alexander Garland. Honorable Council, thanks for taking the time to listen to your constituents on the topic of waste hauling. My name is Alexander Garland, homeowner and resident of Arvada for 13 years. I want the City Council to act to have a single municipal waste and recycling program. This enables the city to stipulate wage, hour, and working condition rules for employees. Set terms to control excessive profits, set terms to increase recycling and recovering, set terms to reduce solid waste flow, reduce air pollution by reducing the number of waste hauling trucks and increasing the operational efficiency, stabilizing rates for services, and perhaps even reduce rates for services for many residents by realizing economies of scale, and reducing wear and tear on our roads by effectively regulating axle and wheel weight limits with weight out, weight in terms for waste hauler. Conceivably, there are many benefits for our community of Arvada, and I urge the council to consider a single municipal waste and recycling contract that stipulates the above benefits for terms in a transparent public bidding process. Thank you for your consideration and attention in this matter. This is written in by Kathy Chase. I'm submitting the comments below to be read out loud in a city council meeting on Monday, June 15th. Thanks. I am an Arvada resident in favor of the proposed Arvada organized waste and recycling hauling program. As I understand it, the proposal will reduce costs for both recycling and trash pickup, allow for big item pickup and leaf collection, help protect Mother Earth with increased recycling through curbside pickup, something I greatly value, and minimize the number of trash trucks that drive throughout our neighborhood. This is especially important to me as these trucks are extremely loud, and I'd love to minimize the number of vehicles that drive through our neighborhood each week as we have many young children who actively play outside. I don't see a downside to this very important proposal, and I ask that the City Council vote yes to implement this program. This is written in by Lori Dunbar. As a lifelong Arvada resident, I'm 100% for unified trash hauling for the city. Living on a cul-de-sac of which there are a multitude of in Arvada, I can attest to the ridiculous number of trucks that drive on our street on a weekly basis. Not only is this damaging to the road, but the noise is disconcerting. However, why Republic Services? Why not use a local company? Crush Disposal is amazing from their customer service and billing practices, the employees picking up trash. It is an A+ business, and this is who we should be supporting, not a company owned outside of the state of Colorado and will strictly pad the pockets of higher ups. The only way I will vote for this if it comes to it is if we use a local company, preferably Crush. I can guarantee there will be less households that opt out of neighborhood hauling. Why have it if people opt out and it changes nothing? This is written in by Lisa Levad. Selecting a single hauler will be good for Arvada. As a city, Arvada will be able to negotiate better rates for the city than a single individual can. Also, less trucks will be in residential areas, reducing noise and emissions. Folks can still select their own provider, but other providers will have to adapt their pricing to be competitive with the single hauler, which will also benefit citizens who opt out. Finally, single hauler with recycling will increase the overall amount of recycled materials in Arvada. Single hauler trash will make Arvada an even better place to live, and I support a single hauler service. Side note, I also miss Arvada's free households chemical disposal and the big Arvada cleanup that the city used to host once a year. Thank you. This is written in by Kate O'Donnell. I very much look forward to your vote in favor of the single hauler contract. Nowhere else I've lived have I been made to go to the trouble of looking into multiple trash companies. It's a very strange thing to have to do that. Since solid waste disposal is a public good, the city should be providing it as it does water and sewer. A contract with single provider is the next best option. There are, as we've seen, quite a few negative externalities in having so many different companies doing the same thing. So it would be much more efficient to only have one provider with all the benefits of an economic of scale. I've seen that my costs will definitely go down and my options will increase, which is what I want, not competition for competition's sake. I want more people to be able to recycle affordably. I want fewer trash trucks driving by 4 days a week is ridiculous and disruptive. I also encourage the city of the future to consider composting options for residents. Food scraps and yard waste shouldn't be going into landfills, and it would be great to get these services included. Please vote in favor of the contract. And I'll turn it over to you, Ben.
Thank you. Next message comes from John Lair. Dear City of Arvada City Council, as President and CEO of Momentum Recycling, I would like to express my support for the organized waste hauling proposal. Momentum Recycling processes all of the glass collected in recycling programs along the Front Range, and we prepare the waste glass for remanufacturing into new glass bottles. We employ Arvada area residents, safeguard the environment, and help keep the cost of beverages down. It may come as a surprise to learn that our largest challenge is that we do not get enough waste glass for processing. The primary reason for this is that most of the glass entering the waste stream along the Front Range ends up in landfills rather than recycling bins. In fact, we are only able to harvest about 25% of the glass people throw away each year. In researching why this was happening, we learned that convenient access to recycling bins was the single largest factor. If more citizens had convenient access to recycling bins, this number would increase dramatically. Arvada is a great illustration of this problem. With only 13% of the 47,000 households choosing to recycle, a lot of glass from Arvada is going to the landfill and not being turned back into new bottles. If we could improve this, even to a modest 30%, it would dramatically increase the items available for recycling, including glass. This in turn would mean more jobs with companies like ours, a significant improved recycling rate, and a stronger economy. The City of Arvada has a great opportunity to make dramatic positive change with the organized waste proposal. It is a clear win for the economy, the environment, and public happiness. As an industry participant, I know the national hauling costs are on the rise, and acting now will ensure the City of Arvada locks in great rates before these increases arrive. Momentum Recycling and its 50 employees strongly encourage you to pass the organized waste hauling proposal. Next message is from Kenzie Johnston. I moved to Arvada because I wanted to live in a thoughtful, progressive community with good schools and compassionate neighbors. I have not been disappointed. One benefit I value is our curbside recycling, as it shows our commitment to our environment and our values. When so many basic rights are being jeopardized, I would like to show my children that values are the core of our being and we need to protect them. Please stand with me and our future generations by supporting curbside recycling, and even better, if we can do closed-loop recycling that keeps the product local and emits less carbon waste by transporting the resources abroad. Bonus if this could save or create jobs in an uncertain time. Thank you for your positive commitment to our resources and our neighborhoods. Melina Riva Brat writes, Dear Arvada City Council, my name is Melina Riva Brat. I have been a resident of Arvada for 6 years. I would like to change Arvada's recycling waste hauling system to one that is more efficient and economical. Organized waste hauling, one street, one truck. I am excited to see a proposal that is directing our community in a positive way. It is important to me and my family because we support our environment and our children's future. Recycling has proven to reduce our footprint on the earth. I believe more residents would recycle if the resources and costs were better available. This proposal would do that. Also, fewer trucks means less traffic on streets, making it safer for kids and pets. It would also provide less stress on our roads. Please make the right choice to help our neighborhoods and community of Arvada. Diane Dunlap writes, Arvada City Council members, we do not want the organized waste hauling project to be forced on us for a number of reasons. 1, the hauler is not a Colorado-owned company. 2, it will increase our trash hauling costs by at least 40% from what we pay now. We have 4 adults, 4 large trees in our yard, which produce tons of leaves in the fall. Our current trash company does put ridiculous limits on our trash quantities. We have tried the Arvada leaf and grass recycling drop-off, and it is always full. Many of our neighbors are elderly or just do not have a truck to get grass and leaf recycling to these sites. What are they supposed to do with it all? We do not want to pay an extra fee for not using this service. We should not be putting small, independent Colorado-owned trash companies out of business at this time when the economy is already hurting. There are too many drawbacks for this proposal to be sustainable for this community. The next is from Carter Burgess. Good evening, members of Arvada City Council. My name is Carter Burgess, and I am new to getting involved in local issues. Over the past several months, I have begun learning about the organized waste and recycling system, and what I've come to learn is that it is a system that prioritizes the majority of Arvada residents. Having worked in the real estate industry for some time, I have become acquainted with many neighborhoods in our city. The one commonality that always sticks out when I'm driving through these neighborhoods are the poor road conditions and the many garbage trucks driving up and down each street. Each time I see a garbage truck driving down the street, I see the brown clouds that are left behind. Moreover, I have lived both with and without some sort of organized waste system. In my experience, an organized waste system is more affordable, promotes recycling, and is overall much simpler than choosing my own waste company. Ultimately, I'm happy to let the city treat the service as a utility. Imagine if we were all able to choose our own water service. Both the quality and the cost would vary. I encourage Arvada City Council to vote in favor of this ordinance. Recycling, clean air, and affordability should not be a luxury, but instead a community standard. Alexandria Castino writes, My husband and I are Arvada residents, homeowners, and voters. We would like to express our enthusiastic support for the single hauler trash service being considered in Arvada. We entrust this decision to our elected city council men and women and do not feel that delaying this decision to run a ballot measure is necessary, particularly given that we lose the progress that has been made on the contracting and the momentum toward implementation of this important measure. Thank you for putting together a thoughtful initiative that will move Arvada forward by improving air quality, reducing wear and tear on the roads, and increasing recycling rates. We'd support the addition of compost collection as soon as practicable, as has been done in many other Colorado cities, to continue to reduce the impacts of our waste stream by reducing greenhouse gases and supporting local food systems and soil health. While this is not a perfect measure, we believe it is the next right step. It is the responsibility of current generations to continue to work toward being better stewards of our planet and leave a healthier and more sustainable home for our children, grandchildren, and the future. This initiative's ability to move toward being more responsible with our waste, roads, and air quality is an important step in the right direction. Annie Marcucci writes, the economic, environmental, logistical benefits all make great sense to me. When I moved to Arvada 5 years ago, I thought the current system was strange and probably wasteful. I didn't give it much more consideration until 3 years ago when I left my office job and began to stay home. I immediately noticed the extraordinary amount of trucks up and down my Allendale West Street. The level of noise and disruption is hard to understand if you are not enveloped by it daily. I was beyond grateful when I started to hearing about a single hauler system and can't wait for it to be enacted. I am growing very frustrated by the small but very loud opponents who are trying to delay this system. It seems very wasteful to risk walking back all of the work and efforts already in place. I am in support of foregoing a November ballot measure, but instead moving forward as planned. David Belsheim writes, I am one of the majority of voters in Arvada that elected officials to approve organized waste hauling. Again, a majority of us want this new plan approved. No matter what you hear today, a majority of us voters want this now. The proposed waste hauling plan benefits our community because it saves taxpayers money and decreases heavy traffic on our streets. The proposed deal is the result of nearly 2 years of the city's work, public meetings, and negotiations to obtain a lower rate for all of us. The opposition appears to be ignorant of the benefits this initiative will provide to everyone, including themselves. For example, the bulky item drop-off events that were previously unavailable. Please do the right thing for our community and approve the new waste hauling initiative. Thank you. Lindsay Everetts writes, my family and I, 2 adults and 2 young children, have lived in Arvada for a little more than 3 years. We moved here from a large city out of state. There's a lot we really like about living in Arvada. The one thing we really don't like about Arvada is the constant presence of garbage trucks on our otherwise quiet street. We have several trucks going up and down our street almost every day of the week. I'm a stay-at-home mom, so I see it and I hear it. It equals air pollution, noise pollution, road degradation, you name it. It makes an otherwise pleasant Arvada quite obnoxious, and the Denver Metro already has bad enough air quality. This only makes it worse. If the city doesn't adopt an organized waste hauling and recycling program and get the garbage truck insanity under control, we will eventually be moving. We would like to be able to go for a walk in our neighborhood without having to constantly dodge garbage trucks and avoid inhaling noxious diesel fumes. Noel?
Thanks, Ben. This comment is from Gina Cohen. The current recycling system in Arvada is inefficient, and the consideration of a new proposal is very needed at this time. The current system is riddled with hidden costs like the road damage and unnecessary air pollution. The new proposal takes a large step in the right direction towards creating a more efficient system that is also more cost effective. It proposes a system that is more equitable and accessible to the residents of Arvada. Considering Arvada's recycling rate is only 13%, this means we trash 87% of our discards. This low rate is arguably due to how difficult and expensive it is to navigate the current city options. It is important right now, in this situation of extreme climate turmoil, that we take steps to address what can be done as a community to support our environment that we share with the world. This new proposal not only allows us to participate in supporting efforts to impact our climate, but it also could boost state economy great jobs, boost the recycling rate and reduce discard rate, and encourage many more to participate in recycling that were originally not able to do due to accessibility issues. Sarah Neal writes, Dear City Council, I support the organized waste hauling proposal because it will save my family money and better serve our waste hauling needs. It will take large polluting trucks off of the streets and make our neighborhoods a better and safer place. I have not been able to find a hauler that can meet our needs for less trash pickups and more recycling. We pay for a service that we do not use, and the new proposed system is the most flexible I have seen after looking into every hauling company in our area. Please pass this and move Arvada in a better direction for the citizens and the environment and make it a better and safer place for all of us. Thank you. Hannah Steffi writes, I grew up in Longmont where the city picked up the trash and recycle for the area once a week and had a place to drop off other hard to recycle items and tree branches for free or very cheap. Then I moved to Arvada and I was appalled there are trash cans out pretty much every day of the week. It's not so much the eyesore that bothers me, but the environmental impact of having massive trucks go by on our blocks pretty much every day. Arvada had a massive amount of failing roads, and I think this is a large contributor to wear and tear. Not to mention, people don't put their trash cans on the road. When walking my dog, I have to go into the road or walk on someone's property to get by. It's an annoyance for me, but if someone has a wheelchair or mobility issues, it can be very dangerous or impossible to keep making those detours into the road, especially in winter when the road is not shoveled. Having one waste hauler would mitigate the excessive wear and tear on the roads and the cost to repairs those, and it would make it easier to have consistent rules of placing trash cans in the road to free up the public sidewalks to make it safer to walk. Act now. Troy Hull writes in, esteemed council members, my name is Troy Hull. I have lived near Old Town for the past 19 years, and my house is on a 2-block cul-de-sac dead-end street. I do recognize the sizable number of trash trucks on my street, and I recognize that they are not quiet. Ironically, that is a safety feature. I am more concerned with the Amazon delivery subcontractors and Uber Eats and DoorDash vehicles that are speeding through our streets, driving on the wrong side of the street, and present a quiet danger to our kids. Back to waste hauling, I have seen Denver's single provider waste hauling up close, and I am not in favor. I enjoy the personal attention my small provider gives me, and a contracted single provider service would mean that only large impersonal companies with many, many trucks could bid for the service. I think the American way is to have open competition where trash service providers compete to give the consumer the lowest price and best service. Stifling competition results in unhappy consumers and citizens feeling that they are not getting proper value for their trash bins. This is why the government frowns on monopolies and puts forth antitrust laws. I offer a couple of ideas. First, if you want to restrict trash truck traffic, you could require the trash haulers to serve certain sections of the city on only a particular day. So let's say Thursday is my neighborhood day and all the trucks come that day. We all have our cans out on that day, and the parents know that that is the day to keep a close eye on Junior. Second, a lottery system where every 2 years the trash companies apply to serve Arvada and only 5 are randomly selected from which the citizens can choose to have service. In a combination with day restrictions, this will reduce the number of trucks. Sadly, I fear that the random selection of 5 will become the cash kickback under the table selection of 1 or 2 providers. Please remember, we are not Boulder, and our Arvadans don't want our society to be engineered for us in our best interest. As Americans, we embrace freedom, reject socialism, and have a strong history of yearning for liberty. Thank you for your attention, Troy Hull. Erica Gradwell wrote in, right now, it seems that we have so many different waste haulers in Arvada, depending on who has been hired by which household on which street. I actually find that if I put out my trash on the driveway a day early, sometimes it gets picked up by a different company than the one I have hired, Best Cleaner Disposal. So even the companies are confused about their clients. Our neighborhood streets are too narrow to accommodate these large trucks, and having to drive around them and their employees in the street can be dangerous. Regardless of season, but especially in the summertime with the increased number of bicyclists and children playing in the streets as well. Aside from safety issues, these large trucks are bad for our air quality and increase our road maintenance. I used to recycle at Sustainability Recycling in Arvada when they had free drop-off. Now that they charge per visit and I need to do all of the sorting beforehand, I have just started taking my recyclables to a free drop-off locations in other cities because I don't generate enough recyclables each week to warrant a weekly pickup. If more households recycled their recyclables instead of putting them in a trash, there would be even less trash to pick up each week and fewer recyclables ending up in the landfill. 20 years ago, I moved here from Ithaca, New York, and recycling was and still is the city law for both households and businesses. Pickup of recyclables was free so that people didn't have to pay money to be law-abiding citizens. Households would put out trash once a week and put out recyclables the following week, so pickups would alternate each week. We also had to put a trash tag sticker on each bag of trash in order for them to pick it up. 20 years ago, the price was $1 per bag tag, and nowadays it's $3.50 per bag tag. Not that this would be the goal for Arvada, but at least consolidating the numerous trash haulers would be a good first step to coordinating trash and recyclable pickups. Thank you for allowing the public to comment on this very important issue, especially as it relates to our future way of living in a still evolving post-pandemic normal. This next one is from William Metzger. While my community's HOA contracts with a single haul trash hauling provider, several of the surrounding neighborhoods do not. People on one block may have a different provider than a neighbor a block or two away, which seems a bit silly. The result is trash hauling trucks plow through at different times and days in the greater neighborhood. These trucks unnecessarily degrade streets, scare pedestrians, and create unnecessary noise. Meanwhile, homeowners are deprived of the right to negotiate the rates and service our HOA has as a result of using a single hauler provider. Thank you for your service to Arvada. I appreciate all you do. This next one is from Richard Strauss. Honorable Arvada City Council members, my name is Richard Strauss, and as a 22-year Wood Run Community Arvada resident, urge all council members to vote common sense yes for organized waste hauling. 2, 1, reduce overall trash collection costs. 2, increase recycling options. 3, reduce waste by getting free and convenient recycling bins. 4, reduce non-HOA residents' costs by getting group pricing rates similar to HOAs. 5, reduce air and noise pollution from multiple companies' trash collection trucks. And 6, reduce additional road maintenance costs and repairs caused by multiple large and heavy trash collection trucks. Thank you for listening to my comment. Again, I urge you to vote yes for organized waste hauling. This is written in by Nancy Felix. Since the pandemic and having to work from home, I now often take walks all over the neighboring subdivisions. I have to tell you that I sometimes count the number of trash and recycling trucks moving out and about in each subdivision. This is not good for the roads and the environment. I support organized waste and trash hauling because I believe it will be good for the environment by creating less air pollution from all of the different trucks driving around. Will help with fewer road repairs and will therefore save us money on road repairs. And as I understand it, will be more economical for families. This is a win-win. Please help us in doing everything we can to help protect the environment. And this is my last one, Ben. It's from Sandra and Jack Van Ens. We support the ordinance for organized waste hauling and recycling. We live near 2 ponds, NWR. 3 to 5 days every week, multiple heavy trash trucks rumble up and down our streets, crackling the roads and spewing emissions. Today, June 15th at noon, our air quality is poor, 54 AQI. This is higher than the maximum limit for 24 hours established by the World Health Organization. One carrier will improve both these problems. All will receive a recycle bin. We recycle, but less than 1/4 of Arvada residents do. We've lived in Arvada since 1981. City Council, please pass one trash carrier. Do not put it on the ballot or we'll lose the contract with Republic. Thank you for listening.
All right. The next message comes from Taylor Rose. I'd like to start off by saying that I am wholly in support of single hauler trash. We currently have multiple trucks driving through our neighborhood every day between the trash and recycling pickups. Economically, this makes no sense. There are many studies available online showing how garbage trucks in particular cause much more damage to roads than typical vehicles. This is due to the combination of their weight, the constant stopping and starting, and the fact that they drive along the edge of the road where it is the weakest. I've attached a study done in Fort Collins that calculated the annual savings related to the road maintenance to be $170,000 when moving to a districted system. Given that road maintenance is a recurring concern of the Arvada voters, I think this is a very strong argument in favor of a single hauler. Furthermore, a single hauler system will give all Arvadans access to recycling collection. We have a moral obligation to try to reduce waste as much as possible. Having recycling by default will encourage more people to recycle since all current trash haulers currently charge extra for the service, dissuading people from utilizing it. Jonah Hearn writes, Mayor and members of Arvada City Council, I'm writing today looking for guidance on a petition of referendum on the upcoming waste hauling measure. If you as a body decide the issue without a vote of the people, I and a large group of other Arvada residents intend to file a petition of referendum the day after you make this decision. In the interest of public safety, it would not be prudent for a group of over 100 people to go door to door in our city. I'm looking for guidance today as the signature requirement. Governor Polis has relaxed the rules at the state level to allow email and standard mail. I'm asking the same with the addition of an online petition. We all want what is best in the best interest of the public. At the point with safer at home likely in place through the fall, citizens of Arvada will not have the safe or legal ability to enjoy the full use of our city charter. Lisa Lowe writes, I'd like to interject with my thoughts on the matter. I've lived in Arvada for 25 years, first in a sweet little home near Old Town and now over by the Apex Center in West Arvada. Currently, we are in an HOA and our entire neighborhood is happy to have trash trucks down our street only once per week. And now that our recycling costs are built into our already inexpensive fees for trash hauling, in our previous home, we chose our hauler and paid extra to have recycling. Each week, at least 4 huge garbage trucks with different companies would come down our street, making noise and adding wear and tear to our roads. In my opinion, this is a waste of taxpayer dollars, and we really need to think seriously about these costs. And looking at our current prices in an HOA for monthly trash and recycling versus what we paid in our previous street, we're now paying about $30 less per month, and recycling is already figured into that amount. So if an Arvada resident pays $30 more for trash and then has to add a separate fee for recycling, then who is going to go the extra mile and recycle? It's one of the reasons Arvada has the lowest recycling rate in the state, or one of the lowest recycling rates in the state. So in summary, switching to a single hauler trash system in Arvada would promote less dollars spent on road repair, fewer taxpayer dollars, increased recycling rates. Each resident saves dollars per month on trash hauling. I believe in a free market, but I also believe in providing safe, affordable services that benefit the city, the population of Arvada, and the planet. It seems like a simple choice. Thanks for hearing me out. Tom Quinn writes, I wish to voice support for citywide waste hauling. This is a great step forward to help make recycling available to everyone in the city and reduce traffic, road use, and carbon emissions with multiple waste haulers working within the entire city. Deb Kaufman writes, Dear council members, thank you for considering providing organized trash hauling for Arvada residents. I'm so happy about the possibility of having fewer trucks driving through my neighborhood every week. I've lived in a city where everyone on my street had the same trash hauler, and it was so nice. It just makes so much sense. It will reduce wear and tear on Arvada's streets, reduce noise, be safer, improve Arvada's dismal recycling rate, and be more efficient. Please bring organized trash hauling to our city. Edward Morrison writes, I have lived in places with a single hauler, and I have lived in places like Arvada without it. Having a single hauler is tremendously more efficient, in my experience, always cheaper. I think the choice right now is between doing business better and making a real improvement for the benefit of our atmosphere, community, roads, noise, birds, pedestrians, and cyclists, or continuing business as usual in an inferior way. Erica Sickinger writes, by offering these services at a lower rate than private companies, I anticipate that more residents of Arvada would be encouraged to recycle. Side note, it would be great if we could add composting as well. Kathleen Flynn writes, we want one hauler for the city of Arvada. The numerous trucks now racing around the city cause air and noise pollution and damage to our streets. Not enough Arvadans recycle, and having Republic furnish bins for recycling and trash at a reasonable price will lower the monthly cost for most residents. I've spoken to the city council about this issue for the past 10 years, and it is time to act. We elected council members to make these types of decisions, and we want you to vote as a council and not delay action any longer by putting it to a vote. Making it a ballot issue will also cost the city money. Thank you for your timely action on this issue. Aaron Shepard writes, I reside in Winona Court in Arvada and would be interested in a city recycling and trash pickup option. Please feel free to read, and then he asked to have it read live. And that was a quick batch. Noelle, it's back to you.
Okay, great, Ben. And this is my last batch. I have approximately 10 in this pile. This comment is from Michael Brent. Greetings, City Council members and concerned citizens of Arvada. I write in the strongest possible support of the proposal for organized waste hauling and recycling in our fine city. In September 2016, when my wife and I bought our home, we were shocked to discover that the city of Arvada did not provide organized waste and recycling for its residents. For a moment there, we thought that this was a practical joke that our new neighbors were playing on us. Having lived in several other cities around the country, we had simply assumed that waste and recycling was provided by the local government. Alas, we were shocked to learn that this is not the case in Arvada. While we understand that people who have lived here for many years might be used to arranging for their own trash collection, the current system is wasteful in many ways. Not only do the increased number of trucks on our city streets wear and tear on roads, raise the levels of noise and air pollution, and lower participation in recycling, the city's ability to bargain on our behalf lowers our monthly costs and provides for regular bulk and yard waste collection days. So when I learned of this initiative, I was all in 100%. I urge all City Council members to vote in support of this proposal ordinance. Thank you for your time and sincere attention. Connor Smallwood wrote in, Dear Mayor and City Council, I'm writing this in support of organized waste and recycling. I understand that there's a concern about other waste hauling businesses if the city moves to one hauler. However, they can still compete for the business of HOAs, multifamily homes, businesses, and single-family homes in other Denver metro cities. Ultimately, I feel that it would be simpler and better for customer service to work with one hauler instead of several. With the current system, we have a fleet of high-emission trash trucks and every trash service following their own code of conduct. The city of Arvada would be in a better environmental state if we just used one trash removal service. This would mean less monstrous trash trucks roaming our streets and polluting our air to pick up 2 or 3 bins on a street of 20 houses. I know everybody is looking for a win here, but let the environment win one. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. This was written in by Amy Sagendorf. Dear City Council, I strongly urge you to vote the proposed ordinance and contract that will greatly benefit our city's efficiency in the area of trash collection and recycling. As you know, there are many benefits in this ordinance. Number one, this proposal has the potential to greatly increase recycling participation by our city residents by providing all residents with curbside service. HOAs will have the option to opt in. Currently, only 40% of our residents have recycling service. This will give easy access to recycling to a large part of our city that isn't currently participating. Recycling makes good sense for our city and planet, especially in light of the growth in population our city is experiencing. Recycling is a fast and easy step our city can take to help reduce greenhouse gases that contribute to climate change. Number two, this proposal can lower the cost of trash and recycling service for residents. Currently, residents are paying about $30 a month for hauling services. Under this proposal, residents can see a drastic reduction in cost. This proposal offers residents more choices in service levels with varying fees attached. The reduction seen can be half the current cost and include both trash and recycling hauling. Number three, under this proposal, residents will be provided with other opportunities to properly discard items not allowed under the weekly trash hauling schedule. Included are opportunities for bulk items to be disposed of along with seasonal leaf and yard waste collection. HOAs will have the option to access these services for a low monthly fee. Number four, with the proposed organized waste hauling, there will be a reduction in the number of service trucks driving around our city and neighborhood. Under this proposal in our neighborhoods, one trash truck will be scheduled per week and one recycling truck every other week will be utilized. This will help to reduce damage to our roads and thus lower the cost of repairs on the roads. It will also contribute to the reduction of noise and air pollution in our neighborhood. Again, I strongly urge you to vote for this proposed organized waste hauling ordinance. It is the necessary choice for Arvada to help reduce road repair costs, help reduce trash hauling costs, reduce city pollution, and to support citywide recycling efforts. Thank you. This was written in by Anna Reed. My name is Anna. My partner and I bought a house in East Arvada a year ago. When we initially signed up for waste hauling, I had to call each of the companies, create a spreadsheet of the details, and ultimately negotiate to get the best price and cart combo I could find. The company we went with has twice mischarged me and has sometimes been hard to reach. What bothers me most, however, is the fact that it seems like 4 different trash companies send trucks down our street each week, including 2 that come on Tuesdays about an hour apart. I think that the impact on our environment is unconscionable and the noise unpleasant. I am also concerned about the condition of our roads. I ask you to please pass organized waste hauling. Thank you. This was written in by Sherry Suckin. To start, I believe this issue should be decided by the voters rather than the select few people on city council. That said, here are a few specific concerns related to the city's proposed waste hauling system. Reduced costs to residents. Currently, our household fills at least one 96-gallon bin a week, sometimes 2 bins. Even though it will be the same cost as what we are paying now, the city system only includes 1 bin. Our current provider allows us up to 2 96-gallon bins for the same price as the 1 bin under the organized system, making it less cost effective. Many of my neighbors and family members have the same benefit with their waste hauling providers. The city states in its fact sheet that there will be lower costs for most residents. That will only be true for the households that are paying higher rates with larger companies such as Republic, Waste Management, etc. My research and experience consistently show that the smaller, usually local companies provide a better rate and customer service. The city system would either force us to go with a more expensive national company or penalize us for exercising our so-called choice in provider through the opt-out charge. This charge for opting out will also increase our monthly bills without necessarily providing a service that we need, e.g. the yard waste collection and large item drop-off events. Our current waste hauling provider and many others I researched will haul the little yard waste we produce within limits at no additional charge. It would make more sense to charge those who opt out of the organized system a one-time fee if when they choose to utilize the periodic yard waste / drop-off events. Supporting small and local businesses. Based on the city's proposal, it's reasonable to expect that only the large national companies can fulfill the demands necessary for servicing all of Arvada. This means small and local waste haulers could very well lose a significant number of customers under the city's single hauler push. Considering the current economic climate due to the COVID-19 pandemic, should we not be supporting local businesses? More of our dollars stay in the local economy when we hire local companies. Customer service. The fact sheet claims better customer service under the single hauler system. Through firsthand experience, word of mouth, and social media, it's apparent that large brands like Republic do not fare well in the area of providing a great customer experience. For example, common complaints on Nextdoor.com are trash cans left in the street, missed pickups, and unresponsive call centers. Furthermore, it's not clear how the city guarantees better customer service when utilizing these national brands. Thank you for your time and consideration. This next note was written in by Lori Wing. I'm a resident of Arvada and I want to make sure my comments are heard at the Arvada City Council meeting. I fully support the idea of organized recycling and garbage hauling. The people were polled on this issue and people spoke up about how this would benefit them. If we do not address the issue and organize the garbage and recycling services, we continue to waste our resources, spend more money, and increase noise and air pollution. I am frustrated that some of our city council members have faced intimidation by opposition groups, threatening them if they vote yes on the issue. This is inappropriate and these intimidation tactics should be condemned. I also want to call to light that Arvada needs to take immediate actions to address the Black Lives Matter movement with steps that support minorities in our community. Thank you for your time. This next is from Susie Curvin. As a lifelong resident of the Alta Vista neighborhood in Arvada, I've come to the realization that I do not have to live with trash trucks constantly going up and down my street. Living with trash trucks has become a way of life. Noise pollution has become a way of life. I live in a beautiful neighborhood and the noise every day, all day has become unacceptable. Why do I have to be subjected to continual noise from trash trucks? Along with the noise, I also see road wear and air pollution, not only on my street, but throughout Arvada. If there's a better way to collect trash, why aren't we moving forward with that change? Reduced cost is another reason I support organized waste hauling. I pay a lot for trash service and would save a lot of money with the proposed Republic service plan. In this economy, saving money is crucial for many folks, me included. I also pay for recycling. I believe that recycling helps the environment and gladly pay the extra monthly fee. I hope that the new ordinance would encourage others to recycle. I understand that the City Council can approve this ordinance. I also understand that some council members want the decision to be postponed to a November vote. If the decision goes to a vote, then Republic will cancel the proposal. City Council, I am asking that you do your job. I am asking that you listen to your constituents and make a decision that will benefit the entire Arvada community. Make the decision now and pass the ordinance and initiate organized waste hauling. Arvada is becoming more and more crowded. Organized hauling is one way to offer the citizens of Arvada a better, healthier way to live. Respectfully submitted. This was written by Jeff Hallman. Good evening, City Council. Tonight you will undoubtedly be bombarded by facts, figures, and emotional testimony both in favor of and against the single waste hauler initiative. It is human nature to want to please everyone. As politicians, you all know that this is simply not possible. You can please some of the people some of the time, but you cannot please all of the people all of the time. This is certainly the case here, and the negative minority has been very vocal and frankly quite intimidating. No matter what decision you make tonight, there will be angry people. The question is, will there be more unhappy people that are in favor of the new system or more unhappy people that are opposed to it? I believe that in your hearts, you know the answer to this question. Please be the strong and confident leaders that we elected and tolerate the angry few in favor of the many that will be elated that the city will be doing the right thing for us today and our children tomorrow. Thank you. This is from Alex Prey. Council members, I'm writing to you as yet another resident with an anecdotal account of my experience with trash and recycling in the city. I bought my first home here in Arvada in 2016. At the time, I did not give much thought to the solid waste services. I signed up for trash and recycling with the hauler whose name I recognized and moved on to more important things. In the 3 years following that, the hauler incrementally raised my monthly rate from $26 to $40. It was at this point I started shopping around and researching. The first thing I found was that there were no deals to be had for new customers, and the second was that the city was looking into a single hauler option. At the time, it would have been great to have the city negotiate a fair price on my behalf. It would have saved me the trouble and on a larger scale provide equity across the city. Ultimately, I was able to get my hauler to reduce their artificially inflated rate, but I am still paying more than any of the proposed city options would cost. I am sure that there are still many citizens paying far more than they should, and like me, until about 6 months ago, don't think about it much. In what I thought was a valuable PSA, I posted about lowering my bill on Nextdoor. It wasn't long until opponents of the single hauler plan turned my post into a platform to called out the city's radical recycling agenda, spinning this ordinance as communism and making unsubstantiated accusations of city staff getting kickbacks. I'm sure those opposed to the ban on trash burning felt the same way. Let's all be thankful Nextdoor didn't exist then. If this were to go to a public vote, this rhetoric would only be amplified over the next 5 months and misinformation campaigns would run rampant. I've spent more of my quarantine time than I'd like to admit rewatching city council meetings, reading and rereading the ordinance, RFP and proposals. But if this were to go to a vote in the fall, my fear is many citizens would not do this level of research or even read the Blue Book information. This would base their decision on Nextdoor posts and campaign mailers telling half-truths at best. I voted for many of you to represent my interest in City Council, especially on matters of complexness. I ask that today you don't shirk that duty and make a decision in the best interest of the citizens, the environment, and the city. Thank you. And this is officially my last one, Ben. And this was written in by Mike Williams. Amazing how for all of the years Arvada has been here, the citizens were smart enough and capable enough to pick and choose the trash service they wanted and best fit their needs. Now the city thinks they know what is best. I live on a corner of a very busy street, so I see what trash haulers are in the neighborhood. Since American/Waste Connections have bought most of the smaller companies, they are the prominent waste hauler in Arvada right now. Since they don't use the big trash barrels, they make one pass down street, excluding recycling. Problem is nobody likes them. Waste management is the second busiest. I see their trucks on my street 4 times per day, up and down each way. I don't see one Republic truck at all. There must be a reason. I personally use Crush. I see them one time. That is it. They give a senior discount, so I pay $54 for every 4 months. Hard for the city to beat that. If you are worried about overweight trucks, then what do you think will happen when they're only truck all day per neighborhood? An excerpt from an email with Lauren Simpson. Trash truck weight. That's not my number. That's what the experts at CSU came up with when Fort Collins was looking at this issue back in 2012, I believe. The estimate they produced is not going to one trash and one recycling truck per week would save that city roughly $120,000 to $170,000 a year. With inflation, my own estimate is that would be around anywhere from $150,000 to $200,000 a year for Arvada. It seems excessive, I know, but jokingly speaking, I trust the math nerds. A tandem axle truck, one with 2 axles in the rear, can legally haul 40,000 pounds on non-designated roads. 36,000 pounds on designated highways can be permitted for 50,000 to 42,000 pounds. The weight includes the truck itself. If the truck has a third axle, then the weights go up to 54,000 pounds on all highways and be permitted to 55,000 to 65,000 pounds, depending on the road. Again, the weight must include the truck. Source, COM data, motor carrier, and weight manual. An empty trash truck will weigh 30,000 to 36,000 pounds. So what happens when a truck reaches its maximum weight? Who will be monitoring the trucks to make sure they are legal? Maybe buy some portable scales to do random checks toward the end of the day. And that's the end, Ben.
Thanks very much, Noelle. And we are in the home stretch, everyone. The next comment comes from Megan Smallwood. I fully support organized waste and recycling for Arvada, and I urge the City Council to pass this important ordinance now, rather than putting it to a vote, so that we can capitalize on the contract negotiated with Republic. Organized waste hauling and recycling makes so much sense for Arvada by reducing emissions and road damage caused by having so many trash trucks driving up and down our streets. On our street alone, we see a trash truck almost every weekday. Additionally, having recycling bins provided for no extra cost will make it easier for more people to recycle and will reduce their waste output so they can choose a smaller, less expensive trash can. Lastly, being able to negotiate with group pricing is a huge cost benefit that will positively impact most Arvada residents with cost reductions. I understand there is a small vocal group opposed to this ordinance that is threatening recall elections for council members who choose to vote in favor of passing this. I hope you know that the majority of Arvada residents are in favor of this passing and that you won't be intimidated by this loud minority who is opposed. Please do the right thing for Arvada and pass organized waste hauling and recycling. It's always the right time to do the right thing. This is from Paul Osterhout. Ladies and gentlemen of Arvada City Council and honored mayor, my family and I want to voice our strong support for a unified approach to trash and recycling collection in Arvada. My primary concern is that Arvada needs to increase recycling in dramatic terms, and making it really easy for folks to participate is the fastest and most economical way to achieve this goal. My parents taught me to recycle way back in the 60s, long before climate change was top of mind. We went out of our way to collect newspapers, bottles, and even light bulbs, and made special trips to get them recycled. Even then, we knew it was just right to recycle. It's just inconceivable to me that Arvada is so far behind in this initiative, but you can and should now resolve that. Of course, there are some negatives in the process of implementing a single provider solution, but the benefits far outweigh the negatives. A few examples of the benefits are reduced wear and tear on our streets, 1 truck per neighborhood, reduced greenhouse gases and fuel consumption, reduced noise pollution, huge shift from recyclables ending up in the landfill to being reused, making a clear statement to our kids that we are responsible stewards of the city and our planet. I also implore you to ignore the threat of a recall petition when making your decision. I believe that's all political theater and has no impact on what you now need to do. It is a device for those who cannot or will not argue on the merits of the proposal. Do not cave into that pressure. We all must do our part. Please do yours now. Kathy Droulard writes, thank you to the city staff and council for your many hours of additional time on this matter. Yes, recycling is important for our planet, and heavy trucks are indeed causing damage to our city roads. But this proposal, if passed in current form, is not the answer. The contract with Republic has too many flaws that will negatively impact the city's budget. The city has to spend $5 million to buy Republic's trash carts. And so what happens when the city decides to go with another trash company after 2 years? Do we really get large stickers to cover up Republic's name on the trash carts? Meanwhile, the city is still paying off the $5 million loan. Why isn't Republic purchasing these carts? How many full-time employees will be added to the city's payroll to deal with Republic service issues or complaints? Councilmember Mr. Marriott wisely added some money to the budget. Will it be enough? I suspect if this current proposal is passed without voter input, there will be plenty of unhappy folks willing to spend time with Republic to point out poor service and value. How many complaints will City Council receive at the grocery store and in the neighborhood? Finally, just a quick reminder of the $5.13 fee to opt out. As many others have stated, it's deeply wrong for a company to profit just by driving by your house. I strongly request that this proposal is amended and then put on the ballot so the citizens of Arvada can vote. Cody Marshall writes, Dear Mayor Williams and members of Arvada City Council, I am the Chief Community Strategy Officer for the Recycling Partnership, a national recycling nonprofit that provides grants and resources to cities all over the United States. As you may have seen from a previous recycling partnership letter from Catherine Huded to the mayor on April 27, 2020, the Recycling Partnership has awarded the city of Arvada a cash grant of $512,000 to support the purchase of recycling carts, plus provide in-kind support to design the education and outreach materials. This is a nationally competitive grant, and this award reflects our belief that the city of Arvada is well poised to dramatically and permanently transform your recycling program. The award is made possible through an innovative partnership of companies and organizations that are eager to see recycling grow in your city and throughout the state of Colorado. Recycling is a supply chain. It is manufacturing that relies on homes all over the U.S. to place recyclables at the curb. Those recyclables then make their way through the supply chain to be made into new products we use every day. Now, more than ever, the country needs that supply. Tissue, boxes, bottles, and cans are all made from this feedstock, and with more residents at home, these products are currently in high demand. Our experience around the country has shown that residents that have to make a special call and subscribe to set up recycling is a significant barrier to successful recovery in a city. Providing curbside recycling service automatically for residents is a national recycling best management practice. This is a common practice that leads to significantly more recycling recovered than subscription programs. Providing this level of service also significantly decreases truck traffic through city neighborhoods and is often a major reason why cities choose to transition to this type of recycling service. In a recent survey we conducted of residents in the United States, 83% of residents believe recycling is an important public service, and 74% say they would be inclined to recycle if it was made easier. I'd like to recommend you and the City of Arvada staff I'd like to commend you and the City of Arvada staff for taking these important steps to expand recycling service, to make recycling easier, more convenient, and more affordable per household. We appreciate your deliberation on this important program and stand by to support the City of Arvada however we can. This is an exciting time for recycling in Colorado. Mark McGough writes, to the members of the Arvada City Council, each of you, as well as the council collectively, have received voluminous, a large volume of input on the proposal for organized waste hauling. Mr. McGough, I apologize. You will continue to receive input through the public hearing process this evening as you prepare to vote on this matter. I urge you to vote the measure up or down this evening, rather than kicking the garbage can down the street once again. The measure has been under intense review for more than a year, has been refined many times to reflect council staff and public input, and is ripe for your final vote. It is my judgment that there is nothing to be gained by waiting several months for an outcome of an advisory vote, and then entering into council deliberations once again. The time for a final vote is at hand. By the time a motion is made this evening, you will have all the information you will need for an informed vote. You have the collective judgment to determine the best future of Arvada in regard to waste hauling. You have been commissioned by the voters to make decisions for the future good of our city. You will either cast your vote this evening or you'll cast it in the future. A final vote deferred this evening on this contentious issue will not become a less difficult or more informed vote several months or a year from now. Let's bring this issue to closure, exercise your best judgment, and vote on this issue tonight. Thank you. Taylor Davis writes, I am writing this to show my support for organized hauling in Arvada. This is an important environmental step to make recycling more accessible to everyone. We can all do more to recycle and reduce waste. I would love for this comment to be read out loud during tonight's meeting. A more beautiful Colorado can start here. Gabriel Bosi writes, in today's complicated climate, which has seen the world facing a pandemic, many Americans now seeing through the propaganda to the truly horrid state of racism in our country and an existential threat to the form of climate change, or in the form of climate change, it is a rare opportunity for a political problem to have a simple and expedient solution. This proposal is the perfect embodiment of just such an opportunity and would objectively improve our city's sanitation. With this one measure, the city of Arvada could reduce sanitation costs from $28 to $30 to as low as $11.50 per month. Provide greater options for bulky item and leaf collections, increase recycling rate, which in turn lowers our carbon footprint, lower the cost to our infrastructure, which the current average is of 9 bulky trash trucks each week impose, reducing noise and air pollution from those same trucks, as well as improving the safety of our roads for children, pets, pedestrians, cyclists, and other motorists. The economic merits alone of saving our residents up to almost $20 a month as we are entering into our next economic crisis cannot be overstated. For those living paycheck to paycheck, as 78% of American workers are, according to a 2017 study by Career Builder, that $20 could mean 3 or 4 more meals that otherwise would be missed to pay for sanitation. I implore you, make the right choice for the people of Arvada and vote in favor of the proposal. Christopher Dahl writes, I am a constituent of District 1 and am writing in strong support of a single waste hauler. I feel it is practical, affordable, strengthens our community, and makes Arvada that much more attractive a place to live and do business. We citizens of Colorado have voiced overwhelmingly that we care about our environment. The rate of recycling in our community is abysmal. When the barriers to improvement are lifted, when we deliver an answer literally to our doorsteps, we will see real change. As a physician, I have come to see how ignoring the environmental impacts of health truly endangers all of us. I can support my patients only so far if the community where they live doesn't support them. Improved waste hauling is a public health issue. I feel you have been enacted by us voters to make this change. We have given you the opportunity and the right to take action that betters our lives in our city. I call on you to exercise this right. Council should act in the upcoming session to make this community benefit a reality for the city we care so much about. I implore you to vote yes. Dana Easton writes, we are in total support of having one trash hauler within the city of Arvada. Having several companies on the road every week is hard on the roads and a waste of truck fuel. We also believe one contract will provide better service because complaints to the city will mean more than a complaint to an individual company. We also think that everyone in the city should be required to recycle. It would be also great if there was a green waste recycling. I also think that the price for service will be fair. Lloyd Pearson writes, my name is Lloyd Pearson and I lived on West 74th Avenue for the past 28 years. I can remember the public outcry from the last time you presented a single hauler service back in 2011, where the city had selected a single hauler option prior to its public forum. This time around, City Manager Mark Devon noted at an hour and 40 minutes into your May 28th, 2020 organized waste forum, that early on in this process, the City Council convened a closed executive session for the purpose of discussing the terms of a contract with Republic Waste. While closed sessions are entirely legal, selecting the sole waste hauler for virtually every Arvada citizen without a public forum certainly violates the spirit of the law. Section 90-58 of the proposed agreement, designation of recyclable materials, says the city manager shall periodically, after consultation with representatives of the licensed haulers operating within the city and the representatives from recycling processing facilities in the region, determine which items shall be designated for recycling collection. The list of designated recyclables shall be kept on file for public inspection in the city clerk's office. Paragraph D of this section states the city manager is authorized to promulgate such rules and regulations as are necessary to effectuate the implementation and enforcement of this chapter. My in-laws grew up in Nazi Germany, but it took until they moved to West Jordan, Utah for them to learn about the inflexibility of city government. They were given a citation for not recycling enough. This raises the specter of government inspecting your trash. How else can one determine what is and is not being recycled? What is next? Reviewing to see if I partake of non-prescribed food. Up to and including 2 of my kids, my family has 6 generations defending freedom, and we do not take for granted that which we have purchased with our blood. The City Council should be able to, here and now, pass a resolution that you will not be inspecting our trash, that is, unless you are planning to do this. Moving on, my current waste hauler, Crush Trash, has agreed to bring out my can and return it to my driveway because, as you can see, I have severe mobility issues. I am pleased to see that you are offering me the same service, which would put the city in compliance with the American with Disabilities Act. However, Section 90-31C poses a severe problem for me during the winter after snowstorms. The new language of that section reads, residential areas. No waste containers shall be stored in front of a residence, whether single family or multiple family, or in front of a residential building line closest to the adjacent street. We do not use our driveway, and I'm incapable of shoveling it far enough back to comply with this section, meaning it would possibly be slick and icy. For years, we've had a much smaller can for the collection of our winter trash that is kept on my front porch. Building a fence is not an option due to public safety restrictions on visibility. I'm asking that you provide a waiver for this section due to medical needs. I provided you with a copy of and then he asks, what's the source of the $500,000 grant? Calvin Barriga writes, I support the organized trash effort. To the council, do your civic duty and vote. Collective bargaining will benefit the most. Inefficient practices detriment us all. Making recycling a no-brainer will benefit us and the environment. By the way, thank you to all who have worked on this project. I am sure it's been a grind. Lois Lewis writes, hello City Council. I grew up in the city of Arvada and currently a homeowner in the North Arvada area. My monthly expenses prior to COVID-19 were increased with Arvada utilities, Xcel Energy, and property taxes all going up in 2020. My monthly food, gas, clothing, and entertainment all increasing post-COVID-19 and increasing on a regular basis as we open up more. I do not want to vote for the organized waste hauling issue because it will increase my waste removal bill by $4.47 per month. That leads to $53.64 per year. I am elderly and do not currently sort my trash to recycling, nor do I intend to. I do not pay for a recycle bin with my current removal service and do not want to be forced into doing so with an organized waste haul system. I currently have pickup for two 96-gallon cans every week for a monthly bill of $15.43, full or not, and not sorted. My billing is every 3 months, and I would like to keep it that way. My utilities, energy, and property taxes, licensing fees, and phone bills all have monthly charges for rainwater drainage, sewage expense, road repairs, school repairs, RTD funding, train included, etc. And I believe putting one company in charge of waste removal will add even more miscellaneous charges that I end up having to pay for in the future. Please mark my family's vote no on organized waste hauling issue. Eamon Smallwood. I fully support an organized trash and recycling option for Arvada. I think the benefits of a single hauler option in terms of impact on road construction, road infrastructure, road safety, and local air quality outweigh the argument for choice in the recycling and trash market. It is also clear that the single hauler option, because of collective bargaining power, will be cheaper for most residents in Arvada. This comes from Frank Baroni. I have never been to ordinance writing school, but I believe that a law should precisely say what it means without subterfuge or sales puffing. We all want Arvada to be seen as principled with honesty, fairness, good faith, and fair dealing. I would be happy to explain that to Republic, $5.5 million for the first year is not chump change. Trash is a big deal, one we should make every effort to get right. You folks have already decided that we citizens are not qualified to vote on this, and you have never asked, what would Frank do? But I cannot just be a critic, so I have some simple suggestions about fixing what City Council will vote on this Monday night. Because my age deemed me vulnerable, I would not be comfortable at the hearing in order to present this personally. Number one, change the chart on page 1 of council packet to reflect that what is really going on and what should be going on. It's a computer thingy your staff can easily do. Rearrange some text from page 1 and 2 so that the chart is all on the same page. Easy to observe. It involves adding 2 items to the chart and changing 2 that are there. Number 2, change minimum service to opt-out charge, because that's what it is. And change the price to $4.25, because that is also the truth. It was explained to me by one counselor that this is the way all trash hauling contracts work, a concept that some of us with contract experience could debate, and that city staff fought hard to get it changed from the $8.26 quoted by Republic. Actually, staff just moved the rest of it to the per cart monthly costs. They are higher than Republic quoted for just about the differences. My attempts to explain this charge to a couple of business owners elicited some wry, chagrined comments. Penalizing the people who have no HOA and do not want Republic because it is standard operating procedure for trash conglomerate Republic really offends my conscience. You and each member of the council get to take your own hides to market on that score because the rubber is going to meet the road at the hearing. Conscious showtime. But let's be completely honest with our citizens about what we are doing. Number 3, change the price of the homeowners association with private contracts to $0. The 88 cents that's there from the minimum service minus the $4.25 is a finite number that someone in City Hall compiled and should be able to disassemble into its components. Take the component that is administrative and billing costs and divide it up between $11.50, $5.70, and $19.90 because that's where those costs really belong. You know, people paying for what they get. Those 3 numbers have been massaged, manipulated, and negotiated away, so changing them slightly should not cause any heartburn for City or Republic. People like me should not have to pay for any fee that the City has to expend no effort to leave me out, and we should not go through the pretense of bundling this with something else I don't want. Number 4, add an item to the chart called bulky item and leaf drop-off events. Price it at 88 cents minus the administrative and billing costs, which doesn't seem realistic, or make up a true number. The Arvada team does this at is a $60 to $120 value. Charge whatever.
3 seconds, Ben.
Pardon? Is that it?
3 minutes, 10 seconds. Yep.
Okay, thank you. This next one comes from Margaret Dumestre. As members of an HOA community, my family is able to benefit from the services of a single waste hauling company. I consider those benefits to be consistent one-time weekly pickup of trash, bi-weekly recycle pickup, less wear and tear on our roads, fewer toxic emissions, and lower costs due to group pricing. Having these benefits makes us glad we live in an HOA community. I believe that organized waste hauling would be a great way to promote Arvada as a city that is committed to a healthy, clean, and safe lifestyle for all of its residents. Dave Palm writes, we seem to have lost sight of the fact that there are 2 issues on the table. The biggest issue is the proposed single hauler ordinance, which mandates that all citizens will either use the same city anointed trash hauler or pay a monetary penalty in order to participate in the free market. This ordinance goes beyond that and mandates that all licensed trash haulers provide recycling services and comply with the city's regulations as to how recycled materials are handled by third parties. The city is not only creating a monopoly, but is charging the citizens not to use it. Here's the sweet part. The chosen hauler will not only get a guaranteed customer base, but will receive $4.25 per month from each of the homes they don't stop at. This isn't the first time this issue has come before council, and the citizens have historically refused to submit to being forced into a one-size-fits-all system, he says. It speaks volumes that Republic has said that if the voters are allowed to decide, that they will withdraw from the negotiations. Let the voters decide and then negotiate a contract. Shannon Canizaro writes, hello, I have been an Arvada resident for 40 years. I have grown up here. My younger children and my husband live in Arvada. My parents live here and my adult children live in Arvada. We strongly oppose an organized waste hauling model. I don't believe this will be beneficial. I absolutely do not agree with putting small businesses out of work, having a monopoly, and denying our freedom of choice. Tina M. Delisa Bosa writes, or Bose, apologies. We elected you to make fiscally responsible decisions for our city. We elected you to make decisions that create a safe community in which we can be proud of living. The most fiscally responsible and safe choice for both residents and the city of Arvada is for you, our elected officials, to pass Arvada's organized waste and recycling hauling proposal tonight. How much does it cost the city and therefore taxpayers to fix the potholes created all over Arvada by your current inefficient waste hauling system? Before you say, wait, it isn't our system, remember, an action is an action in and of itself. Once you've been given this opportunity, if you choose not to act, it will be your endorsement of the current system, wasting citizens' money entrusted to you through taxes. Will you throw away your shot to make the city of Arvada fiscally responsible and safe? Do you really want to be known as the city leader that is happy to waste constituents' money on repairing the exact same potholes every 6 months? Do you want to be known as the candidate that endorsed having 4 trash trucks driving down and around a cul-de-sac in a single day while children who have been cooped up enough with the pandemic are trying to play? Will you feel good about your vote tonight when one of them is hit by a 3rd or 4th truck down the 8-house cul-de-sac that day? Amanda Stone writes, My name is Amanda Stone. I live in Lamar Heights, and I am in support of organized waste hauling. I run and walk my dog in my neighborhood and observe trash trucks driving around the neighborhood every day of the week. While working from home, I hear trash trucks on my street all week long. In a typical week, there are 10 to 12 trash trucks going down my street. I currently pay $30 a month for trash and recycling service. All I want from organized waste hauling is 1, cheaper service, and 2, less truck traffic on my street. Kaylee Moffett writes, Dear elected members of City Council, Arvada is a community I cherish. I work, live, exercise, and participate in Arvada organizations and events. The sense of community is why my husband and I have chosen to make this our home. Arvada needs this proposal. The trucks are tearing our roads, disturbing our peace, and disrupting values of responsibility towards each other and the environment. It is hard to convey responsibility when you are irresponsible with planetary resources. It is hard to convey community when we all allow free-fall market pricing to disrupt our neighbors' lives. We can't afford disrepair of our roads, and we can't let outside businesses dictate how we choose to live with each other. Organized trash hauling is what is best for Arvada residents and their quality of life. City Council was chosen by Arvada residents to protect all Arvada residents. Arvada residents spoke last election that we desperately want organized trash hauling for ourselves and our neighbors. And that concludes the comments.
Thank you, Noel and Ben. That was quite a marathon session. I counted well over 100 emails. And then, Kristen, about how many total emails did we get?
$387.
And have we tallied for and against in that, or is it just we've got 387?
I haven't done it today. I'll do it and give it to you in just a minute.
Okay. Okay, at this point, do people need a stretch before we start? I'll close the public comment portion, and then I will open it up first for city council questions before we get to making any motions. And we'll go through questions, and then Ms. Miller has requested the opportunity to make a motion. Okay, we're reconvening at this point. So it's clear on the record, the emails that were read tonight were the ones where individuals specifically asked that they be read and made part of the record. All other ones that we received, the 387 are still part of the record, and I think, Mr. Jones, you've made copies of them and are submitting them as part of the record?
I am, and we actually just got an email from an individual saying that hers wasn't read, but it is in this stack, and I believe it's in support of. Yes, yeah. So again, I'm going to give this to the city clerk. This is all the yeses and nos of the emails that I got. So there's most of them are duplicates, but there's several that aren't. So just. No, those are the ones that emailed me. So I'm just going to include them in that way. Hopefully everybody knows they were included.
Okay, at this point, again, this is not the time to be commenting for or against by council. This is the time for council to ask questions. So I'll open it up for questions from council. Ms. Ford.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask some questions to Republic. That's possible.
Okay, is Republic still here? I don't see a reason not to have them physically in here if they can do that.
Yeah, we are on our way.
Okay.
We're on our way.
Okay, well, while they're on,
don't you think it makes more sense to have them in here than trying to do it by? Yes.
Well, while they're coming, I just wanted to ask Mr. Devon. Mr. Devon, there was a comment mentioned about natural disasters. Is that something that, I know that in the past we've done special drop-offs for, trees and things like that. Is that something that would still be available should natural disasters occur in the city?
I'm not sure, is Emily or Nancy, are you guys on?
I believe, Councilwoman Ford, are you referring to one of the comments that talked about the windstorm? So when there are specific events that are unexpected?
Correct. Uh-huh.
The contract with Republic does not have anything specific on those type of events. We just have the scheduled fall and spring yard debris and
I would.
May I say something?
Who is that?
This is Nancy. I'm sorry, purchasing manager.
Hi, Nancy.
I'm not able to start my video. It says that my co-host has. Wait, maybe they'll allow me. Thank you. We also have a. Anessa James and I did a waste removal for emergency, like if we had another major flood, we have a waste removal contract specific to that.
With Republic or someone another?
No, with other companies.
With other, okay, so.
For major waste removal, if you had a problem with a major flood and you had carcasses, large trees, the kind of thing where you need extra, that kind of extra help.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is available then, is what
Yes,
you're saying.
we have those contracts.
Yeah, the other thing, Councilmember Ford, that I would offer is that when we've had situations where we've had windstorms or other disasters, we've opened up, at city expense, we've opened up places where people could dump branches, and then we've worked with other providers to figure out how to get rid of those branches, whether slash or some sort of service along those lines. And oftentimes, depending on the extent of the disaster, we can get reimbursed through FEMA or other resources to deal with that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now that Waste Management is here, I have.
Well, actually, that would be Republic.
I mean, excuse me. Oh, wow, is that a slip? Sorry about that. Ow. Ooh. Is someone going to come up or?
And again, if you'll please not touch the podium and maintain your social distance.
Yes, sir.
You bet.
So I have a question about the, I have WST index as a acronym, waste, what is it?
It's water, sewer, trash.
Water, sewer, trash index, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to ask you, in terms of that index, does it affect areas of the country differently, or is it the same index throughout the nation?
I think I would defer to you a little bit on that question.
So, Councilmember, yes, they do have regional water, sewer, trash like CPI. One thing that's important to understand about WST is that if you look at any CPI index that Labor and Statistics put out, you just have to go farther down the list. It's on the same list. It's a different type of PI, or CPI, excuse me, but most people think about, all items, and all items is not an accurate reflection of what happens in the waste industry. That's why we direct cities to water, sewer, trash.
Okay. And then, since the minimum service fee is seems to be a major negative, could you please explain to our listeners who may or may not be up at this time why that is, why that's added into contracts like this?
The primary reason it's added in is largely because we're committing to provide service to the entire city. So we have to buy the assets necessary to. We don't have the ability to come back to the city and say, no, we're not going to service any more than X number of people. So the trucks, the people we train, we're assuming that we have to do that for the entire city, and we have to be prepared to do that. That requires a significant capital investment, especially with a city this size. And so when we talk about the impact, we're able to keep rates low because we're able to provide the economies of scale through the efficiencies that we do. Think about it. You've had a lot of comments from people saying, well, they've had 4 or 5 different trucks go down a street. For every house that we kind of miss, we lose efficiency, and so therefore the general cost goes up for everybody. So the way to handle that, to provide the larger services, is to say, hey, wait a minute, there are societal benefits for having one hauler. You've heard a lot about the environmental constraints. You've heard a lot about the road impacts. You've heard a lot about the safety impacts. Those are all kinds of societal benefits. And so what cities throughout the country have done is they've come up with this minimum fee. As was mentioned by the city manager earlier, typically it's the lowest level of service. So the lowest size can, that's what you would pay. Now, we've done some good negotiating around what that price should be. We've made sure that we've managed the assets that we're acquiring to minimize that impact as much as we can, and that's how we came up with the number.
And then I'm going to just ask one other question, and that's to Mr. Devon. It's getting late now. I have a question from a constituent that wanted to know if Republic or whomever I should say, was fined for whatever reason, what happens to that money?
That money stays with the program.
And what happens to it eventually, though? Where does it go? Does it go back to the residents in some form or fashion, or?
So if there was an adjustment to the bill, it would. Emily, Emily or Nancy, do you guys have an answer to that question? Or Brian?
I'm gonna defer to one of finance, if finance doesn't mind jumping in.
Sure, I'll jump in. So ultimately, the fine stands between Republic and the city. Anything that we would do for the individual would then be between the individual and the city itself. So really there's kind of a line drawn in between that. So we would have to take those on a case by case, but ultimately we would do something for the resident, but that would be between us and the resident. It would have nothing to do with Republic.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
I have two questions. I think the report and all of our workshops have been very thorough and a lot of information being shared, so I appreciate that. So I only have two out of a almost 6-hour hearing. My two questions, and I think they're for the city. So one, on the service guarantee, I'd like to understand who is reporting on that and how would that work? Have you thought that through yet?
So in terms of the service guarantee and the reports,
yeah,
and how that would be, how the reports would inform on the service guarantees?
Yeah, exactly. Who's doing the reporting? I mean, are they self-reporting? Are you doing the reporting? I want to know, is there a fox in the hen house? Is there, because that is a performance measure I'll be interested in.
Sure.
To see how well the vendor would be working for our citizens.
Yeah. So I'm going to call on Nancy or Emily to answer that question.
Yes, Mark, thank you. Yes, we are looking at having a person that would be in, I mean, I'm the purchasing manager, so I'm at some point going to step aside for a person who's going to be the lead on this. That person would be reviewing the reports that are generated by the office that Republic sets up. So that is true. And that would be, have to be followed up by that city staffer.
So, all right, and it's not that it's unusual, but it would be preferred if there's a way, but I think I want to make sure we're clear on why we're saying Republic would have to report on it, and correct me if I'm wrong, so anyone can chime in. It's the fact that they're running the customer service, because they'll be the first touch point. So therefore, we don't really have the insight because we're not hiring a big call center or doing anything like that to do it. First touch point is them, and then we will review the actual complaints and reports and take the appropriate action. Mm-hmm. Have we thought through any checks and balance in that process, or are we just going to be reviewing? I mean, has Republic thought of how you would do this? I mean, performance measures are important to me, so I'd like to understand this some more.
Sure. So you are correct, Councilor, that we are the first touch point. When the calls come, we do track that. So every call that comes to us is attached to that address. So we don't do anything in summary. Every resident's address is in the system. And so anytime that call comes in, and it may be for anything, they're calling about, do we have a delay this week because of a holiday? Can I get a calendar? So we document everything, and it's held in a note. And so every month we run a report where we can pull that report that could have 1,000 entries into it, or cities may say, go ahead and scrub things like, we're not interested in seeing a request for a card exchange or a damaged card exchange, things of that nature. They want to see a missed pickup or an issue, or if there was damage or something along those lines. And so we do document every call that comes in, and that's really for our notes and ourselves to refer back if we have a question. So we are self-reporting, but we do pull that out of a system that's documented all month, and then we can filter it the way you want or give you the entire raw data, whatever the city was interested.
Sorry, Mayor, I have more follow-up questions. I'm going to keep going with this one. Do we have in the contract some expectations of what that reporting is?
For example, formats, forms?
Well, like he's saying, he can get the details and so forth. Did we flesh all that out just yet and kind of see what the sphere of issues that could be coming in, and then we'll dial it in later? I mean, I want to make sure we're set up structurally to benchmark performance. If we're going to take on a new function, we better have a performance wraparound. I guess we got a year to do that. So
yeah, absolutely. There are some details that we don't have totally worked out right now. But again, let me ask either Nancy or Emily to comment on at least what's envisioned or what it would look like.
Section 16 of the contract actually has a pretty extensive of maintenance of records and reporting. And then Exhibit 9 is an annual performance measure evaluation that the city will be providing. I know one of the comments I recently heard from our citizen outreach when we did office hours was a request to get more citizen feedback when we do the performance measures evaluation, which I think is a definite possibility. We haven't said exactly how staff will do the performance evaluation, but we do have that as an exhibit, that there will be an annual performance evaluation, and that that is part of the contract. And then, like I said, the section that has all of the reporting is section 16, and that is very extensive.
Okay, thank you, Emily. I appreciate you doing that. And that citizen feedback about getting a 360 review is awesome. And if we could put that in, that'd be great. And the second, actually, it was my second question. It's a different topic now. Around the city fees to administer the program, can you maybe give some background or some thought of, and maybe this is a Brian Archer question, but
Probably is a Brian Archer question.
okay, perfect. I got this time of night. I'm on it. But Brian's moved rooms. But if we could get maybe some more detail around the service fees that are associated for us to administer, because there is about, I'm trying to go off of recollection, about a $3 addition added on to some of those fees. So maybe, Brian, you can share for not only remind us, but some of our citizens, what does that cover? How did we come up with that maybe? And then I guess we'll be reevaluating those fees year over year. And if they get compressed, then I'm assuming rates change too on top of that. So
Correct. Brian?
Sure, Councilmember Pfeiffer, I'll try to do it pretty quickly. Ultimately, the fees cover a few things. Number one, they cover our internal costs for billing and collection. Number two, they cover the costs of purchasing of the carts. I did hear there were some misconceptions on the total, and that is probably my fault. Early on, we had estimated the cost purchase would be a little over $5 million. After bidding it, we've been able to get that cost down to around $2.8 million. And then with the $500,000 grant, it's really going to be more like a $2.3 million outlay. So part of that fee covers the costs of the carts. We're trying to pay those off in a 5-year horizon. Another part of the fee covers the spring and fall bulk events. And then finally, we have a piece of the fee that helps establish our enterprise fund and helps establish the minimum required fund balance that we would work with City Council on. So that's what makes up the approximate $3 that you made reference to, Councilmember Pfeiffer.
And that's perfect, Brian. And just one point of clarification, because I also believe there's some misunderstanding around the without the grant, $2.8 million of that. Is that an upfront cost, or you said we're paying that over 5 years for those
So
carts?
we would have to buy the carts up front, and then we would repay them over a 5-year period of time, either through, we would probably borrow the money from one of our enterprise funds,
okay,
so one of our utilities
okay.
funds.
So we'll do an internal borrow.
Correct.
To start up the enterprise fund. That will front the money to get this, and then we'll use some of those fees to reimburse that payment back into the internal borrowing.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Okay.
And Councilmember Pfeiffer and the entire council, I want to also remind you that the reason why we decided to do that is because if we are able to handle the purchase of the carts, we would be able to do it at a less expensive, the purchase of the carts would be less expensive if we did it versus if Republic did it. And also, we were eligible for grants, which is part of the reason why we had that $500,000 grant that's on the table tonight for the recycling partnership. So for those reasons, that's why we recommended. They were perfectly capable and willing to do it, but we felt we would be able to get these carts purchased at a lower rate, which would then in turn reduce the monthly rate paid for waste and recycling.
That's perfect. Thank you very much. I appreciate that from both of you.
Lauren Simpson.
Thank you, Mayor. So actually, my first note is to the city staff. My one big concern with the program is the yard waste solutions, and that's not a shock to any of you. You've all already heard me on that quite a bit. So I'm just going to request that we potentially look into composting options, either with the city or with Republic. I just want to figure out a solution for the summer yard waste. In District 2, we have really large trees, we have really large yards, And I think it's critical for the success of the program. Much of the against testimony that we heard tonight was about the people who put multiple bags out, and with the exception of a handful of large families, a large number of those people who put out those extra bags, it's going to be grass clippings, leaves, things of that nature. So I just strongly encourage us to continue to look for solutions for the yard waste, because that's a huge part of our city that really needs that. So that's that one. And then Brian, this is one for you. Just to follow up on Councilmember Pfeiffer, what is the total upfront cost to the city? Is it just the 2.8 million, or?
So we'll have some upfront costs related to the software solution that would need to be implemented for utilities, utility billing, so they can bill. And that's estimated around $130,000. So that would also be one of the upfront costs. But other than that, those are the main ones.
Thank you, Brian.
Mr. Marriott.
Thank you. I have a question for, not sure who on the city staff would like to answer it, but in the ordinance under section 90-36, it talks about who's excluded from the service, and it talks about homeowners associations that already have organized trash service, that they're not included, but that they can include at a later date. So my question is, if a homeowners association elects to include themselves into the city's plan at a later date and finds that to be an unsatisfactory situation, are they able to uninclude themselves after that, or is it a one-way trip? Once you're in, you're in.
Emily.
I can. Thank you. If I was to interpret that question right now, I would say it's a one-way trip, because the ordinance does say that any homeowners associations that are formed after this ordinance goes into, well, after the December 31st, I'm sorry, I don't have that date right in front of me. I believe it's the December 31st date, will automatically be enrolled in the program. So new homeowner associations going forward won't have the option that current homeowner associations have that have a current contract. So the provision that being excluded means that they have an active current contract. So once they no longer have an active current contract with their own hauler, they are now just part of the program.
So let me follow that up then. If a HOA has an active current contract with, could be Republic or could be any company, but it's something they've negotiated on their own that fits their particular situation, that is what they want, and that contract expires, its expiration date comes up, and they're ready to renegotiate that. Are they allowed to do that, or is when their current contract is up, then they're in and they can't go back out?
As I read the ordinance, they would be able to renegotiate as long as there's not a period of time where they don't have an active contract with a waste hauler.
Okay.
So they wouldn't be able to let that contract lapse.
So your interpretation is that if you're out of the city's program, you can stay out of the city's program as long as you want, but the minute you step in, you can never step back out. You're in for good.
Yes.
Okay. And then it does say in there about new homeowners associations that are formed. They don't have any choice. They're just in the city's program. Can you tell us about why is that clause there? What is it that made that clause show up when you're letting homeowners associations that are out to continue to stay out? What is it about forcing new ones in that got that there?
My understanding was that, that was a decision that part of the main reason we weren't including HOAs is that we didn't want to get involved between HOAs and contracts that they have with their current haulers, where an HOA that hasn't been formed yet wouldn't already have that relationship. So that was a decision that, came from direction that we felt we had received, and that was how that decision was made.
Okay. Let me ask the Republic representatives if that's an important feature for them. Is that your make or break that makes the thing work for you or not work for you, or how do you feel about that?
Well, It does work, right? Because when the HOAs come in, if new ones are coming into the city, then you start having a patchwork of efficiency that's going on as Arvada continues to build. So when the new HOAs, when they're being permitted by the city and they don't have an existing contract and they come into the system, they get tucked into the existing system. Now, what we plan with the assets that we're acquiring and the routes that we're building with the other HOAs that are existing to not participate. So if they want to join, if they ever decide they want to join, then they can, and we would tuck them in. But going forward with new HOAs, that's really been common practice with cities that contract, because the HOA has always been a bit of a problem spot. The HOAs negotiate their own contracts, and it was always difficult for every city here in the Front Range that contracts to get them to join the program. So it's been very common for a city to say, if an HOA is not developed yet and don't have a relationship with a hauler or under any type of contract, that they would, as part of the permitting process and a part of being brought into the city, be included into that city contract.
So I guess that brings me to the question then of, have you guys lined out, where you expect development to happen, how many HOAs may spring up, and have built your pro forma around acquisition of a certain number of those? Or is it just an ongoing issue of, yeah, we'd like to have them all, we want them all if we can get them, and we'd like to get them this way?
Right. So we build a model around the facts of how many homes there are. So we don't build it on what ifs and when they may be built. So what happens is, as time goes by, we tuck those HOAs in. Now, if they're 50 or 150 homes, that's easier to do. If you had something that was going to build over 5 years, and let's say it was a couple thousand homes, that would require Republic to go out and acquire an additional asset. So that would take another truck, that would take another driver.
Let me jump in and interrupt you there.
Okay.
Actually, Councilmember, you're asking about how we build the performers. The performers are built with general growth expectations for a community. So you're assuming, hey, the community is at whatever level it is today. In 5 years, the extent of that contract, you do make growth assumptions that you go on, so that you can make sure that you're buying enough capital to cover that growth as you expect. So that's common practice with any type of program you would create with a city, whether it's a new contract or an old contract. The big issue about the HOAs, I think, is as much a city element as it is a Republic element, is the sustainability goals and commitments that we're making through the contract as well. If you can't monitor, there was the question earlier about reporting, if we can't kind of control or maintain that information gathering, it becomes very problematic, and the city gets more and more sporadic data, and we can't help you build upon your recycling efforts that you have for the community, because there are certain areas we don't have control over. So, little bit long-winded answer, but I wanted to correct Mark a little bit. There is some growth assumptions in there. There is not specific, hey, that HOA, that HOA, that HOA. We look at the city's data and say, hey, what's the city doing over, how have they been growing over the last 5 years? Can we extrapolate that? Do we believe they're going to happen there? It may be an HOA or it may not. We just know it's growth in the city.
Right, got it. Let me ask you, while you're up there, if you don't mind, let me follow that up with another quick question. Which community around here have you guys had a single hauler relationship with the longest?
The longest relationship would be Greenwood Village.
And how long has that been?
25 years, maybe 30. It's been
Okay.
quite a while.
And Greenwood Village is a little bit different, though, as a way it operates, or maybe it's not. Is there a number of HOAs in Greenwood Village?
There are HOAs, but everyone in Greenwood Village is in the program. The city pays for it out of the general fund, so everybody is in the system.
So it's different. So
it's different.
How about a community that's similar to the setup you're proposing here? Where have you been the longest in a setup similar to what you're proposing here?
That would be Lafayette, which would be 7 years.
7 years, okay.
Going on 7 years, not quite there.
And when you moved into Lafayette, were there some HOAs that stayed out of your program?
There are HOAs that are not included and are still not in the system. They are on their own. However, they do have the same process where new HOAs that come in are automatically in the program, but HOAs that have contracted for their own service are still free to do so and continue. We have had some that have come on and joined the city program of their own fruition, but there are others that still contract and do their own.
That stay out.
Yep. Mhm.
Okay, got it. Thanks for those answers on that. Let me ask some different questions, I think, Mr. Petrovich, probably of you. And the question I have is, Nancy Ford, I believe, asked a question about the water sewer trash index, and she asked whether that was regionally figured or whether that was nationally figured, and I don't think that question got answered. I think it got answered that there is a water sewer trash index, but whether that was regional or whether that was not.
No, and there are regional, just like there are regional indexes. If you look at the regional index, all of the regional and or national indexes, you just got to go further down on whatever index you're looking at.
So it would be a regional index. Okay. And within this proposed contract with you guys, it has, after the second year, an annual 2.5% increase, or maybe a 3.5% increase, depending on what that water sewer trash index does. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the smallest increase after the second year that will ever happen will be 2.5%. At the smallest possible increase that this contract would provide, how long would it take for the price to double?
Well, to do quick math on the most expensive container, if you did a 3.5%, I think that adds 60 or 70 cents a month. So quite some time.
So I can help you with that a little bit. At 3.5%, it would double in 20 years.
Okay.
Okay. At 2.5%, I believe it would double in 27 years.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Okay, sounds good, thanks. The other spot that there is in the contract where that the price can go up, though, is that there's a provision in the contract that allows you to raise the price after the second year for an increase in the cost to recycle. Is that true?
That is correct. So we do have language in the contract that is a benefit to both Republic and the city. So that rate can go up and that rate can also go down. Okay. So everyone knows the recycling industry with the China green sword and all the things that went on in China, that the recycling industry was really in a bad way. And so the cost to process and get that material out to open market has really turned the market upside down. So we have that language in place to, and I'm going off of memory, but I believe if the for every $5 per ton of processing fee the rate goes up, there would be a 5 or 7 cent. Is it 7 cent, Mark? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm going to see if Nancy or Emily can respond to that. They know the ins and outs of the contract. You guys on?
Sorry, I was just finding the section. It's in section 8, and it is a 7 cents increase or decrease for every $5 per ton.
Right, so that is done on an annual basis, and it's capped at 35 cents. But if the rate does go, processing rate goes down by $5 a ton, then the rate would drop 7 cents. So at year end, it'll be assessed where it was when we started and where it's gone in that year, and then it would go up or down based on the processing at that time.
Okay, so help me quantify that recycling fee increase and put it in language that a citizen who's going to get a bill will understand. So it says 7 cents per however many tons goes up. What does that mean for somebody's bill? Like how many tons of recycling are you talking about, and how, you know, what does that add up to?
So that when we're talking about what it costs to process per ton, let's say it went up $5, right, in a year, then your cost to recycle would go up 7 cents a month on your bill. That's what it would equate to. There'd be a 7 cent increase to recycling, or there could be a 7 cent decrease.
Okay. And you said it's limited to 35 cents?
35 cents would be
Is
a
that
maximum so if the rate really went up or
Right.
really went down, it would cap at 35 cents or basement at 35 cents in that year.
Right, okay, so it could go up as much as 35 cents per year. That's a per year, not a over the life of the contract.
Right, it's per recycling container per year.
Okay, so it could go up 35 cents per month in any single year.
In any single year. Now, they were just in my ear a little bit about it is the processing of the commodity, right? What it takes to sort it and get it into its marketable fashion, and the commodity market, where it's at, what it can be sold for. So there are factors that play into the process of what we pay per month to process.
Got it, okay. So you were nice enough to take me on a tour of your material recovery facility. And it brings the question of, I believe there's no city the size of Arvada that's ever done this program in this part of the country. Am I correct about that? Or at least in the Front Range of Colorado?
In Front Range, Colorado, yes, that's correct.
Okay. So what's your situation of the capacity to process all these recyclables you're going to pick up? Or will there be a increase right away because that material recovery facility needs to be modified, or a new one needs to be built? Or how does that affect the price here in this contract?
You know, Counselor, I'm going to defer to Steve Darris, who actually has run and managed MRFs, and so I think he can speak to that a little better than I could.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Good evening. This is Steve Darris. I'm General Manager on the post-collection side for Public Services. The MRF capacity, or the recycling capacity in the Metro Denver area, Boulder EcoCycle facility, so the Boulder County facility run by EcoCycle, has capacity where they run one shift now, but they could run 2 shifts with additional capacity, and that equipment, just like any other manufacturing processing, pays itself off quicker. So there's other facilities, there's other capacity. The facility that we take our material to now has capacity. They went through a modification about less than a year ago to increase the volume that they can run through that plant at a certain time. So and you got to remember that there is some recycling being done now in Arvada, and to get it up a little bit to get to that 40% number, the capacity is in the system at this time without additional capital spent to increase the facilities.
Okay, so are you saying that facility that I toured isn't yours?
Facility, I'm not sure which one you toured.
Alpine, which is GFL.
Yeah, so that facility is run by Alpine, which is now owned by a national company called GFL.
Okay.
And that facility is under contract. We're under contract with them.
So you pay them by the volume
We
that
pay
you
them by the
bring.
ton. So to kind of clarify, what's the layman term on how the cost is established? So if we take a ton of single stream recyclable, and it has so much cardboard in it, so much aluminum, so much tin, so much paper, so much glass, as you heard, from Momentum Recycling, there's a value that when that material is processed through the MRF, what they can sell it for. So when you add up the percentages of the different commodities that are in your single stream, you get a dollar amount that what that ton of single stream can be sold on the market for. And then you have to add in what is the cost for the material recovery facility, the MRF, to process that material. So when you put those two numbers together, that's what we pay. Now, if the commodities go up,
the price goes down.
The price goes down, exactly.
Right. But if the commodities go down, the price goes up.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And that's why we have something to protect us and you in the contract.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
So the question I would have then is, you have a relationship with another company that's going to handle all this stuff. How long? You must have on your side some kind of pricing guarantees, some kind of, what if the minute your contract is up, they say, all right, starting tomorrow, the price doubles. Is there anything you have in place to protect yourselves against that, which only protects us because you're just passing the cost through to our residents?
So it gets very complicated in the answer. There's a number of things. One is they need our volume, and we have the ability to process it. One of the other things that we got to bring out, Republic, although we do not have a processing facility in the state of Colorado, we are one of the largest processors in the country. So we're very savvy on how to work with those. In fact, we have the largest facility by volume in the Washington market and various facilities in the California market. And the biggest one that we have is actually or not biggest by capacity, is in Las Vegas. So when you ask us, do we have contracts with them or do we have terms with them, we have a very strong working relationship with them because we control so much of the volume that they need to run their facilities, that we're able to broker decent deals.
Okay. And are these long deals or are these short deals? How?
They're usually 5 years in this market, I think. I'm trying to remember what the last one, because we renegotiated one.
3 to 5, but when you look at the volume that
Yeah.
we process their material also in other parts of the country.
Correct.
So it's a relationship.
Kind of trade.
Yes.
It is a trade, and you change volume out.
Right. Okay. Let me ask you one more question then, and this will be the last one for you guys on fees. But one of the third place in the contract that gives it an ability for the price to go up is if the legislature does anything that raises the price, the cost to you guys, you have an ability to pass that through.
Mhm.
And I believe there's one that's working right now. Am I correct about that?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And so the question I have is that figured into the rates already, or after the second year, will there be a rate increase due to that legislative action that took place? I believe it was in 19, right,
Yes, and it
last
took
year.
effect this year in January of 20.
I'm sorry?
It took effect this year, January of 20.
But I believe
that's
the
when it
legislative action phases in over 5 or 7 years. Am I correct?
It does phase in
Okay.
over 5 to 7 years.
Yeah, so I'm actually on the board of directors. It's the Front Range Diversion Fund. And that fund is an enterprise fund for the state under CDPHE. And that is going to have in the neighborhood of $8 to $10 million available for grants that the city of Arvada can apply for additional carts, for capital to do something that increases the recycling rate, public education in the schools. So January, it increased, it's 50 cents a ton at the gate of the landfill. So I run a landfill. I collect an extra 50 cents from all my customers per ton, and that goes to the state. So right now, the total state fee is $1.67 a ton. 50 cents of it goes to the Front Range diversion fee. Some of it goes to some other recycling opportunities, and some goes to the management of CDPHE to have their staff to oversee landfills and recycling in the state. So it goes up 50 cents a ton for the first 4 years. It goes up to $2 a ton at the end of year 4, and then it's CPI'd for the next 7 years to 10 years, and then it sunsets.
Got it. So the question I think I was asking is that figured into the prices that you've quoted the city of Arvada within this contract?
Not for the fee in 2023, no.
Okay. So after the first 2 years where the price won't change for any reason, in 2023 there will be at least some fee increase due to the legislative action.
Right.
And then there'll be a fee increase of at least 2.5%, but could be 3.5% for just the acceleration in the contract.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then on the recycling side, we don't know.
And then, but that's on everyone.
Yeah, that's on everyone. That's not just Arvada, that's.
No,
Right, that's everyone.
yeah, right, I understand. Okay. All right, I just wanted to be clear about, a big part of what we heard for 3 hours was this saves me money or this doesn't save me money. Some people say, I'm with Republic and I'm already paying less than this. I don't know what's up. The predicting what happens going forward is important here, and that's why I'm asking what these increases in fees can be and why. So just so you know, I'm not trying to just badger you, but trying to be clear about it. And then, so the last question I'll have will be for the city staff, and that's there's a fourth place in the contract, which is that if there's a increase in the city's management of a single hauler program, that we as the city council can take that on like we do the water or sewer enterprise fund in our annual budget cycle. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. The question I would have is, do you see, how confident are you that we've accounted for what this is really going to cost us, and that we either won't have increases in that fourth way that the price can go up, or at least that those increases will be minimal, like similar to, kind of water sewer rate type increases?
Mr. Archer, who is the father of our 10-year financial planning models, will answer that question.
Thank you, Mr. Devon. Pretty confident. They're based upon the same assumptions that we use for our water fund and our wastewater fund and our stormwater fund. So we feel pretty good that the estimates that we have in place will help us to either minimize or keep our costs at a very low increase each year.
It seems to me that the biggest driver here after the initial purchasing of software updates is FTEs, or employees that we need to deal with that. If we can't accommodate it with one, we can bring on another, but it seemed like that would double the cost, or we can share employees with other tasks. Is that the case?
Yeah.
So built into the model is 2 FTEs, and we also feel like we'll have coverage with our utility billing staff. They will be trained as well. And Jason, how many staff members do you have right now? Jason, you're on mute.
Sorry, we have 5 in the building department right now.
So I think that economies of scale will enable us to not have to add additional staff after the 2.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Very good. Mr. Jones, you're next.
Thank you. I gotta wake up, sorry, I'm just kidding. Wide awake. So first, a couple of questions on recycling. And obviously alluded to the fact that with some of the constraints and getting those recyclables out to market. I've read, and I don't know that it's necessarily happening today, but I know that in 2018 and 2019 there were cities that were stopping their recycling efforts because of capacity issues. How do we ensure that that doesn't happen here?
Sorry, Councilmember, let me clarify that what happened in 2018 and 2019 wasn't necessarily capacity issues. It was the ability to move material, as in China closed its door. So the best way to think about that is, if you think about what nationally we sent to China and the rest of the world, you think about 3 billion tons of material. When China closed its doors, 1 billion tons of material had no home to go to.
Right.
So in 18 and 19, there was a significant, 17 actually, 18 and 19, and this may go back to Councilmember Marriott's question too about the commodity values. Commodity values significantly dropped, one of the largest drops we've ever seen in recycling history. You can think of recycling that was $200 a ton that you get paid, and when everybody said recycling was free, that's what happened. Recycling markets tanked and have stabilized-ish in 2020. I say ish because they have little ups and downs. They've gone up a little bit and they've gone down. So, right now the markets have stabilized in that we found other outlets other than China, mostly domestic in some of our markets, but there's still some international markets. So when you talk about capacity, it's not capacity to process, it's capacity to send materials to be purchased.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I meant. I just said it the wrong way. So I appreciate you clarifying that. And so, but from a capacity perspective, obviously it's a crystal ball question. But, what was the impact to your customers in 2018 from a recycling perspective? Or was there any impact noticeable?
Well, there was some significant, and it really depends on the market that we saw and how we agreed with the communities. I mentioned the Vegas facility because we run services down in St. George, Utah, which they were struggling with. Were they going to continue with the program or were they not? because their processor that they had simply went out of business. They just said, can't handle this. They had to close their doors because of the downturn in the commodity. Now, what we did was, because we were in a similar market, we worked out a deal to make sure that we were moving our materials then from St. George to Vegas, which had some transportation improvements, and we worked with the community because they wanted to keep their services going. Now, I can say in the entire Northwest areas that I've talked with, the largest extreme that we had as a result of this decrease, and it goes back to Mr. Marriott's question about what could happen, is there was an increase in some community for recycling services of about $2.50 a month. City of Boise, for instance, we talked with them. We don't provide processing services there. We negotiated services for that area. They said they agreed to maintain the services, that they were going to increase the rates by $2.50. But we don't have the ability, and we didn't have similar language which shared the upside and downside. So we basically went hat in hand at that, and that's why we've got that language now that says, listen, we're not asking for the commodity windfall. We're asking to share in the risk and the reward on that, and that's why we have that language that says, hey, there's an upside and downside. And we do believe, Republic as a whole believes, and we are long on recycling. We believe that's the right way to go, and that recycling will only increase throughout the nation, and the processors on the other side, and that the public sentiment towards recycling is actually improving literally, yearly.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Maybe a couple other questions, and maybe not for you, but so with regard to and I don't remember who it was, but someone made a comment about the alley homes that they live in, and maybe I misunderstood it. They were in favor of it, but they were excited about it because today the way that it was commented was that the big trucks can't get down our alley homes. But I'm wondering, your model is based on the lift and the arm. Are your trucks going to be able to get down these alley homes to pick up these bins?
Yes. So as we go through the process and create all the routing for all, at that point we'll determine if there are enough alleys, or if there's an access issue, then there would be a rear load vehicle instead of a side load that would be to service those homes that are in an alley.
Okay.
Right. So alleys, it's not new to us. I wouldn't say every, but the majority of cities we service, Lafayette and Louisville being two of them, they do have in Old Town a lot of alleys that we do service. And so the majority of that city are serviced with side load automated, but we do have one rear load truck that services the alley.
Okay.
So all that is assessed as we go through on access and the alley streets.
Okay. No, thank you. I was I always thought, wow, how is that going to work if you can't get your truck down there? But you forget about these rear load trucks that those are yesteryear trucks. So thank you. I think my next few questions are for the team, the Arvada team. Obviously, we heard a lot about streets and the deterioration of streets because of these heavy load vehicles. And I can't remember, I know I read it somewhere, but it talked about that the way that we construct our residential streets versus the way that we can construct our arterials and collectors are different. Why do we have a different standard for residential streets that create kind of this load issue?
Well, residential streets don't handle the volume of traffic that arterials and collectors handle. So as a result, we don't put the same requirements, engineering standards for the construction of residential streets as we do for arterials and collectors.
But even though we've got these trash trucks that are however many tons they are that could, that do deteriorate, even if we've got one truck going down, there's still deterioration on those streets.
Sure.
Just wondering if there ought to be if we ought to look at.
Well, we are actually re-looking at our engineering standards right now. So that's something that could adjust. But from a sheer volume, I mean, you look at a Wadsworth Boulevard, for example, and you compare that from a volume standpoint to a residential street, and there's really no comparison.
No, totally, yeah.
Yeah. So it's something that we're looking at, and I think as the economy is changing and we're seeing more delivery trucks we are re-looking at that. But when you look at some of our older neighborhoods that were constructed, 30, 40 years ago, we definitely did not have the standards in place at that time to support the level of delivery and truck traffic that we have now.
Okay. So, and maybe this is a question for Republic, but actually I'm going to ask a couple more questions, probably of Mr. Archer, going back to the breakdown of the fees. So it was my understanding that the 88 cents in that minimum service fee that goes to the city, that included the spring and fall bulk events and part of the internal cost for billing and collection, and maybe that's it. What all does that 88 cents include?
Yes, you described exactly what it includes.
Okay. So then if I look at the 32-gallon example, you've got the $3.24. So it's safe to assume that 88 cents is for those things I just talked about, and then the $2.36, is that for the carts and the software and the fund, the enterprise fund?
Yes, Councilmember, that is correct.
Okay. So, we heard several times tonight, people were upset about the fee, the opt-out fee, and the portion of that fee that was going to Republic. And so that portion, if I'm correct, is $4.25. And so that's where we're getting a lot of heartburn, or at least I've heard a lot of heartburn, and several people spoke to it tonight, of that part of the fee. So now I guess my question, I don't know if this is to staff or if this is to Republic, but the 1% to 3% opt-out that you're expecting, what happens if that's more? What if it's 10%? Where's that where's that kind of balance or that break even on the opt-out to where, if a bunch of people opt out, you're going, holy cow, we didn't expect that to happen.
And to piggyback on Jim's comments as to why we have the opt-out fee, right? So we don't know where the number is going to be, right? So that's a risk that Republic is taking. That's a rate we negotiated with the city that we feel comfortable based on our experience here in Colorado and elsewhere, that generally you see a 1% to 3%. We could see higher, and that's a risk that we would take if we have that many people opting out. But that's the number we negotiated. That's what we feel comfortable with based on our experience here and elsewhere.
Okay. So now here's a really big crystal ball question for, maybe this is Brian Archer, but there was one person tonight who testified that he wasn't going to pay it. You can bill me, but I'm not going to pay it. But then for instances like that, we're still on the hook as a city to pay that $4.25 to Republic. How do we account for those collectibles, and how do we adjust for that?
Sure, and I'll let Jason jump in if I mess up here, but basically, we will continue to accumulate that fee on this person's account. And once we reach the end of the year, we will then transition that from an invoice from the city to a lien on this person, and then certify it, and this person will ultimately pay through their property tax the next year.
So they're ultimately going to be forced to pay it one way or the other.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I have other questions, but they're probably not.
Oh, don't worry, there's second round of questions are lining up, so you'll have another bite at the apple.
Okay. Well,
Ms. Miller has not asked any questions yet.
I'll pause for now then.
Thank you, Your Honor. So my question is for Republic Services, and it's not really a question. We know the answer to it here, but the public quite clearly does not. Could you please explain the pulling of the contract should we go to a ballot initiative? So that the public understands that you're not pulling the contract if we go to a ballot because you're mad at the city to go to a ballot.
Correct. No, that's not the reason for our letter. So in the points we stated in the letter, we went through a very transparent, open process with the city of submitting a proposal, best and final proposal, negotiations, interviews, then negotiations with the city. So we went through that entire process. And part of that process was through negotiations that we would be holding the rates for 2 years. And essentially from when we bid, it's over 3 years from when we submitted the pricing, right? Because from now, a year rollout, and then holding the rates for 2 years additional. So that was a concern of having to extend up into an election and holding those rates for an even longer period of time. Also, we felt that if it was going to go out to a vote of the people, that we feel as a company that the people should be voting on the concept of single hauler contracted trash and not voting on Republic. Because we felt if it's going to be where people are going to be voting on Republic, that we would have competition, that you know how politics can get, and we really wouldn't be in a position to defend or refute any of the statements being made. So we just felt it was in the best interest of all parties involved that we negotiated in good faith and we are honoring the contract, but we were unable to hold all of the terms through an election. It didn't mean that Republic wouldn't be open to renegotiate if it went that route, but we were just be unable to hold the terms that are agreed upon and have been written up in contract so far.
Ms. Ford, you're next.
I have 2 questions. One, recently I read an article from, it was an interview of the CEO from Waste Management, and in that article she had mentioned that waste, you know, with the COVID and more people working from home, there was a greater amount of waste being picked up, and it was likely that prices were going to increase eventually because of that. Are you seeing the same thing?
So we did feel that in Colorado. Most certainly we felt that not just here, but Republic's a national organization. We did feel it across the country. So many retail stores and restaurants and the things that utilize a commercial service had closed. And so we saw a reduction in the commercial line of business, people putting their accounts on hold because they were closed and they were unable to operate. And with kids out of school and people working from home, we saw a tremendous increase on the curbside residential trash. We anticipated nationally about a 30% increase of volume curbside. Here in Colorado, I believe that number is around 27% that we have seen in an increase. Now that's increased volume that we're picking up, but the rates didn't change. We have agreements with people and we have rates, and so Republic and all haulers really across the country have been eating that additional disposal since mid-March because the rates are pretty much static with the folks unless they're in line for an annual rate adjustment. But overall, that's been a detriment with the reduction in commercial and the increase in curbside waste that we've been seeing.
And then I wanted to follow up on Ms. Simpson's remark about composting. In my opinion, I feel like we are in need in this area of composting, the ability for people, even just a place for drop-off. You know, I lived in Fort Collins where there was a private business that did this service for, you know, continues to do it as far as I know. for a long time, very, very popular service. Has Republic, given the fact that you do operate that landfill too, have you looked at composting as a marketable business for this area?
Yes, so we do provide compost for Lafayette and Louisville. Those are two cities where we do provide every other week compost service. So it is something that we do. It is a viable business, line of business for us. The biggest issue here in Colorado is infrastructure of where to take the material to get it to go get processed. At this point, Commerce City, A1 Organics in Commerce City has a drop-off, but it doesn't accept food waste. Only green waste can go into that facility. That's all they're permitted for. Currently, we take it up to McDonald Farms, which is up near Erie on I-25. It's a transfer station where we take material there. It gets transferred to Keensburg or Eaton, or where the recycled compost facilities are at, run by A1 Organics. So it's not that residents don't have an interest or a desire for it, or that haulers aren't interested in providing it. It is really an infrastructure piece. A while back, Steve Darris was involved at the Tower landfill trying to work with Commerce City to get a permit at our landfill to have a transfer where that material could be staged and transferred out to the processing facility. But it didn't make it past legal counsel. There were issues that came up with permitting and things of it being a transfer station, and it just didn't come to fruition. So really, infrastructure would be key for that to take off and become more commonplace, like curbside trash and recycle.
And I just want to follow up on that question, because a number of constituents have mentioned to us that, one of the struggles that they have in Arvada is we have very large yards in some areas. And so for them, while they believe in recycling and liked the program, for them it was still difficult to join it because they had a lot of trees or large yards, grass, that kind of thing. What do you say to those constituents?
So to those constituents, we have options, right? This program is designed to be flexible, to where in the wintertime people can go to a smaller trash container and lower their bill during the months that we don't have the growing going on. When we get into the grow season, again, the program's flexible. People can go to a largest trash container and they can get an additional container to put their yard waste in. Currently, with the haulers that are hauling as much as people put out, or all the comments we heard tonight about haulers taking all their yard waste, well, all that material is being landfilled. It's not being composted. So if residents took advantage of the flexibility of the system and ordered a second container or a third container, and the rates are very low to get additional containers, they could accommodate that seasonal waste, right? And then they could downsize when they get out of the grow season. So that's one option. Number two is we are going to have multiple events with the city on the yard waste and green waste drop-off. Now, that program, those materials that we collect will be composted. They'll be taken to A1 Organics in Commerce City. So we were cognizant about that issue and trying to put plans and events and different features in place to accommodate the needs of the people with older homes and larger lots and old growth trees.
And I promise this is the last follow-up question, because another point that has been brought up in regards to the composting is where citizens have lived in other parts of the country, for example, where cities have pickup of compost. These large trucks that will suck up the leaves, that are raked into the curb. Can you please talk about that? Is that a reality for this area? And also in terms of not only a reality from being able to be done here, but price-wise, I'm assuming that that's a pretty expensive service.
With all the variables, it's very difficult to give you a direct answer right now about what the price would be about that. We run programs in Corvallis, Oregon, where we have everybody rake their leaves out into the street, and we run a street sweeper there. We collect the leaves there. We have the largest organics processing facility in Oregon. We call it Pacific Regional Compost. It's down in that Corvallis area as well. We also have some near Bend. 2 years ago, we instituted a program with the city of Boise where we added 74,000 residential carts for organic services in a program that was created overnight. We process the material and the city keeps it. There's a lot of variables that when you say, hey, can you bring that in? One of the hardest parts about the compost is who uses the compost afterwards. What we're going to commit to, at least to tonight, because we don't have a solution for you tonight, is you do have a partner that has some ideas of what's going on in other areas, and we'd love to bring them to you when it's appropriate to talk about them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Marriott, your next round.
Thank you. Mr. Jones asked a question that prompted me to ask one more question for you guys from Republic, and that is, with this contract, who gets to make a value judgment about when an item is no longer viable to recycle? So in other words, if a commodity goes to not just a low price that you can sell it for, but a high price that you have to pay somebody to take it, and then it becomes more financially viable to just put it in the landfill, who makes that choice? Do we make that choice, or do you make that choice for us?
Well, we provide the education of what is proper to put into the container. And to Jim's point, what he brought up earlier with everything that went on with the commodities and China taking material, Republic really changed our view on how we educate people and how we want to get away from aspirational recycling. We want to get back to the basics. It's gotten to the point where it gets so confusing for people that we want to get back to the basics. We want to get the tin, the aluminum, the cardboard, the paper, the basics into the MRFs so they can get more material through the MRF. There's not as much sorting time that's necessary to get things into a sellable commodity. So, you know, you have residual at a MRF, and that actually takes time to sort out, and that's an expense to the MRF to get rid of it. So the education piece helps minimize what's put in the cart when it's picked up at the curb, which has a trickle-down effect at the MRF to actually get the right material without having so much residual. So really, it comes down to a robust education that we put together with city staff to come to a program that's understandable, it's straightforward, and it's back to the basics, and so we can have a successful program going forward.
So let me try again.
Okay.
So Mark, let me give you a for instance.
Okay.
Let's say that cardboard, instead of being able to sell it for $1 a ton, you have to start paying somebody $100 a ton to take it off your hands because there's so much of it out there. Hang on. But you can put it in a landfill for $2 a ton, and you do have the ability to raise the rate on our residents to pay for what it costs to recycle stuff. So who makes the decision that those tons of cardboard now don't get recycled, but now they go to the landfill? Do we make that? Does our city staff make that, or do you make that on our behalf? And if you make that on our behalf, what value do you use to decide that?
I understand the question completely. So it comes back to commodities and the value of the commodity again. Cardboard's a bad example.
Right.
Sorry
for that example.
That's
I didn't want to use aluminum cans because I know that's
they're
a bad example.
Also. A good example is 3 through 7s on plastics. Okay. 3 through 7s, limited value. The 1s and 2s, great value in the world. There's, facilities across the United States that take 1s and 2s. But the 3 through 7s are really tough. The clamshells, the low-grade plastics that you might get in anything you buy or anything you take home to go food. The MRF, or the material recovery facility, would have to take that out. And across the country, no one's taking out anything as of yet that even has low dollar value, because what it does is it just decreases the full mixed commodity value of the material that's coming through the MRF. So something that would have to be taken out completely, like some places don't recycle glass. Okay, some places glass is out because they don't have a market for it. Glass is very dense. It's one of your highest dense recyclable materials by weight. So with Momentum, with the Coors bottling facility here and Owens, Illinois up in Windsor, there's a great outlet for glass cullet in this market, and it pays for itself. In other markets it doesn't, so they decide, hey, no glass because it's too expensive, ends up in the landfill anyway. You touch it 3 times to get it to where it might go once if you put it in the trash. And I think that's your question. When does someone say, hey, this commodity no longer goes in the recycle stream? It would take a lot for that to happen in the Denver market, and it would be up to the material processing facility to say, hey, we can't afford to have you put this in your commodity or in your single stream. And then it comes back to education. Okay, we no longer want to take 3 through 7s. But what it happens is the pass-through that Mark's talking about, where we can only pass through a certain amount of the additional cost to you with this contract. So you're covered with that. Does that answer the question, or is
Well,
Mr. Marriott. Councilmember Marriott,
yeah.
if I could jump in.
Sure.
Section 8 of the contract clearly states that the Arvada and the contractor would agree to negotiate in good faith a reasonable alternative agreed upon by both parties. So it would be a mutual decision on how to handle the situation that you're describing.
Okay, and so how would we know to get to negotiate that? Would it only be just that once we've reached the maximum price increase that recycling can impose on our residents, that now we'll negotiate after that, which would be protective of Republic, of course? Or do we negotiate that before it puts in a price increase to our residents where it might be beneficial to our residents?
Well, and that's where, the language we have in the contract that allows the up and the down really kind of, and why we like sharing the risk and reward on the commodity, is that forces us to be partners. This is not, it's a great section that we have in the contract that says, hey, we're going to negotiate those. The processors will tell us what they'll take, what they won't take. Okay? Well, we can come back and say, hey, wait a minute, are we willing to keep this commodity in there? Because let's just say all of a sudden the cost of the processing, because remember, processing and commodity, if they're throwing it away, that's kind of the processing cost, the residual. That means our processing costs are going up. If we can't recover that, or that 35 cents, because we can't make the 35 cents, we're going to be coming to you to begin with. But we should be having that conversation on an annual basis. What I would encourage you to do is some mistakes that other areas have done is where they've gone to kind of a a la carte, where they got a list and some people take this, some people take that. Recycling works best when everybody's consistently recycling the same types of stuff. So we're not interested in coming in and saying, hey, take this off the list, bring this on the list. It's not something that occurs that readily, but we are looking at the cost, and we're trying to minimize the cost of how it comes out to the city, cost being processing and commodity. So we'll be talking with the city on an annual basis and working on, hey, is this the right program to be included in your facilities to make sure that we're making money. But our processors will dictate that in the end.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have no other questions. So, Ms. Miller?
Thank you, Your Honor. I move that Council Bill 20-011, an ordinance repealing and reenacting Chapter 90, Solid Waste of the Arvada City Code, be approved on final reading number 4733 and ordered published in full with an amendment to make the ordinance effective date July 1st, 2021.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Thank you, Mayor. First and foremost, I want to thank the public and our citizen committees for doing a lot of work over the years, and especially in the last 2 years. This topic has been around for almost 10 years. And we challenged our citizen group, who we appoint, to take this subject and vet it out some more and do some outreach, and they did that. Tonight, it's kind of reflective of the emails I got, and I did some math. I'm sure we all did math. Approximately 540. I might be off here and there. I kind of got confused on some people. 540 folks contacted us over the last, 6 weeks. 31% of those folks were against this ordinance. 65% were in favor, and 3% were miscellaneous. I think I'm not sure if they were for or against. It was a little confusing on some, but this was also the emails, the public readings that Ben and Noel did, and the public testimony and the Zoom testimony. And I really appreciate everyone weighing in. And there's perspectives that we didn't think through all the way, but for the most part, I'd say about 98%, 99%, other than composting, was thought of. I mean, we did talk about composting, but one of the topics we had as a council was, we're not going to make this so complicated right now. Let's just discuss simple things. One is organized trash hauling and recycling. So, it was kind of a relief for me a little bit, because my emails were about 60-40 is what I said, and that's what I was getting on the information. And then tonight it kind of confirmed that those numbers are 65-31. And so that kind of is just a small representation of 120,000 people that live in this city. But this conversation is not new. But what is interesting about tonight's conversation is, to me, it's completely opposite of what it was 10 years ago. That tells me that our community has changed. The focus around environmental and safety and our roads was a common theme through a lot of the discussions tonight, and I appreciate that. I will share a story to talk about your road repair that Mr. Jones brought up. As I was privileged enough to be with staff late last week to walk, and this is interesting, I was walking the Alta Vista neighborhood, who was most of the people complaining about their roads or for organized trash hauling. But what was interesting with the conversation is I had a conversation with the contractor, APC, and the sidebar conversation I was having was, we first talked about the reconstruction of the road and milling it down a little bit, checking it out, milling it all the way down to the base. And that's usually between 3 and 4 inches. I think it depends on if it was an old county road or not. But where I'm leading to is we walked to the next road over. I can't remember if it was Flower or Dover or wherever, but it was the next one over. And they already laid the initial 3 or 4 inches. And it was already indenting on a turn. And the APC gentleman I was talking to and one of the staff was standing there as well, as this is because of all the heavy trucks turning here, which the only trucks turning in this mid area was trash trucks. I mean, it's pretty obvious. They didn't say it, but it's not. Within a week, we've already indented the road just to make a turn. But when you talk about the cost impact to the roads, what I learned was, for every 1 inch of asphalt, we can remove 2 inches of base, and that can strengthen the road. Well, we're putting up to 6 inches now of asphalt to compensate for the weight of the road. So we are spending a lot of money. We are spending money on our roads. We're spending it to compensate for people to have quote-unquote choice in in our residential roads to be destroyed, which is the most expensive asset, the most costly asset to repair. And I just struggle that if the citizens refuse to give us a transportation tax increase, which we did ask for, 70% I think shot it down, then what do we have to do as council and stewards of this community to protect the most valuable asset we own? So I applaud for people stepping up and trying to solve this problem, because the taxpayers were not going to let us do it through a transportation tax. So, tonight has been really informative for me. I've been very impressed with the citizens. I appreciate more than anything that the staff put this together to make this work. I think we actually created a more open hearing than we did just having people hear. Having Zoom and letters read in and emails sent in and having people hear and peppered safely throughout City Hall is amazing. I also think it's a new trend that we might want to consider, but we'll do that another night. But I appreciate the fact that we have created every way for somebody to voice their concerns, and I want to thank the staff for putting this together. It was really awesome. So for that, and for everything I've said, and spending a lot of time researching this and hearing all the great work that everyone's done, and the good, the bad, and the ugly of this topic. And there's not always going to be people that appreciate what we do, and I get that. But this is a policy decision. I was elected as a representative of my community. I'm one of the at-large council members. I always say the, but McGough corrects me a lot. But I'm one of the at-large, and I represent the entire city. And the city has clearly expressed to me that they want this. And since I represent them, this is a complex, deep discussion that it's taken us 2 years to absorb, and then yet we're individuals on this council and some of our constituents want us to put a couple sentences on a ballot that took us 2 years to understand. And I just can't see that happening. I can't. I was elected to make thoughtful, thorough decisions for our taxpayers, represent our people, represent the taxpayer themselves, and be judicious about what we do. And I think tonight is a test of that will, and therefore I will be supporting the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Yeah, obviously a lot of work has gone into getting us to this point. I don't discredit that. The work of the staff or the Sustainability Committee. Back in, August of last year, when we had a similar conversation about a ballot initiative, I think I'm going to quote myself, and so if I'm wrong, it's okay. But I think I said then that I came into that night thinking that I was going to support putting this on the initiative, or putting it on as an initiative on the ballot. But after the public testimony and the people saying we don't have enough information, listening to lots of people tell us we didn't have enough information to put a question on the ballot, I think I might have even been the one to recommend that we pull it off the ballot and we don't move in that direction. And I guess one of the things, and shame on me for even thinking that through this process that it couldn't be put back on the ballot, because I think that that's been said by Ms. Miller in her comments to the paper, to your letter, which again is fair. But shame on me for thinking that it couldn't be placed back on the ballot as a question. There's parts of this that are troubling for me, and really it's the opt-out fee that troubles me, and it just seems to me like we're advantaging a large corporation, billions of dollars corporation. I don't know what your balance sheet is. I can't remember. It's late, but a lot of money for someone used the term for the voiceless. The most impacted are the voiceless. I think that was said twice. And I think it goes both ways. I mean, the voiceless are those people who are going to struggle the most in paying whatever fee they have to pay if they choose to opt out. It would be my hope that we could either A, continue this discussion in a different format to talk about that opt-out fee, or B, I would like to make a motion to refer this ordinance as written to the ballot. Because I think a lot of work has been done to develop an understanding around waste hauling and recycling. And now we have something of substance in the ordinance that, waiting until November, it's more time. And I appreciate the concerns and the constraints that Republic has in that. But to refer this to the ballot as, and I've been told, and I don't know, and Ms. Morris, I'd need your help on this, but as a binding question and not an advisory question, if that's even possible. And so, again, I don't know how to proceed from this point, but I'd like to open up a conversation around the opt-out fee and or create a discussion around putting a binding question specific to this ordinance as the ballot question for November. And so again, like I said, I've been told that you can and you can't, and I just don't know what a binding question versus an advisory question and the rules around all of that might be.
So Mayor, can I weigh in? This is point of order, I believe. If that was a question, shouldn't that be asked there's a motion on the table, now he's asking a question. So I just want a point of order. Are we pulling the motion off to have further discussion?
Well, I think my understanding, and council will correct me, is if Mr. Jones wants to ask Ms. Miller if she will accept that as a friendly amendment, is that the proper procedure?
He can do that. He can offer a friendly amendment for her to accept it. I think the question may have been from Councilmember Pfeiffer whether or not I can respond to a question from Councilmember Jones while the motion is pending.
Is that your?
Yeah. It's just point of order of just Robert's Rules of Order. I
don't want to break any rules.
Yeah, but I just want to make sure that we don't lose. I don't want to get into one of those nights where we have 5,000 conversations around a motion and we forgot what the motion was. So either the motion needs to be withdrawn and have the conversation continue with questions, or he needs to make a friendly amendment or whatever next steps, right? That's why I'm asking you, the mayor, if you see that there's a different way to approach this.
Well, my thinking was to request that it be added as a friendly amendment. I think I know what the answer to that's going to be, but.
Okay.
So I guess, Ms. Miller, I'm asking for a friendly amendment to refer the question to the ballot based on the ordinance as written for council to consider.
With respect, Councilmember Jones, we have heard from the people via surveys, via emails, tonight in public comment. There's a clear majority of support that I've heard from our constituents over the last 18 months in favor, and we are elected to make these difficult decisions. So I feel like it's time for us to make a decision.
Okay, now as I understand procedure then is that we vote on the motion to amend. So a yes vote would be to have this ordinance referred to the citizens. Are you asking that it be for a binding vote by the citizens?
So yes.
Yes.
It should go to a vote. No, it should not go to a vote.
That's correct. Do people wish to speak to? I'm going to clear the speaking comments, and if you wish to speak to that motion, you may, Mr. Marriott.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. So I appreciate Mr. Jones making that, proposing that amendment. I think we have something here that's very unique. And it's unique for a couple reasons, partially because of the opt-out fee. I I don't believe I would call it a fee. I actually looked that up in the dictionary. A fee is a payment that you make in exchange for a good or service, and I think the opt-out part of this, you're not getting anything for what you pay. In fact, it's probably best described as a penalty because you're being charged for something you refuse to do or that you don't do. And the city assesses penalties all the time, so that's not that unique. They assess penalties for speeding and traffic infractions and weeds too tall and all kinds of different things. But in every one of those cases, the penalty goes to the city. This is terrifically unique in that the penalty that gets assessed goes to Republic Services. I can think of nothing like it. I can think of no precedence for it and nothing like it. And I think that for us to enter into that type of a unique arrangement requires the okay of our citizens. Now, we heard from a number of people tonight. I've heard from a number of people in the lead up to this. I make it about 50-50. Tonight clearly wasn't. You know, on any given night, maybe you see what you see. But I think this is such a unique arrangement in several reasons. One, the opt-out fee. Two, this really takes away something pretty significant. It's consumer choice, something we have in virtually everything we do. Not everything, but virtually everything we do. We get it in where we eat, who delivers stuff to us, what airline we fly on. I mean, you can go down a long list. And up until now, included who you chose to do business with to have your solid waste hauled off. Losing that is unique. And again, I think that means we should be asking our citizens for that. So I'm going to be voting yes for this amendment because I think we really do need to ask our citizens for this. And we don't need to ask 1% of them in a survey, and we don't need to keep score based on who decided to reach out and who didn't decide to reach out and who decided to come tonight and who didn't decide to come tonight. I think there is a very tried and true, completely accurate way to know what our citizens think, and that's put it to a vote. We have a vote coming up in 4 months, 4.5 months. It's not very far in the future. It's about the right amount of time for people to get educated enough about the issue to make their choice. And one of the things I've heard about why we can't do that is because our proposed contract with Republic Services wouldn't be honored. It's a shame. I would suggest that if we did put it to a vote of the people and the people voted affirmatively for it, that our very first action should be to offer Republic this same contract, not to make it a competitive situation at all, and allow them to decide at that point whether they want this contract or not. And if the answer was no, we could move on to a procurement process. But I think we're putting the cart before the horse to say we can't decide this ordinance because we've already negotiated a proposed contract. I think it's got to be ordinance first, contract second. So for all those reasons, I'll be voting yes on this amendment. I believe we should be putting it to a vote of our citizens.
Thank you. Ms. Miller, you're next.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would just want to speak to the reason why I'm not going to support the amendment. Mr. Jones, sorry. So with the contract that we have negotiated, our team has incredibly negotiated the rates down, and with the opt-out fee or the minimum service fee, all of those terms, if that's lost and this goes to a vote and it's passed, and we do an RFP and the pricing is higher because we have seen trash hauling increase. I mean, Crush said it tonight. Republic Service said it tonight. We've seen the article about waste management. Residential trash has increased so much, and if we got a price increase after all of this work that we have done to tell the citizens this is what you're going to pay, and then we come back from the ballot and it's higher, and we just have egg on our face, and it looks shady and it looks wrong, and that's hard. That's heartburn for me. You know what? 2011, I led an opposition, and I think Republic Services remembers this. When I was the president of the Chamber of Commerce in Arvada, the opposition against single hauler, because it wasn't what the citizen and the business community wanted. And now that climate has changed. And so we've seen it, and we've heard from people. And so for those reasons, I won't be supporting this.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson.
Thank you. So I think it's no secret to anyone who reached out to me that what I had numerous people ask me, how was I going to vote tonight? And I continuously told them, I can't tell you that because I'm committed to hearing every single resident speak. My goal in that was to see if a true mandate emerged. So far, one had not. I had a lot of emails, counted them up, the fors outweighed the againsts, and in the interest of full transparency, I did campaign in favor of this issue last year, and one of my main opponents was against this issue last year. So this is something that I have a bit of a different perspective on from some of my colleagues, because this was something that I took on as a candidate as opposed to a council member. However, I believe first and foremost that our duty as council people is to be the voice of the people when they give us a mandate. And when they don't, it's upon us to use our best judgments then as council people who read the contracts, who do all of the in-depth work to make our best decisions. I had some wonderful conversations with constituents. I want to call four out. I want to call out Jack and Mike and Linda and Jamie, for and against issue people who just gave me some spectacular conversations, made me think about things in a new way, and just made me appreciate why we do this, and I really loved it. And then a fifth conversation I had was actually a woman from Ms. Ford's district who called me upon the advice of the mayor, because she really spoke my language. She spoke about not liking divisiveness. She spoke about not liking anger and temperament. And anyone who knows me knows that these things go straight to my heart. And that was why I could be very torn. And my poor husband, I'm so glad he didn't divorce me over the last 2 months. He's heard nothing about but this issue. So this woman spoke to me, and she, even though she was against because she felt there was so much divisiveness around it, at the end of it, she told me, you know what, you've really listened, and here's what I want you to do. I want you to talk to people you trust, and I want you to, weigh your conscience, and I know you'll come to the right decision, whatever that may be. And so that's exactly what I did. Talked to my husband. He was real short and sweet with me after all the talk. He was like, you honor your campaign promises. People voted for you for this issue, and they have told you they have voted for you for this issue, and you owe it to them to honor that. I talked to one of my other former political opponents who left his own opinions on the issue off the table. He told me one of the things he learned on the campaign trail is that people are tired of politicians who kick the can down the road. We're elected to make hard decisions, and it's important that we make those decisions. And a public vote is a little bit easier, as one gentleman pointed out to us tonight. If the public approves it and it goes sour, it's not on our heads. We followed the public vote. And it is on our heads if it goes sour. And that's one of the hard calculations we have to make that lives on our heads. And so as somebody whose entire career is dedicated to achieving census and who sought this seat to achieve consensus as much as possible, that was a really almost shocking perspective for me to look through. And then the final was I actually approached Obi-Wan Kenobi, Mark McGough, who I took Mark for coffee because he sat in this seat for 12 years and this Padawan needed his advice. And he told me that I needed to vote in the best interest of the city. What was the right decision for the long-term future interest of the city? And that is my job in this seat. And so listening to those three wonderful men, listening to my constituents, the main thing I wanted tonight was to hear the people. And the people, oh my gosh, did they come out and speak.
And I've tallied up my emails, I listened to the public comment tonight, and instead of it being close, it's, as Mr. Pfeiffer said, I think my ratio is about 69 to 31% in favor of. That's a 38-point spread. In elections, you do not get 38-point spreads ever, unless it's unopposed. So I think we've heard from the people. 70% of this country already has a system like this. I know change is very hard, and that is a fair thing to feel. But this is not an unheard of system in this country. It's actually the most common thing to do, whatever form it may take. So we've heard from the people. We have our mandate. It is our job to make the hard decisions and then to live with those decisions for the best interests of this city. So I will be voting no on the amendment as well.
Thank you, Ms. Ford.
So first of all, this is a very difficult decision for us. I'll speak for myself. There are a number of residents in my district that I absolutely love, and I know that they've expressed to me some hardships with the composting aspect. I also want to thank the District 1 residents that spoke tonight. I don't even know who you are, and I thank you for the comments that you made. I also want to thank the Arvada Sustainability Advisory Committee, of which I've been a part of since the very beginning. They've been an extremely hardworking group on this issue, and I appreciate everything that they've done. And I've thought really long and hard about this issue. In fact, I had another constituent who I very much like and respect call me today and suggest that it must go to the vote of the people. And I've struggled with that for quite a while. Yeah, I've struggled even with one constituent's comment that we were insinuating that residents are unqualified to vote for this issue. And I wouldn't use the word unqualified. I would say that there's a different motivation with residents versus those of us who sit here at the dais, because we do have a higher responsibility. And one of the comments that was made regarding bringing it to a vote of the people that I really struggle with, and that is the comment that, and I've heard it from a number of people, including this constituent, that if the people vote for it, then I can accept it. Then I can accept it. And I really thought about that comment, and I think about our presidential elections, for example. And how many times do we vote for people and then they're not accepted, even though the voice of the people say they're the president, they're not accepted. And so I have a hard time believing that it will be accepted because it's the vote of the people. The other thing that disturbs me about that as well is that we're setting a precedent to say that our elected leaders that we don't trust, even though we elect our leaders, we don't trust them, and therefore it must go to the vote of the people. And I struggle with that as a concept, very much so. So when I look at this issue, I don't look at it from an individual standpoint. I look at it as what is best for this city. And I truly believe, and a perfect example of this was the wonderful letter that we received, at least I did anyway, from the sustainability group at St. Anne's. And I have to say, this is a group of young people who are on the sustainability committee, and they are representing, I believe, the future of this country and the world. That we have to start thinking about our world and our environment from which we get our water and get our food from. And this is an important issue. I don't think about the company that was selected from the RFP. Even though I have that company as my own waste hauler through my HOA, of which I don't vote, it was chosen for me. And by the way, I like the company. And for those who have made comments about Republic, I will say that in terms of my own HOA, and I get no money for this endorsement, and I don't want any money from Republic for this endorsement, but we've not had any problems in my HOA. So therefore, I have a hard time believing that Republic is not a good company when what I've seen is nothing but good for the most part. Republic is not perfect, nor is any company perfect. I don't look at the cost, because cost is going to change. Cost is going to increase no matter what company you have. And I thank Crush for being a good company, because I hear very good things about Crush. And I like to hear good things about companies. I think that, you know, we haven't talked about the lack of transparency in pricing all that much that is affecting our city. I am thinking about the benefits, the ability for safer streets, better air to breathe, materials that can be reused for small business innovation. Here's an ad from the Wall Street Journal that recycling is creating. I read the Wall Street Journal, so I love the paper. I look at the fact that the city has greater bargaining power than individuals. I look at the fact that this program is going to create more reporting, and more reporting, if we're smart, we will look at those figures and we will base our decisions on what is actually happening, not what we think is going to happen, but what is actually happening. And I'm looking ahead because I truly do believe that this program will make Arvada a better community, and we will be a leader in this very important area called the environment for our future. Today is the day. And so therefore, I cannot support the vote of the people for that very reason, that I believe it is our responsibility to make the decisions. We were elected. I know for a fact that when I ran in 2015, I was very clear to my constituents, or my impending constituents, that I was a member of ASAC. I was one of the original members. The environment is very important to me, and I was voted in. And I will also say that to the person that is wanting to recall me, I want to talk to you for a moment and tell you that you know, too, that I was and am a part of ASAC. I have always talked about my desire for greater care of our environment. And I appreciate the fact that you are a very active member in this community. And whether you agree or disagree with me is not the point. The point is that you're an active member of this community, and for that reason alone, I respect you. So whatever happens with the vote of the people, whether you like me or not because of this vote, I want all of you to know that my vote is because I believe that I am doing the right thing for this city, for today and into the future. And so therefore, I cannot vote on the amendment. So my vote will be no.
Okay, Mr. Pfeiffer?
So some concerns with the amendment here I have is the word binding. I think binding deflates our ability to negotiate into the future. So I think it handcuffs us and creates a situation in which we may find ourselves not getting the rates we want. And it's been very, very clear that there's like 3 national companies and 1 local, Crush, who's standing out there right now, that are going to bid on this. And so not very many competition out there to lower the prices for anybody. It doesn't matter if we're doing it together or not. It does concern me that some folks have said that, well, we've implied that they're not smart enough to understand this as a vote. It's a complex and dynamic discussion because when we look at performance, we look at rates, we look at additional on-taking by the staff, there's more overhead, there's things that not necessarily we may not want to pick up, but we have to do what is right. This is a legislative decision. I'm going to keep going back to that. We need to focus on why we've been elected to make these tough decisions. And, therefore, I'm not going to belabor it anymore other than I can't support this. I can't support it going to the voters. We spend more time and money and energy putting it towards a vote, educate, which we've already spent a lot of money doing just in these 6 weeks to do another 4.5 months of it. I just can't, because it doesn't matter at the end of the day. There's going to be people that just don't want it. They just don't want it, and they don't care, and I get it. And you know what? That's why we have an opt-out fee. In case you don't want to do it, that's fine. You don't have to. And one of the biggest things that I made clear, even before my reelection, was if the price is better than what I pay today, I will support it. And that has happened. And I've said that several times. I pay $46. I'm looking at him because he's my trash company. And I pay $60 for an extra trash can, and I pay $48 for an extra recycle can. That's more than what they're proposing here. So for a year, those are for year rates. So it's only $3 to $4 more a month for that extra can, depending on what you're doing there. But I said if it's cheaper or equal to what I paid today, and at the time, I didn't move yet. I live in Candelas now. Republic is our single trash hauler there. But before, I lived in another HOA, and it was with a competitor. And my rates were still higher than what I'm paying today. So I appreciate the hard work, and I appreciate what the city does for its citizens. And I just can't support the amendment. So I'll be voting no.
Okay, I finally get to have an opportunity to talk. It's both a curse and a blessing to go last. I certainly didn't want to try to influence any of you early on, and I really tried to avoid jumping into the conversation too quickly on these kinds of issues. And I want to say, first of all, that I respect each and every one of you in the positions you have put forward tonight, and why you've stood for what you stand for is legitimate across the board. And it's a privilege to serve with each and every one of you as we have these discussions. I was here in 2011, and I think Mr. Jones and I have joked that I said, boy, I sure hope that waste hauling doesn't come up again while I'm the mayor. Well, maybe I should have, shouldn't have said it, or should have gotten out sooner, or whatever. But the reality of this is it's always been a highly contentious issue, and I've known Mark for years and have great respect for him, great respect for his company. So I have real strong feelings on all sides of this issue. I respect the work of the Sustainability Committee. Frankly, I think they did a great job of getting their voice heard tonight, and I respect them for that, and that's totally appropriate. I think our team did an excellent job in negotiating a good contract with Republic, no question about that. I know that the staff recommendation is that we should do this on our own tonight and I respect that recommendation. And personally, this is a tough issue for me because I live in an HOA. I see the benefits of having a single hauler. I like having one trash company, one truck coming through, not having multiple trucks coming through. So I get it. And it's made a huge difference for me in terms of my personal recycling. Having recycling service has made a huge difference in Luann's and my life in terms of our recycling practices. So that's all on the one hand. On the other hand is the fact that this opt-out fee is still troubling to me. I struggle with the upfront costs that the city would be paying for this program. And probably largest for me, and it's probably because of the Chamber of Commerce background and because of being a pretty pro-business kind of guy, that I really struggle with the impact on the fair market system. And I look at a company like Crush, which I got tons of emails from people who love Crush, and I worry about the impact on small business, and particularly local small businesses. And I think the thing that makes my decision clearer for me is having been through what we've been going through the last few months with COVID, and I just struggle with us as a government telling our citizens, here's what you're going to do. And we've been through so much of that with stay-at-home orders, safer-at-home orders, restrictions, all those types of things. I think that the community is divided on this. I don't know that it's a 50-50 split. I don't know if it's a 60-40 split or a 70-30 split, but I know that there's a split, and I fear that this is going to be divisive on the community if we as a city council do this without having a vote of the citizens. And probably the final point I'll make is, if this motion fails, which I expect it to fail, I fear that there will be those that force an election anyway. And if that were to happen, first of all, if they think they can do it through recall, I'll spend every effort I can to fight any kind of recall on the four who are being threatened, because your actions are pure, legitimate, and justifiable. In terms of your position that you're taking tonight, I think I've made it clear in the paper that I don't think recall should be used for policy decisions. And frankly, if any of you were recalled, I would push to fill your seat with someone who shares your views on these things, because they're legitimate. But I do fear that there will be an effort to have a citizen initiative referred item independent of a recall that's going to force it to an election anyway. I think we should just take the step ourselves, put it to an election, and that would stop kicking the can down the road. So there's my position. Mr. Marriott, you haven't voted. Okay. All have voted, and that motion fails on a 4-3 with Williams, Marriott, and Jones voting yes, Pfeiffer, Ford, Miller, and Simpson voting no. Mr. Marriott?
Thank you, Your Honor. With that, I would like to propose another amendment to the motion. So I think several of us mentioned, and I think a majority did, the troublesome nature of the opt-out fee within this proposal. In my previous comments, I mentioned briefly the unique situation of the city charging a penalty that then doesn't go to the city, it goes to a private company. The interesting thing about the opt-out fee is we use the numbers that have been given to us by Republic Services or the city or everyone's best guess, and so I put some actual dollars to it. So keep this in mind. The city is going to be paying Republic Services somewhere around, in year one, about $450,000 a month per month. If 1% of the people, of the addresses opt out of this program, the opt-out fee will generate $1,400, or 0.3, 0.3% of what's being paid. My guess is Republic doesn't have this cut that close to the bone to where out of a $450,000 monthly billing that they couldn't do without $1,400 of it. I also wouldn't expect them to do without it. I would prescribe that we allow them to add the opt-outs onto those who do select the service. If you push the numbers up, the high estimate of the people who will opt out would be 3%. 3% of that $450,000 monthly billing, if 3% of those people opt out, it's about $4,200 a month. Less than 1% of their billing. They'd still get 99.1% of what they billed. And again, I wouldn't expect them to do without that revenue. I think if they were to raise that $4,000 per month, it would raise everybody who does participate in the program, raise their bills by somewhere around 9 cents. Not a very big number, very, very small number, something I would say people wouldn't even notice. I think it would set up the right relationship, however. It would accomplish a couple of things to remove the opt-out fee. One is it would eliminate this very unique situation where the city would be charging, by my words, a penalty, by their words, a fee that you don't get anything for, and then turning that over to a private company. It would cure that situation. The other thing it would do would be set up the right relationship. Those who benefit from this program would pay for this program. And I mean, we heard tonight a number of people saying, I'm all for this because this would save me money. At 10 cents more, it would still save them money. They would still benefit, and they would have a free choice to make about whether they participate in the city's program or not. So the other reason I look at removing this opt-out fee is I can sit here and vote no. I think that's what everyone expects out of me. But I think it's on a legislative matter like this that affects the whole city. It's also incumbent on us to try to make the changes that would cause us to be able to vote yes. Without the opt-out fee, I am not a no vote. I'm a yes vote. This doesn't pass 4-3 without an opt-out fee. It passes better than 4-3. That changes the whole thing. That's my motion, and I've spoken to it, and interested to hear what you have to say.
I need to ask Ms. Miller if she accepts that as a friendly amendment.
I'm regretting making the original motion.
Mayor, can I just ask clarifying questions of
Sure.
Mr. Marriott? So your math was 10 cents more on every bill?
My motion would be to add a commensurate amount for them to recover what's
The
lost
opt-out
in the
fee?
opt-out fee.
And then
It's on the order of 10 cents on the people who
Because-
opt in, if the opt-out numbers are 1 to 3% like
because if it's 3%, we're talking about 1,000 households, maybe 1,100 at the high end.
996, actually.
36,000 households is in their plan, right? 32. Oh, I had 36 down. All right. So we're talking about 1,000 people that we're going to possibly pay an opt-out fee. 1,000 households, excuse me. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood what you were proposing. Thank you.
In the spirit of voting, I would like to vote on this issue and not accept a friendly amendment.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak to Mr.?
I didn't hear her.
She said she did not accept.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Couldn't hear.
Yeah, we can't. It's so hard to hear. A little bit, yeah. Ms. Simpson?
Thank you. I was wondering if it might be possible to get guidance from city staff as well as possibly Republic Services on the impact of this to the existing contract before us.
I like the math that I hear, but I want to know exactly what the ramifications are of decisions that we make before we make them.
That's fair. Republic, would you like to speak to that issue?
With all due respect, Councilmember Ed, I don't think your math works out there quite as well. Councilmember Pfeiffer, I think you were kind of alluding to that. But when you're talking about the 1% to 3%, there's a risk associated with that we have to kind of cover. What you're bringing up is something that's completely out of the realm, and I don't know that it's something we couldn't work out at a later date. But without knowing what all the math is, we couldn't agree to that this evening.
Okay, Ms. Simpson.
Thank you. So knowing that, my thought is that if possible, I would love to table that and revisit it, because if we can do that and revisit this at a later date, I would strongly support it. But again, we are voting very specifically on a contract tonight, and we are voting on this ordinance. And without knowing the ramifications of what we would be doing, I don't want to vote on something and then in turn it turns out to be a poison pill that kills the ordinance that we vote to pass or not pass if we vote to pass it. So I don't want to set the circumstances that where we set ourselves up to fail. However, I do like and appreciate where my colleague is going with this, and if it's something that we could refine, then I would be strongly in support of it.
Ms. Ford.
I just want to make a comment because, again, I think that we're looking at this from one group versus another group. And the way I view this program is a community service. I look at this program as benefiting everybody. Currently, we have groups of people that are not part of an HOA that are doing what we hope more people will do, and that is to conserve whatever that looks like through recycling, however, so that we can not only conserving, but also the fact that with an organized waste hauling program, our streets are going to benefit. We don't have numbers, and that was something that someone asked me about, whether we really knew how many, routes there were right now and trucks, but I haven't seen any numbers from the city. So I'm going to assume no, we don't have that information. But again, this program is for the benefit of the entire city, not just a certain group in the city. So I would say that as a result of this program, regardless of who's paying what, the city is going to benefit, because with less trucks, eventually, it's not going to be perfect in the beginning, we know that. In fact, I always tell my constituents, expect that there are going to be problems. There just always are, especially when something starts and it's new. So don't expect perfection. Recognize that there are going to be issues, but there are benefits. We're going to get reporting. We're going to know who's doing business and how they're doing business in our city. I think that's very important. We're going to get education from Republic on conserving, which is one of our goals in the city. We're getting lower costs for the most part. We're increasing safety in our neighborhoods. I think these are all, we're decreasing noise and hopefully decreasing air pollution. I think these are all benefits that everybody is going to have a benefit from. Whether we can quantify it at the moment is another story, but I think that eventually we're going to be able to quantify it. So I would not be in favor of changing things at this point. I think the time to change is after the program gets underway, and then we can evaluate what's happening with the program, what people like, what they don't like, and then we'll have that opportunity when we renegotiate to change those pieces. But for now, I think that we need to move forward with what we have.
Okay, I see no other lights of the motion. I'm sorry, Mr. Jones. Oh, you wanted to have the last word?
Well, no, I thought I pushed my light. I apologize. And I'm not going to make this a long statement, but listening to you, Ms. Ford, in my mind, I appreciate the friendly. Well, it's not a friendly amendment, but I appreciate the motion that Mr. Marriott made, because to me, again, and I've stated that my heartburn is that $4.25. I get that there's going to be some minimum service fees to the city at 88 cents, but it's really that $4.25 that goes to Republic for those 1,000 households on the 3% that may or may not choose to opt out. To me, this feels like an opt-in. If there's really truly 31,000 households based on some calculation that are going to opt into this, to me it feels like a much better solution. And all of those things that may or may not be aspirational that you talked about might be a reality, because then it feels like everybody feels like they can be a part of it. Now, there still may be some folks that choose not to opt in, but we're not penalizing those who choose not to opt in. But those who choose to opt into the system, again, it's based on their best guess, it's going to be somewhere around 31,000 households that don't live in the HOAs. I think it also makes it easier for an HOA to consider opting in. So where I live in Leiden Rock, there's 1,438 homes, and last year our trash expense was $217,000, or about $12.63 per household. If you look at the math, and we all get the same 96-gallon container for both trash and recycling. If you look at Republic's cost to the city was $16.52. So it's pretty comparable to what I'm paying. The difference is the added services, the fall and spring cleanup, the extra, large, my brain's tired, the large event, whatever it's called, and then for the city to process the billing. So in my mind, switching the script from opt-out to opt-in feels a whole lot better to me. And like Mr. Marriott, that makes me rethink my position on this, because I live in the system. It works. I get it. I understand it. I see the benefits. The big challenge is that opt-out fee, that $4.25 that Republic gets the benefit of for no other purpose than to take the risk for maybe 1,000 households that drop out. And I'm assuming that they base that on their experience in the cities that, in Edgewater and Sheridan and Greenwood Village and Lafayette and other places around the country. And so let's flip the script. And I think it's okay right now to have that. I will say that, to Mr. Marriott's defense, he's been saying that same thing for a couple of months. He's been talking about take the opt-out fee or remove that opt-out fee, and it's a different conversation. But we kept kind of going down that path of we're going to keep it in there, it's already negotiated, we can't change it. But again, to all of your points, we're the ones that are approving this ordinance, and we want to make sure it works for everybody and not just, a select group, to your point, Ms. Ford. So I think it's a great motion that I will absolutely support, because again, it makes me think differently about the ordinance and the contract with Republic. So, thank you.
Ms. Pfeiffer?
appreciate John's, ideas. I think the concern I have is, if you remember the conversation last year, was the original proposal was the minimum trash service. Just make everyone pay the $11 or the $9 or whatever that number would have been, and everyone would have had to pay it. But this council, including, I believe, you and Marriott, both said, no, there's no way we will pay the minimum trash service. No. But we could have just changed it back to that and say, well, we're going to put a 32 ounce or 32 gallon in front of your house. That's your service. You're going to get it no matter what. But that's not what we decided as a council. We decided to say, how low can you go to get to the lowest fee possible that without going to the minimum trash service? I just want to remind the conversation. So if a few of this council did not want any fee, then we should have made that very clear up front and said, no fee. No fee. Don't even come back and see us if you have a fee. And that wasn't discussed last summer. So it was just nothing. We didn't want to do the 32 ounce. So I just wanted to remind, the conversation I recall was the original proposal was to do the 32 gallon minimum service fee. And this is less than half of that. It's 40% of that fee right now, which is still lower than any other. Because I did call Louisville and Golden and others, and they're all paying the minimum $8 to $10 a month. And for whatever you want to call it, opt-out fee or whatever the fee, penalty, whatever, but they have a minimum service fee and it's 32 gallons and drop it off. So, I mean, we could go that way, and then everyone does have something. You can't say it's a penalty because we're going to drop off a 32 gallon trash can for our house, and you can do it. I mean, that's one way, but I don't want to go down that. I want to give people that option because we all kind of walked down that path last year about the penalty piece. So I won't be supporting the proposal without. I think we shouldn't be negotiating after 18 months this on the night of at 1:47 in the morning, negotiating something that we could have negotiated in a workshop or something else. So I don't think it's appropriate to do it here.
Mr. Marriott.
Thank you, Your Honor. This will be really quick. Thank you for indulging me. Mr. Pfeiffer, I just want to set one thing clear. I have asked for no opt-out fee from day one and every day along the way. So I never did go down the pathway of I just want a lower opt-out fee. I have consistently said I want no opt-out fee. Just want to be very clear about that.
I appreciate the effort, Mr. Marriott, to be creative and try to come up with some other way of addressing it. By my previous comments, my concerns go beyond the opt-out fee, and as such, I can't support your motion. But I appreciate the effort. Ms. Ford? Okay, so a yes vote would be to do away with the opt-out fee and have Republic increase the rates on the other items to make up for that. So that fails on a 5-2. Marriott and Jones voting yes. Williams, Pfeiffer, Ford, Miller, and Simpson voting no. Mr. Marriott?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for indulging me. I have just a couple more, and please, all of you, feel free to take these as quick as you'd like. My next motion that I would like to make, amendment to the motion that I'd like to make, is to, if we are going to have an opt-out penalty, that rather than that $425 going to Republic Services, that $425 goes to the City of Arvada to go in its streets maintenance fund, which we have. And here's why I would do that. The logic is much the same as from my previous amendment, but this one even more so gets to one of the stated goals of this program, which is to take care of the streets that the trash trucks are tearing up. This provides money to take care of the streets that the trash trucks are tearing up. Again, same numbers apply, and I believe my math actually is correct, that if 3% of the people opt out, it's 996 people based on the estimates that you guys gave us. The $425 per month would be about $4,200 a month out of your billing of $450,000 a month, so under 1%, it's actually 0.9% so less than 1%, and that penalty for opting out for those who choose to do so would be retained by the city, would go into its streets maintenance fund to be used for streets maintenance. And again, I wouldn't expect Republic Services to do without that $4,000 per month. I would be fully in favor of them raising the rates to those who do use the service enough to cover that amount. So with 32,000 people to get $4,000 per month, it's about an eighth of a dollar. So that's, I don't know what that is, 12 cents, 15 cents, somewhere in that neighborhood. So anyway, that's my motion, would be to that we retain the opt-out fee, but the city retain it rather than pay it to Republic Services.
Ms. Miller, do you accept
Council, before you vote on that particular motion, there are some legal implications to taking some of the money that would be brought in through this fee and using them for something other than the program. So that would be something that I would want to be able to analyze in a little bit more detail from a legal perspective before council made a decision on it. But I do have concerns about it from a legal perspective.
Do you accept it as a friendly amendment?
No.
Okay. Respecting legal counsel's concerns, I'll call the question on this. And that fails 5-2. Marriott and Jones voting yes. Williams, Pfeiffer, Ford, Miller, and Simpson voting no. Mr. Marriott.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have another amendment to propose. Contained within the ordinance, it's under section, I believe, 90-57, is what I would call the recycling requirement or recycling mandate. I'd like to propose an amendment to remove that section from the ordinance, and that for waste haulers operating in the city, whether they be Republic Services or anybody else, that mandatory recycling is not required. And I'll tell you why. I think recycling is a good thing. We do it at my house extensively. My wife has an environmental science degree, and so we recycle stuff we probably shouldn't even be recycling because, to their point, it's not very useful. We are aspirational recyclists. And I don't think that's bad, but recycling is really moral behavior. It's moral to recycle. It's a good thing. You should do it. But there's other things that are like that too. Exercising, getting a good night's sleep, eating healthier, going to church, spending quality time with your children. All of those things are moral behaviors. They're good for you. They're good for our community when people do it. But the city doesn't mandate it. And I have a hard time with the city choosing one moral behavior to mandate while leaving all the rest alone. The other thing I point out about the recycling mandate within this ordinance is it absolutely ruins our existing recycling infrastructure. Sustainability will no longer exist. I use a metal recycling company right on Ralston Road. I believe they would no longer be able to exist. I think this particular mandate in here, in addition to trying to influence moral behavior, is destructive to certain organizations within our city. So that would be my amendment I would propose to you.
Do you accept that amendment?
Thank you, Council Member Marriott. And for a couple of reasons, I don't accept the amendment. I think there are some exaggerations in companies that may go out of business, and the question of morality. I know you guys have heard me say this about 10 times, but Councilmember Simpson has not. So I'm going to say it one more time for her. I lived in New Hampshire for a very long time, and in New Hampshire, it's live free or die. You don't have to wear a helmet when you ride a motorcycle. You don't have to do most anything, but mandatory recycling across the state. I don't think it's a moral issue. So I'm sorry that I'm not accepting your friendly amendment.
Ms. Simpson?
Thank you once again. I would like to hear from our city staff and Republic Services. So I think we might have some misunderstandings on this one, or I could use some clarity, because I spoke with City Manager Devon about this particular clause at length. And so my understanding is that it is obviously everyone in the program gets a recycling bin. They don't have to use it. They could pot flowers in it if they wanted to, from what I understand, as long as they didn't destroy it. However, so they don't have to recycle, but it is there as a place to put your milk carton and your soda cans, make a little more room in the trash bin. And the exact nature of this ordinance, is this within the municipal code or in the Republic contract? And specifically, what does it do? Does it force everyone to purchase recycling across the city whether or not they want it? Or does it only force the haulers to offer recycling and then people have their options? Please advise me on this.
I'm going to ask Emily. I'm hoping she's still awake.
Yes.
There she is.
So this section is from the ordinance, and it's actually specifically for hauler licensing. So we knew that if we were going to create this program, it was going to have curbside recycling. And in one of the direction from council was that, in fairness, if we were going to have a program where people were had to have recycling provided to them, that it would only be fair if everyone else also had to recycle. So we took that instruction from council and we added a new requirement on haulers that if they're providing curbside trash pickup, that they also have to provide curbside recycling. That was after multiple discussions with council that they thought that would only be fair if the people in the program have it, that everyone else would too. So yes, this is something that it's not just that they offer it, they have to provide it. So it's a requirement on the hauler. It's not a requirement on our residents, but it is something that they do have to provide under the ordinance amendment.
And to Republic Services, since this is very, and again, Emily, correct me if I am wrong here, feel free to correct me, I won't be embarrassed. But if this is an ordinance that does not impact our deal with you, but rather anyone else who might continue to operate within the city, this doesn't impact our arrangement with you, correct? This is municipal, this is us.
That's correct.
All right, well, Marriott, you got me, I'll vote for yours.
There might be a counterpoint.
Yeah, I was going to say. Sorry.
Counterpoint accepted.
It doesn't impact directly our contract. What it does is, and that's where Mr. Marriott was talking about that, it all gets back to that opt-out. That opt-out is what allows us to get the economies of scale, which gives the buying power for the city to drive down rates. If we provide recycling services and somebody can go to a competitor, and so we have to offer you a rate that has MSW and recycling associated with it, and a competitor can simply offer recycling or just waste services, they have an advantage to be able to significantly undercut the rates that we charge because they're just offering one service. So then you get into the economies of scale and you have more people opting out because they can get just waste service. And then our 1 to 3%, which might be a guess, starts to multiply and say, wait a minute, maybe it's 4%, maybe it's 5%, 10%, 12%. And our rates get published where our competitors don't. And so it was a level playing field is how we negotiated that with the city to say, listen, if you're going to require us, if it's not just going to be, if recycling is not simply going to be subscription and we're going to give you an MSW contract, then we need some way of leveling the playing field if we're going to allow an opt-out situation. Does that make sense?
It does. I'm going to need just an extra moment here.
Mr. Jones?
So the way I read the ordinance, Section 90-57, recycling requirement, all haulers providing solid waste collection services to residential customers must also provide curbside recycling collection services to every residential customer served. But it doesn't say that the customer has to buy it. They're offering it, But I could interpret that to say, okay, yeah, great, you offered it to me, but I'm not buying it from you. So I don't see where the consumer has to buy it in the ordinance. There's no, I think that could be argued in court, that no, it says that the recycler has to offer it, but it doesn't mandate the consumer to buy it.
Because that was my original reading as well.
Council, I think there's a very specific reason we didn't use offer and we used the word provide. So the word provide means that they had to provide to every residential customer curbside recycling. That was the language that was chosen to show that this wasn't an option. There are also within the heightened hauler requirements for reporting on all recycling as well, that kind of reinforces that that's no longer a choice. As for interpretation of our own ordinances, we are in the driver's seat of that. So it's not something that, we decide how we interpret that, and that has really strong support from the courts.
Except the recent Court of Appeals.
Right. I mean, that's an excellent point, that, again, providing and requiring are two different things. And I get that your legal opinion is that you've got a defensible position, but there's other areas where we thought we had defensible positions and we lost.
Well, and I'm sorry, Council, one further point. This is a little different because this is us granting a license. So they have to meet our requirements to have a license to provide these services in the city. So it's a little different than some sort of right they have to be in the city. We're actually licensing them. So we even could put additional requirements on the license application and require those. So it is a bit different than the situation that you're referring to.
Councilmember Jones, if I could interject just really quickly, the beauty of us being in the position that we are right now is that we can still amend this ordinance to clarify the intent behind it. So if that would make council more comfortable, you can always add that to the motion for us to clarify that language so that we aren't in a position where we have to argue about what the intent was behind it.
Okay.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yeah, I think it would defeat the whole purpose of why we went down this whole path, which is to increase the recycling rate. So I think that we're picking winners and losers because we would go with Republic and then automatically make them a loser in the situation because we've allowed people to undercut them. And again, the whole purpose was to increase recycling and reduce amount of waste going into our landfills. And so, even though it sounds great on the cover, but I can't get behind that amendment because that undercuts the whole reason we even are here tonight.
Mr. Marriott? Okay, maybe that was still from the original motion. Mr. Jones?
Yeah, just to follow up, and again, I don't necessarily think I would support the amendment. The challenge is, as I read the language, I think there's a challenge to the language because of interpretation of law or interpretation of language. And so it's, when Mr. Marriott made the motion, I thought, well, originally I thought, well, yeah, I'm fine with that because the consumer doesn't have to buy it. They just have to offer it. And so I think that's a flaw in the ordinance from a wording perspective. For sure. So,
well, could the word be include? Could we use include? Everyone must include recycling?
It's the same as provide. I think you have to require it.
We could
So Mayor, can I have a point of order? Can we have a motion? Isn't there a motion on the table?
I think
because we're getting off into language right now.
We're getting into a next motion.
Right.
Yeah, no,
exactly.
right.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
So let's just stay with the motion on the table and then vote on it.
Let's vote on that one. Oy vey. I think I said that. Okay, that fails 6-1. Mr. Marriott voting yes. Williams, Pfeiffer, Ford, Miller, Simpson, and Jones voting no. Okay, do you have another one?
I do. I have one last one, and then maybe let Mr. Jones take a swing at that other one if he so chooses. So the last motion amendment I will offer up tonight is I'd like to change in the definitions of HOAs to include neighborhood associations as well. So in section 90-36, I believe that's where it defines HOAs are the only ones that can get together and negotiate for their own trash service. But I think neighborhood associations would serve exactly the same purpose, as well as meeting another city goal, which is neighborhood engagement. I see absolutely no reason why a neighborhood like mine, for instance, or like Ms. Simpson's or like Ms. Miller's, that if they wanted to get together and collectively associate for the purpose of choosing what they want their trash hauling to do, as long as it meets all the conditions of this ordinance, I fail to see where there's anything negative to that at all. In fact, you're just empowering people to take charge of their own issues, and you're furthering this neighborhood engagement goal that we have worked hard on for many, many years. This could single-handedly probably do more neighborhood engagement than any other thing we've succeeded at. So anyway, that's my motion, would be to allow neighborhood associations to act as HOAs for the purposes of negotiating their own trash hauling.
First of all, Ms. Miller, do you accept that?
Councilmember Marriott, I appreciate your passion for neighborhood engagement. I feel as if neighborhood associations bonded together, they would then become an HOA. Legally, a legal standing of a neighborhood association filed with the IRS could become an HOA, and then they would be included. So I'm not going to accept your friendly amendment.
And I've got a question as to, first of all, what's our definition of a neighborhood association? And secondly, isn't there a timeline that these have to be done, or they're going to be contractually obligated to go with Republic?
Yes, there is a limitation. Any HOA that's established after December 31st of 2020 would automatically be included in the program.
So the same would be true for a neighborhood association?
I would assume so if council decided
So
that that's what they wanted to do.
Do we have a legal definition of neighborhood association?
That's not, I do not know that off the top of my head. I don't think we have one in the ordinance as written. It would have to be something that we, maybe Ms. Grog has an answer to this, but I do not know that off the top of my head.
The definition for homeowners association is actually under 90-1. And I think it goes to what Councilwoman Miller was just saying, that it really is pretty broad. It means any covenant-controlled community containing 2 or more residential property owners, a lawfully constituted operational board or other similar entity which is empowered to enforce the community's recorded covenants, and the power to impose assessments for its services. So, I mean, I think that a neighborhood could easily fall into that definition of homeowners association if they chose to organize and have a contract in place before December 31st.
Okay, Ms. Simpson?
Thank you. I want to echo the colleagues of the mayor and the mayor echo my colleagues, the mayor and the mayor pro tem, about their concerns. My only concern about passing this ordinance tonight is we don't have these sort of definitions. I mean, our 2 neighbors, a neighborhood association, we don't have these sort of definitions in place, and making policy from the bench without all the key markers in place, I don't feel is good policy. So to Mr. Pfeiffer's point earlier, we have had, all of you have had 18 plus months, and then I've been here for 7 of them. But collectively, council has had 18 plus months to look at this and make these sort of things, and workshopping it on the last night is probably not the right way to go. So with that, I'll vote no on that one.
Okay, no other lights, if you'll please vote. All votes are cast. That fails 6-1. Mr. Marriott voting yes, Williams, Pfeiffer, Ford, Miller, Simpson, and Jones voting no.
Mr. Mayor, I hate to postpone, but I need a break.
Okay.
For 1 sec.
I don't know, has Devin passed a curfew and under his emergency powers? Okay, all present and accounted for. Mr. Marriott?
Okay, so I had said my last amendment was my last one, but actually I have one more, and I'm going to make, and the amendment I'm going to make is to make a change to section 90-36, and that's to remove parentheses 2, which says HOAs formed after December 31st, 2020 shall be subject to the program. And here's why I'm making this motion. I don't believe the city nor its residents have absolutely any interest whatsoever in who a homeowners association chooses for their trash and recycling company. The ordinance already contains language that requires that recycling be offered along with trash. The service that would be offered is the same as what being imposed on every resident who is not a member of an HOA, so Republic Services would be at no disadvantage. And while I see that particular clause in the ordinance as being very positive for Republic Industries, I believe the 7 of us up here are here to advocate for our residents and our future residents, and our homeowners associations and our future homeowners associations. And no offense, but we're not here to advocate for Republic Services. Republic Services does a fantastic job of doing that themselves. And so I see absolutely no reason for that clause to be in this ordinance at all. I don't believe it serves a single resident any better than if it's not there. And in fact, may be detrimental to future residents and future associations. So that's my motion, and that's why. And that is the last one, by the way.
Do you accept that, Ms. Miller?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Marriott. I can't accept that because I think it's counterproductive to what we're trying to do with organized waste hauling. I feel like one of my clients in my business world are homeowners associations, and so I have the legal background and the definitions I knew because of what I do in my day job. And Attorney Grog was correct. 2 homes can form a homeowners association, and I think what we'll see is a couple of neighbors getting together here and there, and then our organized waste hauling effort is it's watered down.
Ms. Ford?
I'm not in favor of that either for the same reasons. And honestly, I hope that no one here is getting the idea that I'm advocating for Republic, because I'm not advocating for Republic. I'm advocating for the organized waste hauling program. And regardless of who is our hauler at any time in the future, I think that we're trying to establish a program. The waste hauler is not the critical piece, although certainly they're critical in terms of working with the city and for our residents. But I just want to make that clear that I am not sitting here advocating for any one waste hauler.
Okay, Mr. Pfeiffer, Ms. Ford, Mr. Jones, if you'll cast your votes. All votes are cast. That fails 4-3 with Williams, Marriott, and Jones voting yes, Pfeiffer, Ford, Miller, and Simpson voting no. I believe that leaves us down to the original motion that was probably made a couple hours ago. Okay, we have a motion that is unamended, that is the ordinance repealing and reenacting Chapter 90 Solid Waste of the Arvada City Code. Mr. Marriott.
Thank you. I just want to speak to the motion now that it's been unsuccessfully amended. So I want to start off with some of what we heard tonight and what I've heard from some of you. And I want to start with the subject of recalls. So I have absolutely nothing to do with anybody attempting to recall anybody or not anybody. I also believe recalls are not appropriate for policy differences. Never felt that, and I never will. I believe one of our commenters tonight did point out that we may have an anomaly in our charter that makes certain pathways more doable than others, and I think that's the unfortunate consequence that we see with that. But before I make my comments about why I'm going to vote no against this, I just want you all to know that I have had nothing to do with anything involving recall. I never have, never brought up the subject, never spoken to anybody about it before, during, after, and I will not be participating in any way, shape, or form. And I don't believe it's the right action for somebody to take for policy differences. So I just want to make sure you guys all know that. So now down to why am I going to vote no? So I've offered up a way where I could vote yes, and it's pretty simple. It's do no harm. This does harm. There are small businesses that will be harmed. There are people who will lose their jobs. Maybe they can get retrained. They can do something else. I mean, they're just trash people. I mean, no big deal, right? But they're going to lose their jobs. They may lose their businesses. That's harm. There are people who are going to lose or going to pay more for this. Now, there's some who are going to pay less, but there are people who are going to pay more. They will be harmed. There are people who value their choice. For whatever reason, it's their choice. I have a resident who lives in my district who's all for single hauler. Couldn't be more for it. Except she said, as long as it's waste management, because I have studied far and wide and as deep as I can, and what's really important to me is what they do with their recyclables. And I have studied it extensively, and they do the best job with their recyclables. So I'm all for single hauler as long as that's your choice. Well, guess what? That's not going to be our choice. She's going to be harmed. Yeah, someone's still going to come pick up her trash. But something that's really, really important to her she will no longer have that option without financial harm. We heard another fellow speak today who said, I like my trash on Wednesdays because I'm there on Wednesday and I can deal with it on Wednesday. That's what's important to him. He's losing that choice. He will be harmed. Make no mistake that with the good that comes from the single hauler program, and there is some good, we are doing harm. We had the option to not do harm. We were choosing to not do that. But we're going to harm people. And that's why I'm voting no, because we are going to harm people. So that's why I'll vote no.
Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Councilmember Marriott, for those comments. And if it wasn't almost 2:30 in the morning, I could go down point for point and have a counterpoint. But I did want to read the letter that I wrote. It did not go into the paper, but it did get out there on social media. I did make some notes because I wanted to say that this process has been long and complex and, like Councilmember Pfeiffer said, dynamic, but it's also been intimidating. There was a gentleman that stood up here tonight, Mr. Strong, and talked about a lawsuit and pointed right at me, and that was intimidating. Made my hand shake. It has been suggested through the threat of a recall petition that I'm putting my own personal agenda above the interest of the voters by not putting this on the ballot, and that cannot be further from the truth. The issue of single hauler came before council, like I suggested earlier, back in 2011, and I was very vocal about my opposition to single hauler. I was the president of the Arvada Chamber of Commerce and did not see the appetite for single hauler in the community. Now let's fast forward a decade. When I was elected nearly 3 years ago, my goal was to listen to people of Arvada in order to make Arvada a better place for us to live, work, play, and learn. I've never been afraid to make a tough decision that is in line with those goals. In the first few months that I was in office, I was shown the two most recent citizen surveys that clearly showed that 2/3 of the residents surveyed in Arvada wanted single waste hauling and more recycling options. I endeavored to bring this about, but I was told that the survey results were too small of a percentage of our citizens to act on. My question then and is now, why do we spend valuable time and money on these surveys to find out what is important to our citizens if we then disregard the input? As a compromise, I suggested we put this initiative to the ballot and ask the entire city if they would like to see organized waste hauling. Through the months of creating ballot language, we realized that we did not have enough information for the voters to vote on. We could not release pricing information from the haulers to the public before the election. We as a council agreed unanimously that we should not put this issue on the ballot. Instead, we decided to issue a request for best and final proposals to waste haulers, and we would then vote ourselves. By making the decision as a council, we would make the decision based on a specific proposal with binding and transparent pricing. The proposal before City Council now provides this. It will save many customers up to 40%. The price locked in for 2 years with small increases built in for the next 3, and it gives everyone full access to recycling and large item services. We've been asked about customer service and pickup discrepancies. There are clauses in the contract that we can get out of if Republic Services do not meet the standards for our citizens. They will invest very large amounts of money buying trucks and hiring employees, creating jobs. Should we vote to accept this contract? It behooves them to make sure that our residents are extremely satisfied with our waste hauler. As far as pricing going up at the end of the contract, we can issue an RFP and bid out the services again to all trash haulers, and again, go with the company that gives us the best pricing in 5 years from now. And again, it behooves Republic to keep their pencil sharp for our residents. Those who live in HOAs in Arvada have seen the benefits of being able to bargain as a group for better pricing, while enjoying the benefit of only 1 truck or 2 trucks if you have recycling per week entering the neighborhood. Those who do not live in an HOA have up to 14 trucks per week tearing up our streets, which are underfunded, making it less safe for our kids to play in neighborhoods while creating noise and carbon pollution. I want to extend this courtesy to all of Arvada. Rest assured, this is not a monopoly, but the use of bargaining power of a bigger pool of people to produce better results and better pricing for our citizens. My constituents made it clear to me that the safety of their children and the protection of our environment is of the utmost importance. In moving to organized trash collection, we can make our streets safer, increase recycling, and reduce carbon emissions while greatly reducing the wear and tear on our roads. If we go back to the ballot now, this contract will be null and void. We will have to issue a new RFP after the ballot initiative, and the pricing will most likely change. Our citizens would be forced to vote without all the concrete information that we on City Council have in front of us right now. It is a tough situation in which to find oneself. But we have an incredible opportunity to do the will of the people, save our Arvadans money in their pockets and in money spent on road repair, and take a big step in making the trash collective more environmentally friendly. Making the hard decisions is what citizens elected us to do. Therefore, I'm voting yes on this motion. Thank you.
Mr. Jones.
Thank you. And I just want to start first with the way that Mr. Marriott started and the comments that the mayor made about the recall. To each of you who have been threatened with the recall, I'm sorry that happened, or that's happening, however you want to describe it. But I also do not believe that is the appropriate use of a recall. You've done nothing illegal, you've done nothing unethical, and you've done nothing but try to make the best decision based on the information you had. And I want you to know that I wouldn't support that, nor will I support that. And I hope that those who have pulled those forms or whatever they are, that they tear them up and throw them away, and it just goes away, because this is that's not a good use of the recall. So I appreciate your opinions and our differences all at the same thing, and so appreciate the healthy discussion tonight for many hours. We heard a lot from a lot of people, and one of the reasons why I printed all of these and counted them and took out the duplicates, because I got, probably like you got several emails from the same person, and I appreciate that, but I purposely took out the duplicates. And what's interesting of those, and obviously a lot of my district lives in an HOA, but there's still a lot that don't. But interestingly enough, for the yeses, I had 99. And so these are the 99 yeses, and for the noes, and this was up until 4 p.m. tonight, yesterday. And for the noes, I had 116. So, and obviously tonight it was different, but for me, they're in here, and we heard a lot from people, both tonight and in email communications and phone calls, about their love for the companies that they've contracted with. And I'll be honest with you, it was mostly around Crush. And I agree that their business is going to be impacted by this. My hope is that a lot of people told me they're going to pay the opt-out fee and they're going to keep you. And I hope that happens. And I hope that you're able to succeed and continue to do and operate in the city of Arvada. My sense is that one time, whether it was called Republic or not, Republic was a small, family-owned, local type of business. And you grew, and you were opportunistic. And my hope is the same for you at Crush, that you have the opportunity to grow your business in a manner that supports your families, your employees, and your lifestyles. as I stated earlier, but for the opt-out fee, changing the narrative around an opt-in, which allows people to choose and not feel like they got to pay extra money to keep the company they love, I can't support the ordinance. I just hope, I don't use Crush, I've never used Crush, I don't know those guys. But honestly, guys, I appreciate you sticking around until 2:30 in the morning to listen to this, but you need to understand from my perspective, I'm a business owner, I have employees, and I know the struggle of a small business. And I know your aspirations to be a large, thoughtful carrier in the city of Arvada, and I hope you can continue to do that and continue to fight for every customer that you've got, and I hope they all stick around. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting this ordinance.
Ms. Ford?
Well, I want to reiterate again that this is a very difficult decision. You know that there's always going to be winners and losers no matter what major decision we make. I can think of many decisions that we've made as a council where were clearly winners and losers, and whether you identify that based on, cost or other variables that make people feel like they're winners or losers, that's what makes this decision so difficult. But again, if we vote based on, individuals that we know who may be affected negatively, we're not really looking at the overall picture. And I could be wrong, but everything that I've been reading tells me that waste hauling is going to the automated direction, into that automated direction. I mean, we see it with the trucks and the arms and the whole thing. I mean, as a nation, we're going towards automation in positions that are repetitive, more, what's the word? I can't think of it now. So, again, it's a difficult decision, but in looking at the overall and what our goals are that were stated, to reduce the number of trucks on the roads and increase recycling, in my opinion, this is the right way to go. So I'm going to be supporting the ordinance.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Thank you, Mayor. On top of what I've already said, I want to be clear, it's not about the company, not at all. It's not about anybody. It's not about Republic. It's not about Crush. It's a topic that we as a community have to be addressing, and it's about recycling and organized trash, because there are effects to our community that our citizens have complained about. It has nothing to do with your companies. It is. That's not. So we need to. I would ask my peers to let's not talk about the companies. Let's talk about the topic. And the topic here says that we've had surveys and outreach and discussions and citizen organized groups coming to us saying, look, we need a way to have one trash truck down one street. And that's the whole purpose of tonight. And we've had a lot of discussions. And in fact, maybe Marriott and I did agree on something, shockingly, and I'll recall it. I was up for putting in quadrants and having multiple companies do it. I believe we lost that vote. So, we went down that path. This council has decided to do one single trash hauler. And you know what? I support this council in its direction. But it's not, again, about the companies. It's about the topic. And what I appreciate more than anything is, first, let me put a pin in that. I want to thank you two for publicly saying that you denounced the recall. Actions mean more than words, and your actions tonight have gained some respect from me. And I'm sure the mayor will say some things, but he can always add more color to it. Anyways, that's the topic tonight. I will be supporting the ordinance. I think this has been a long evening. I think this one might have beat out the Walmart, but I appreciate unfortunately I didn't pull out the duplicates, but the 540, so if I take out the duplicates, I could guess, but it's 540 contacts I've had on this, including tonight. And, the majority of the people that contacted me showed more in favor and for a lot of good reasons. There's a lot of good reasons out there. And I appreciate the concerns about Crush. I've heard the same thing about you guys. I don't know anything about you other than you have a great fan base. Again, not about the company. So unfortunately, or fortunate, I will be supporting the ordinance as Mayor Pro Tem Miller has proposed, and looking forward to our future in a new world.
Ms. Simpson?
All right, thank you. So again, I want to thank all the public who came out tonight, particularly those who came out in person and braved a global pandemic to do so. We thank you. Thank everyone again who contacted each of us, and all of those who spoke out for or against this issue. Thank you for making your voice heard. I don't take it lightly that there will be harm done. I don't think any of us up here do. It's not something we come to flippantly to say, oh, well, I want this and I don't care about the consequences. That's not what happens up here. I can't tell you the amount of sleep I've lost over this issue. I can't tell you the ungodly number of hours I have spent emailing back constituents back and forth, particularly ones with questions who wanted to know more. And to those of you out there that I did not get to, I am so sorry. I apologize if I missed you. That is not my intent, and I will always work harder to do better by you. So I apologize to those that I missed. And just finally, I was looking for a strong direction from the public one way or the other, and I believe we have it. Again, the numbers that I see here are 69 to 31. I tried to remove the duplicates as best I could. I know I missed some names, but I did what the best I could, and it's so staggered that it can't be, even by a few names, it can't be tilted back. I want to comment on the fact that we're going to have a split vote on council tonight, and I actually think that's a good thing. Not everything has to be decided 7-0. The community is diverse. It does have different opinions, and it is right and good that there are people on this council who disagree respectfully with one another. And I appreciate the opinions of my colleagues who have decided to vote no for their reasons. I do think that they are representing a strong faction of this city, and it is a good thing that they are doing that. And my final thought is that nothing is forever. We have the ability to see where the hiccups are, to fix them, to perfect them over time. And we have the opportunity for other businesses to potentially rebid on this in the future and keep Republic honest on providing us the service that they have promised us that they will, and I believe that they will. Republic is also my hauler at my house. I currently pay $35.50 a month for trash and recycling, so I will be one of the people who sees the benefit from this program, and I know the vast majority of my neighbors will as well. And to the gentleman of Crush, I got to say probably over 90% of my anti-people are your customers. And that is a tremendous, tremendous testament to you and the business that you run. And as Mr. Pfeiffer said, we have to make the decision for the city. And I wish there were other things that we could do. You guys run an amazing business, and that comes out in the testimonies for your customers. And thank you for providing such a good service to our residents as well. So, yeah.
Okay, I need votes from Ms. Ford and Mr. Jones. I'll make my final comments here. Again, thank you to everyone who was involved in the process, the citizens who participated in so many ways, to our city team, willing to comply with our requests as a council for the opportunity for a truly hybrid kind of experience with live testimony, Zooms, and emails, although I think we're going to have to figure out a way to handle the emails a little bit better in the future. It was great input from many sources, the hours and hours that I know the team put into formulating this contract and the ordinance, and great work by everybody in doing that. Yes, we're going to come out of this tonight with a split vote, but I think we've got a more united council because of it. So, must be getting late. But thank you, each and every one of you, for your professionalism, your opinions, your philosophies, well stated, well argued, with great respect for each other. So thank you. That motion passes 4-3 with Pfeiffer, Ford, Miller, and Simpson voting yes, Williams, Marriott, and Jones voting no. Ms. Miller, you have 2 more motions to make.
Thank you, Your Honor. I move that R20-052, a resolution authorizing an agreement between the City of Arvada and Allied Waste Transportation, Inc., DBA Republic Services of Denver, for residential solid waste collection services be approved.
Ms. Ford?
Well, just before the vote, I didn't thank the staff, and I wanted to thank the staff for their good work on this contract. And I just wanted to clarify one thing, that while I supported the right of a person to be active, I am not in support of using a recall as a method of intimidation or as a method of getting one's way, same thing basically. But I do like active citizens, so.
Okay, all votes are cast. That motion passes 4-3, Pfeiffer, Ford, Miller, and Simpson voting yes, Williams, Marriott, and Jones voting no.
I move that R20-053, a resolution authorizing an agreement by and between the City of Arvada and the Recycling Partnership to accept the award for a grant package from the Recycling Partnership that includes a cash grant of $502,000 to support Arvada's purchase of recycling carts and educational and outreach efforts be approved.
Actually, it's $512,000.
512. Was I asking for more?
You said 502.
Oh, shoot. $512,000.
Very good. Motion for approval? Mr. Jones? All votes cast. That passes, not surprisingly, 7-0. Okay. Under our rules, do we take public comment or anything at this point, or when we have to? Do we have anybody wish to speak to us at this time? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment portion. Do we have any reports from City Council? I don't see. Oh, Lauren Simpson.
I'm not sure whether or not to go to bed. Maybe we can vote on it, because my daughter's going to have me up in 3 hours, y'all. So.
Okay. Mr. Devon.
No reports.
Ms. Morris?
Nothing from me, Your Honor.
We stand adjourned.